My friends. Yo. Today is gonna be a big day. Man, it's gonna be fun. Yo, friends, how's it going? Welcome in, everybody. We have two major announcements today. Diablo 4 is gonna get Season 7 and the PTR. New theme, maybe they coped about it. The armory is gonna finally come into the game, like loadouts, a way to save builds. Yo, what's up? And then we have Path of Exile 2 with their big reveal later as well. Looking forward to it, guys. Yeah, let me make the countdown. I think I already kind of have it somewhere. Maybe not. Oh, here, it's very small. It should be in 2 hours. This is the Diablo ETA, yes? Let's quickly do this. Oh, there's two of them. Doesn't matter. Make it smaller. Yeah, people always ask what's gonna happen. So this is the first one today. 11 a.m. So that would mean it's gonna be at 8 p.m. That's gonna be in 2 hours, guys. Exactly. I'm looking forward to this. In 2 hours, we're gonna go. And then an hour after that, guys, we have the Path of Exile reveal. Make it smaller, man. People can't see this. Oh, I forgot to post Discord. You'll do this in a second. Good morning in the morning. Okay, what are we gonna say, guys? This is gonna be a big day. If you're an ARPG enjoyer, you're eating good today. Definitely gonna be eating good. And we had the Barb clear 150 yesterday, but apparently they fixed some of the anti-venom stuff. Did they fix any of the snapshots or dupes as well? I haven't really checked. So maybe like ARPG enjoyer, you're eating good today. Oh, some of the guys here. Okay, we're live on YouTube as well. We're eating good. So what exactly did I just disable the elixir? Okay, what are we gonna say? We have season 74 reveal and PoE 2. Campfire. Big PoE 2 reveal. All in one day. It's all gonna happen in the same day, my friends. That's crazy. Okay, let's log in for a second. So wait, this is Diablo. Yeah, GGG also has Twitch drops. Look at this. This is loud. This is gonna be the back that you can win. Dude, I'm gonna be Sasuke. The timer is for the Campfire chat. Dang, man. Look at those. Sasuke. Dude, that looks so sick. Man. Yo, these look insane. You can get these by just watching today. We have the drops enabled here as well, but you can also watch on the GGG channel. The announcement is going to be an hour after the Diablo announcement. So there's a ton of stuff coming. So these are the two big reveals. You need to use your Hunter Wicket. You need to cast Razor Wings and then use Hunter. Then it should reset it. You must have the Shroud of the False Death equipped too. Those gonna help you out. Easy standing desk right now. I'm gonna probably make an update on Razor Wings. Actually, I think I'm gonna sit down. We're gonna need the hype later, guys. Man, this desk is so sick, y'all. I think we just go down. It's a little bit too high. The only thing I need to adjust slightly is the camera. Like this. Yeah, save the high energy for later. Yeah, we can stand up when it's gonna go, guys. That's gonna all happen soon. I mean, I'm looking forward to it like a lot. And today will be a lot of fun. A lot of great news. Bonkster, what's up, man? Welcome in. Yeah, big day today. We have both of the reveals. Back to back. Well, I mean, one is the Campfire, the other one is like an announcement. Let me see actually. How long is it gonna go for? Yeah, 3 hours, 12 minutes for this one. This is exactly an hour later. Logged in as Rob underscore 2628. Damn, this one is not as cool. It's always Blizzard's last. Dude, how many last chances is Diablo gonna get? According to you. It's Diablo's last chance? Dude. People have been saying this, that Blizzard's blah 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 last chance. They've been saying this for like 2 years. Maybe longer. Is this the real last chance or maybe not? Yo guys, I want the game to be good, obviously. But even if the game is not in a good state, for the next half year, people will still see the Paladin and will buy it. That's just how it's gonna go. Private server sites. The wings are pretty cool though. Ton of ARPG news. Diablo 4 Campfire chat. Campfire chat for season 7. Is it Path of Exile 2? Is there a hashtag for this? Path of Exile 2 review right after. It's gonna be lit. Okay, let's log in. See how it goes. See what the anti-venom stuff has changed. Hey Greg, how's it going, man? Welcome in. Yeah, I heard there is a Druid in Path of Exile too. And I think the Druid's looking fantastic. Are you looking to try that? Small petting zoo. I think the Druid is looking really cool. Druid.
See that.
Look at this. That's a Druid, boy. I mean, the Diablo 4 Druid is super cool as well. But this one also looks like a Giga Chat. Man. Yes.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, one of the game directors on Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2, you can
Look
pick
at
from
this
one
guy.
of 12 character classes. Each
12?
character has a combination of primary attributes that they focus on. Today, we'd like to show off a character who specializes in strength and intelligence, the Druid. In human form, the Druid is a spellcaster who channels the fury of nature on the battlefield.
Like a sorcerer.
Walking natural disaster. But get up close and you'll find
There
out
was
that the Druid
wolves.
also focuses on strength. You can transform yourself into one of several wild beasts. Today, we want to show off the bear form.
Yo. Look at the guy.
AoE 2 happens automatically when you use a bear attack. Use Bear Maul and your character will transform into a bear, into a meaty swing. Use a spell and your character transforms back into a human.
So this is exactly like in Diablo 4 actually. Like he's shapeshifting based on which skill he's using.
Hitting enemies with the Bear's Maul attack will build up rage, which increases your attack damage. So your bear gets stronger with every attack. You can see the glowing runes that indicate rage on your back. Have a lot of weak enemies to take.
Man, there's so many awesome characters. Which one are we gonna play? Well, this one looks fucking cool.
Enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your paws. The initial roar generates rage, and then the rage is consumed as you charge along.
Yeah, so I don't really know which one we're gonna play, guys. Like, there's so many awesome characters. This is the Druid stuff. Anti-Venom was corrected. Okay, let's check it out. Go on, Bob. Rage of the Barbarian. That was my name. Ey, Bakha, Grüße gehen raus. Schönen Abend, mein Freund. Let's go. I think it would be cool if they made it so chest had 4 slots. You could take 2 rune words in the chest. Yeah, I mean, they could do that, but I mean, I don't really see why they would do that. Elixir of anti-venom, so it has the same description at least. I think Druid is not going to even be in the early access. Maybe not. Stomp, Quake, AFK, Bob. Is it still playable? It's still playable, but it's not really a strong build. You want to play Mighty Throw instead. It's way stronger. Is there like a way to open the inventory normally? I don't think there is. Oh my god, I still haven't figured out which one is which. So this should be the keyboard. Why the fuck? Elixir is fixed. Man, the Barbarian was having too much fun. This is just normal now, and if we go normal fortitude.
Yo.
That's it, guys. How much bonus time does early access unlock? So we don't know about the pricing yet in Path of Exile. I would assume... Well, so the theory is that you're gonna get the access on Friday the 6th, right? So we have early access on Friday, and then, I mean, did they even talk about the release date for Path of Exile fully? So the Campfire chat, guys, is gonna be today in 2 hours. There's a timer up here. Actually, I'm gonna put this like up here. So in 2 hours we have the Campfire chat, and then 1 hour later is gonna be the PoE 2 reveal, Diablo 2 reveal. When can we buy access to Path of Exile? Not sure yet. I believe it's gonna be today. They talked about this. PoE is a free game, but only on launch. Early access is paid to access. Did they say it? Yeah, here. $30, guys. I mean, it's literally on the official account, guys. There's no more argument. There's no more nothing. $30 for the early access. Well, this is like they begin. I don't know. And then you can look at like GG early access. Then you can get deluxe early access, like the normal stuff. You think PoE early access is gonna have more content than D4? I don't know. It might feel like this in the start, and then we'll see. But there sure is a lot of content they can use long term. Because they have so much backlog content in Path of Exile 1, right? I didn't play any League. No, I didn't play Path of Exile 1. I want to play Path of Exile 2. Not really that interested in PoE 1 right now. But I heard it was very nice. Content on D4, we had Nightmare Dungeons 100, we had the Open World, and we had Helltide. Did we have anything else? We had the Lilith fight. So there was no pits, there was no boss ladder, there was no Undercity, there was no Dark Citadel. It was a Nightmare Dungeons, Lilith, and Helltide on launch. Well, and PvP actually. People did a lot of PvP in the start. I just want to fight Mephisto. Yeah, a Mephisto-like fight, the way we fought Lilith, would have been super cool. Yeah, do we know the PoE 2 like launch date when it launches for free? I think that's gonna be next year, guys. I don't think they have revealed this yet. I would think like summer maybe. But keep in mind, guys, if you pay this $30 US, you will get all your transmogs and microtransactions that you already used. So if you already like bought all the stash tabs and stuff, they will be transferred into PoE 2. Oh yeah, Helltide was on and off for like an hour and a half or so. Yeah, we'll get to know that in a few hours. Yeah, I think they will talk a lot about it today. So guys, do you think in Diablo we're gonna get the armory? So let's see what they say. This is Diablo 4 Season 7. A preview of the PTR for upcoming Season 7. Join members of the development team as they reveal how access, what to expect. PTR allows you to get your first taste. Okay. As long as it's not the season of the armory. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping to get a real season theme. Yo, the bell of hell is going, boys. I don't even hear the other thing. PoE 2 reveal is gonna be a ton of fun. Okay, I'm not hear my music. There we go. If season content is only armory, I'm out till next expansion. Elon Musk posted about the rockets of the world. It's so crazy how active Elon is, man. Like he... I'll pause my Twitch stream here. And we can pause this later. Are we Team Sasuke? Reminds me of Naruto Sasuke. Do we have like a shuriken emote? I don't know, maybe. Ninja. Need a shuriken. Ah, it doesn't exist, man. Shit. These are the real Sasuke wings. Ugly Sasuke. I think the rings are pretty cool. I mean, I'd love them in. I'd love to have these in Diablo 4 too. Will we finally get an armory? Also hoping for a real season theme. This time with powers and a character progression. I really want to see like something with character progression. Go Sasuke. You already have three modes. Season of the Merchant. Man, it can't be Season of the Armory, guys. Yeah, do you think they're gonna nerf all the Spiritborn bugs for the season 7? I hope they don't nerf the class, man. Yeah. Yeah, vampiric powers. Is it not vampiric? I think it is vampiric. Yeah, the vampiric powers of season 2 have been insane. No, I'm gonna do it like this. It's gonna be a great rest of year. Gonna be a great... Are you ready to blast on Christmas? Moin Biffeld. Hey, today's the day. We're gonna get a ton of news, guys. Campfire chat, Path of Exile 2 reveal, man.
Jeff Bezos hates this one trick. If you have Amazon Prime, it takes 60 seconds to link it to Twitch and get a free monthly sub to any live streamer.
That's right.
Try it now.
That's right. Jeff Bezos hates this trick. I just saw a post. Did I like? I think I liked it. I just saw a post. I think it was a few hours ago. Like Elon was saying something about Jeff Bezos that he like instantly replies as well. X is so crazy, man. I don't know where it was. Well, let's post this first. Well, it was great. And people gonna fight in the comments again. They stole this idea from Naruto though. Yeah, they hate this one trick, guys. Check out Prime. Okay, we're posting this. The anti-venom bug is fixed. Oh, this one. Yeah, I wanted to see this one. Exactly. Thanks for linking this. Did I end up liking it? Just learned tonight at Mar-a-Lago that Jeff Bezos was telling everybody to subscribe with Twitch Prime. No, he was telling everybody that Donald J. Trump would lose for sure. So they should sell all their Tesla and SpaceX stock. Nope, not true. I love eggs. Man, X is amazing. The anti-venom bug is changed, yeah. This is the stories, man. Why did they patch the elixirs? It was causing server instability. Did they decide to follow their rules? I'm not sure. Well, I mean, it was obviously a bug. Like you literally just like you didn't have to do anything. You just click the button. Yeah, you click the elixir, and it will give you more life. So I'm not sure. It was obviously like sort of game breaking, but it was enabling other classes to do 150, right? And it would have been very boring with this elixir in the game. You know, you think you might want all this power, but once you have it for a long time, after like a few days, it's gonna get boring because there's no challenge, there's nothing to do. Nah, Mighty Throw only did the... oh, I need to open widget. Mighty Throw only did that high because of the various bugs. It's using like multiple different snapshot bugs. So yeah. Oh, here's the post, my friends. Well, let me know what you expect. Big day today. Season 7 update. Bless you, thanks. Is Roman Barb good or no? No, like Roman Barb is struggling just to even clear 100. It's already having a very hard time. Wait, is this probably spam or what? Show probable spam. Okay, yeah. Reveal. The best bar build is Mighty Throw. There's 150 clear. It's still the best bar build, guys. How do you move faster with Quill? You need to use rebounding. Oh yeah, I need to link the planner. So we were playing OP Quill Volley. I think with rebounding. This Wolf Heart Moonspell, what's up? Yeah, welcome in, guys. Do I have to use my phone again, or can you just open WeChat? Okay, we're gonna have a ton of stuff open. Upheaval build is very bad. We'll see, we don't know yet. Why is it not loading? Yeah, they sent this to me. It's getting crazy. My flans always play ranger, a lot more damage. Yeah. Yeah. Rip anti-venom. We had 150 capability on bar for a second. Yeah, solo 150 on Bob. The Ream is gone. A lot of questions about Spiritborn posted in chat. Flash evade is for speed farming. Yep. Well, it's still the best, guys. Even after the anti-venom change, it was the best before, it's the best now. The dream is gone. Ask again. Yeah, what did they say last time? Okay, anyways. I don't know why this is not loading. The wings look sick. I don't think we need this anymore. This is just the beginning. Let's get some hype. 1 hour.
More than 10 years ago, we had a dream to make the best action RPG ever.
Made with all the lessons we learned from
And keep in mind, guys, these people developing Path of Exile 2, they are, a lot of them are coming from Diablo 2 or from being Diablo 2 fans. So I think it's going to be very similar in many ways and very different in many other ways.
And with the passion from our talented team, we believe Path of Exile 2 is the realization of that dream.
We want to thank you for being on the journey with us so far.
And to think, this is just the beginning.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing today, guys. Season 7 news and PoE 2 reveal. Those bosses look sick. Damn. It's gonna be an epic day. That's right. It will be. Wait, there's more? Okay, this is just the live reveal. The live reveal, guys. 11 p.m. November 21st. Well, that's today, boys. That's today. Is it an updated build? No, the build I have on my character is just some scuffed setup that I didn't even play. Like it's some kick variant that I modified to have a lot of life. It's not a build. Like this build can't even do pit 100. It's just some random ass build. I'm a supporter gamer, so PoE 2 and Diablo 4 have no interest for me. I only play D4 with my friends played. Well, good news, in PoE, group play is going to be pretty big. I don't know how many people can be playing in the same group, but I hope it's going to be more than 4. And there is a ton of synergies in Path of Exile for group play. Diablo 2 Resurrected, Diablo 4, and Path of Exile are my top 3. Hey, let's go. Yeah, that's a good list. And I mean, all the games are somewhat similar, right? Like, obviously, they are not the same. They're never the same. But they are somewhat similar. Somewhat. They did post a Diablo video. I didn't even see that.
We're in a really dense jungle with a game camera that's below the canopy.
We have never built anything this complicated in an isometric game.
Okay, this is a new video.
The overall art direction for Diablo 4 was this dark gothic vibe. We knew people had a lot of fond memories for D2. It was really about how do you bring back a little bit more of that seriousness, but with a new
I think this is mostly
twist.
about design.
The environment art team on Diablo 4 is comprised of lighters, level artists, prop and interactive artists, and dungeon artists.
I mean, the events,
Environment artists
the
focus
areas
mostly on
look
the
sick.
open world, and the prop interactive artists do anything that's interactive, all of the culture kits that you see, that sense of this place is lived in. And then of course you have lighting, which is the final pass that brings it all together. Heading into expansion was definitely a shift for us. When you think about Gothic, it's not necessarily just the architecture.
That's a sick image. I remember this one. The expansion.
Definitely a shift for us. When you think about Gothic, it's not necessarily just the architecture. It's also when you imagine what it was like to live during that time. And so for us, it's more about the tone. We had covered a lot of interesting biomes and locations in the base game. Going down into Nahantu is now this like wilderness, right? We don't have architecture in the same sense of like Western Gothic architecture. But thematically and tonally, there's still darkness. In Nahantu in the past, Mephisto had had a major influence on it and had left its mark. And it is...
I still so much wish that we would have fought Mephisto like on a level that was Lilith or something. Yeah, the art team and also the trailer teams and stuff, they always nail it, man. It's like always 11 out of 10 in Diablo. But the end game is where it's at.
Also
for
a
me.
final resting place.
Damn it, thanks for the T1.
It's Akarat's presence that has drawn Neyrel down to...
The one-shot builds the meta for Part Pit.
Taking the lens of what we did on D4, we decided that we wanted to expand on our color palettes, expand on the depth of the image, and really play up, I think, stronger visual identity.
One of our pillar is old master influence, so we're taking very close look into painters like Frank Frazetta is the biggest one, trying to research his brush strokes, shape language, how he used colors and lightings. And then of course Diablo is all about nothing's a well in the world of Sanctuary. So everything has a little bit decayed, a little bit like destroyed, and a little bit rotten. And that has to stay true to like everything we make.
That's cool.
It feels heavy, dark, and challenging. But there's also these moments of light to contrast with the dark, so that when you go back, you feel that impact. And I think it also sort of shows you as a hero helping in these dark moments to bring light to the people.
Dude, I love that guy. He just like committing suicide, man. Look at this.
Hero helping.
Look at this raptor.
These dark moments.
He's just jumping off the cliff.
Shows
like,
you
what?
As a hero helping.
Look at this guy.
In these dark moments.
What an idiot. What?
To bring
Look, he just falls down. Oof.
Light to the people who live in the
07.
sanctuary.
Lol.
When building out the expansion, we take our inspiration from places here on Earth, and we twist and add and tweak to make sure that it's its own flavor, it's its own interpretation for Sanctuary.
Open world, we definitely want to take a more realistic approach. That is sort of our focus, is how to make our environment believable and seamlessly transition from one to another. And on the fantasy side, we definitely want to push the shape language and also the mythical element of this zone. So it's not just a generic jungle. Part of Nahantu is actually just straight up not jungle. It's sort of like American desert, Grand Canyon kind of environment called a Taganze.
That's the Grand Canyon. Right here. Raptor was chasing a bird. Well, he fucked up.
Which just adds another layer and variety to what Nahantu has to offer.
It's another experience where we pushed our color palette and the identity of the location into something that's really dramatic and dynamic. Going from concept to creation, when working on the expansion, concept team will do a key image that tries to capture the mood, and the environment artists take that and build it.
Very early on, my job is to interpolate the concept art and trying to make it realized in the engine and figure out, a lot of times trying to figure out what the limitations are and what can we do to work around it and still provide the similar feeling, if not surpass the feeling from the concept.
That's right.
Concept art, like they're just gorgeous. So that's what just inspired us to keep trying new things and keep like pushing the technology.
So as level art, we work very closely with level design and also with our asset creation team, like Sam, where they create a lot of the assets, and they work with the directors to kind of find an example of what they want the broader place to look like. So they build a small sample space. And then I take that, and then I take what level design has already blocked out as far as the needs of gameplay. And then it's my job to kind of make that kit work in a real gameplay situation. So sometimes the kit is more focused on just making sure it looks good. So you have like beautiful, dense foliage, but for a player, they need to know where they can walk and where they can't walk. It can be something as simple as like a beaten path. The way that you kind of angle trees and things like this to kind of help communicate to the player where they can go and where they can't go.
The camera in Diablo 4 is a huge part of its identity. It could be considered a challenge. The camera is fixed from that very unique, action RPG.
The music is very nice.
Diablo angle. And so for us, we actually embraced that.
It was definitely very challenging for Nahantu just because we have never built anything this complicated. We have to figure out how like giant trees have to fit in on the screen in an isometric game. The amount of vegetation variety and the density of the foliage definitely raises a ton of challenge to our artistic side, plus the tech side as well.
We had to make sure that the player could see these elements at times. Giant trees, giant, branches coming off, vines hanging down. But we also need to make sure that we're not blocking the player's view of the gameplay space. With that, we basically had to think about getting the stuff out of people's way. We have a lot of fading systems in place to make sure that the giant trees don't block the gameplay space. But we also had to figure out how to not fade too soon and too much, because we fade everything away, there's no story left on the screen for the players to really know what's going on. Pretty much the primary kind of necessity when we're building is that we have to make sure it's clear for the player. We're in a jungle, we're under a really dense canopy. So the challenge was really how to sell that story, but with a game camera.
I think they sold it well, but the story, in my opinion, could have been longer. It just ended too fast. I thought we would progress more in the story. At least like a full-fledged fight of some sorts.
Camera that's below the canopy, looking down at the ground. And so the lighting team had to really come in and create more custom lighting for the jungle in order to sell that feeling that we wanted to sell, where it's very, very dark, but then you have those beams of light shining in and kind of illuminating parts of the ground.
We had a much better lighting system this time around to having those very gorgeous spotlight in the jungle. We also have a much better shadow system this time, and we can render way more foliage on the screen, and all that sort of just adds up to the result we get.
We need to keep the play space in mind to make sure it's readable, that the players know where to go. But off of the playable space is all this opportunity for us to really push the strong thematics of the location.
There's a lot of environments, obviously, that will support the campaign, and so they have a very straightforward story being told with them. But a lot of them, we just want to make sure that when you get there as a player and you look at it, you know roughly what's going on. It's a lot of almost passive storytelling.
I think Restless Canopy is probably my favorite, which the vegetation and trees just keep growing and they never stop. We married the idea of a realistic.
We get some big trees, man. They never stop growing.
Jungle, and we reference a lot from Frank Frazetta for that zone, and the deep shadows and the softness of the dapple lights. Yeah, I think it's just the most gorgeous place in Nahantu.
Definitely have some passion.
Field of Giants. It's a very unique environment, but it's also just the kind of environmental storytelling that we were able to kind of play with there.
I kind of want to fight these guys. This looks like a giant, dead, Giga world boss that they've built a house out of. Diablo is going to come to Diablo 4 at some point. I was thinking that next expansion we're going to get Diablo or see Diablo in Diablo 4. But I'm not so sure, because, the first Primeval didn't really get fully I don't think the story about Mephisto fully finished, right? So we'll have to see what's going to happen in the end. I was expecting a big, fight at the very end, similar to a Lilith fight. And we didn't get that. So maybe they're going to maybe it's going to be dragged another expansion before we actually get to see Diablo. I'm not sure. The campfire will be in 1 hour, yes. There's a timer on top of the screen. 1 hour and 30 minutes.
It's also just the kind of environmental storytelling that we were able to kind of play with there, with these giant demon corpses that are they fell a long time ago, but their bodies are just so toxic and almost eternal, very much like nuclear waste or something, where it just kind of burns through the terrain. You have these people mining the bodies of these giants, and so you have these, where you can dig down deep into bits of their bodies to get what you need. scaffolding, we have pulleys systems, you know, for
He's
pulling out
having
the
a good
waste.
time.
We have run over carts to show that they've been collecting it.
There's multiple sections or zones. We're not concept, and we just did our own thing, and we think this is cool. Example would be Skittering Earth. We have a centipede, which is one of the spiritborn. And we took that just like, what if there you have a jungle, a section of a jungle just been devoured by a centipede, and that's Skittering Earth, and we just made that from scratch. So yeah, I think it's highly collaborative, but at the same time, we respect each other's creative freedom.
The environment art team is full of a lot of great talent, and they inspire each other and they inspire me every day.
What you can achieve with game art nowadays is very satisfying. You know, like the worlds that people create in games are just like the top notch. There's not very many places that are more kind of built out than a game world. And so just having that opportunity to help bring a large world to life and to tell a lot of little stories, is a pretty awesome thing.
Sounds pretty good. Where do I still have music? Huh. Oh, is this Path of Exile music that's playing? I was like, man. No way we still have music somewhere. Yeah, that's gonna be a ton of fun. Hey Rob, what do you think about the Elixir quick fix? So, I think it's good if they are fixing bugs as fast as possible. But there are other bugs, like the dupes, that I think are even more important to fix. So I like that they have a lot of attention on this, but I think the attention I mean, it's kind of in the right direction, but it's not on the right place all the time, because we have bugs and masterworking exploits, duping, and all this kinds of stuff that's actively, you know, hurting the economy. People are getting scammed, losing their items, losing their gold. I mean, it's all about comparing that. Like, yes, it's nice that this bug got fixed in some ways. But other bugs that, in my opinion, I mean, this is objective, right? In my opinion, it's not objective. In my opinion, it's like there are worse bugs in the game. Yeah, I mean, okay, the game crashing, but this is something that's very hard to fix. I mean, this Elixir bug sounds like very easy to fix, right? It just probably just add like 3 extra zeros. Like, there's just other bugs that I think are, like, I mean, you just go on Diablo trade and you see all the dupes. Like, it's ridiculous. Can't even buy anything at trade. Yeah, because people are duping gold. They can dupe Occlt. They can even dupe these, well, this guy sent me on WeChat. They can even dupe the pale marks and shit. I don't know where this was. But you get the idea. Like, they can dupe whatever their heart desires. Yeah, here's the WeChat image that he sent me. So, obviously this doesn't say much, but like he has 1.5 million of the pale marks that he can dupe. But I think they're hunting down these dupes. It's just like, I mean, I don't know. We have dupes every season. I don't know if it's like impossible to fix because of the code base, or they just don't mind about the dupes too much other than other things, or they just don't have enough for people. Xenomorphs, thanks for the prime. Much appreciate the support. I mean, the dupe is definitely completely ruining the trading experience. Yeah, I mean, I agree that the Spiritborn itself was very cool. I had a ton of fun with Spiritborn. But the season theme and the state of the economy and the amount of bugs are definitely in a bad state. Is there a guide for duping? No. No guide. Don't do it. They're actively banning people for duping, guys, and so they should. Don't engage in the masterworking exploits or in any of the duping exploits. Like, obviously, this is all not intended. In-game system for trading. I mean, I've been advocating for this as long as I play the game. I've even asked about this before the game came out. But man, we just didn't get it. Season theme, state of the economy, bugs, buff whirlwind. Yeah, spin to win buffs. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Diablo 4 base game required. Oh, that's a cool video anyway. Music redesign. Oh, this was their initial trailer. Yeah, I remember the music here was not the yellow from the egg. But it certainly was cool. Since they're not fixing the economy, they should introduce upgrade routes. But the problem is, even with the sparks, guys, the sparks are being duped as well. It doesn't really help. I saw some people with like 6k sparks. Yeah, unnerving the Hoda bar would have been cool. Just be prepared. PoE is a lot slower compared to Diablo 4. So this is exactly what people said about Diablo 4 at the start.
The game constantly crashes. Everyone is duping everything. Literally nothing is done about it for over a month. Everyone starts logging in to try the Elixir bug and the entire Blizzard team immediately logs in and patches it.
Well, I mean, I don't really think it requires that many people to fix this bug. Like, there are 2 extra zeros, they delete the 2 extra zeros. The duping problem is definitely more complicated. Because there's like 10 different methods how to dupe, and they all revolve around some like weird stuff with like, you know, like plugging off your Ethernet cable, like doing something on the PlayStation, hacking the game. I don't know, man. It's like much easier to fix. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a dev, but I imagine it's much easier to fix a typo where the Elixir just gives you 100x life rather than fixing like the 20 different dupe methods that there are. Right? So I don't think you're being entirely fair with that. But yes, it gives the sentiment to some players, for sure. I don't think it's that easy, Medic. No way. People think, yeah, why can't they just fix the dupes? Duh. Well, the answer is it's not that easy to fix the dupes, probably. I mean, have you seen some of those duping methods? It's fucking ridiculous what they're doing. I don't know if they can even fix the hard cause. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can do it, but it's like... Let's just say there was a couple people that said, like, I can just, like, fix the dupes, duh. I don't think it's that easy. Oh, this is the thing? The Christmas event is gonna end before Christmas, though. Oh, yeah, wait. I think they sent me here... There's been some data mined goblins for Christmas events. This one here, 20 hours ago. Holiday treasure goblins. This has been data mined by Wowhead, guys. Have you seen any of these? Maybe they're going to be talking about this. So maybe this was not the only Christmas event. Blizzard has added treasury bags and all rarities within the last patch, including Mythic Unique and Mythic Normal Unique treasure bags. We currently don't know if or how these can be obtained. However, their internal names, LTE Holiday Goblin Cache, have one thing in common. They all imply that treasure bags are tied to a limited time holiday event in 2024. The treasure bags shown above are not the only ones Blizzard added with the patch. We've discovered many more treasure bags in the code containing various items, such as runes. You see here, there's a mythic treasure bag that might still be coming. Maybe it's a Thanksgiving event for next week. I mean, maybe. I've got a link to the article here. You can check it yourself too. It's also possible that these goblins and their rewards are not in-game yet. Previous events, such as the running of the goblins, will provide increased goblin density in Sanctuary. While the Midwinter Blood event has added the festive Red Claw cohort, no mention was made to treasure goblins. So we have to wait a bit longer. I mean, if we get some bags like this, that'd be a pretty cool event. I mean, chances are, guys, we're going to learn about it in an hour, right? If it's real, I mean, they can just patch in anything, right? Maybe this is for next Christmas, next year's Christmas. The dupes are a core in-game engine issue. They can't fix it that easy. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking now as well, because they weren't able to fix it in 1.5 years. That's why earlier I was asking Rob, compounding runewords would be any good. I mean, I like the concept of runewords. Making dungeons great again. Those bags will be rarer than max aspects. I don't know, I think it's those max aspects that are pretty rare. Thanks for the kind words, Jack. Bags with all the mythics? Maybe. That'd be dope. All the mythics. Let's get them, friends. I want my codex full. I mean, they kind of look like Santa, yes? Holding the bags. Come on, a little bit. This is ho, 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 Christmas Santa. Paragon's the end, it was a lot of effort. Well, but you got a ton of XP buffs, and you also got the anti-venom craziness that helped you out. But yeah, it's still gonna take long. Congratulations on 300, man. That's still a massive achievement. Let's go. Yeah, we don't want to make the game pay to win. I mean, in terms of trading and duping, it's already something similar to that, at least. Like, people are already going ham on this. It's gonna be a sick evening. They're eating the treasure bags. Maybe. Yeah, I think at some point we gotta consume some PoE videos, because I don't know shit about the game. Do you have a solution for the USB problem? D4 is killing my headset. Dude, wait, this is exactly the problem that I have. Whenever I launch Diablo 4 and we go in a loading screen, sometimes my entire like keyboard, my microphone is unplugging. Do you have the same issue? Because I only have this when I'm running Diablo 4. That's crazy. Exactly the same issue here. I don't have a fix. Mute system sound. Dude, like... I thought I was the only one with that problem. Yeah, PoE has a lot in it. Well, I have this problem now. Like, it's basically, like, since this patch, it's causing, like, sometimes, occasionally in the loading screen, my PC would freeze for 3 seconds, and it would unplug my USB stuff. I don't know why. Not always. I have a fixed logout. Yeah, like logging out of Diablo 4 helps for sure. But that's not really a permanent solution, is it? Not from my side anyway. Yeah, look at this skill here, for example. This is the kind of graphics that you can expect. Hello? Look at these. Bruh. I mean, that looks fucking good, yes? Look at the quality on the explosions. That's crazy. That's really crazy. They cooked, man.
You can use Rampage by itself to travel a short distance, or do some mauling first to
Still
build
digging
some
the
raid and
Druid,
travel a
man.
significant distance. Now,
Dude, he's
while
getting
the bear is
pounded.
big and strong, this isn't a pure strength class. You don't have as much armor as a warrior would have. In order to protect itself from larger packs, you might want to consider a skill like Furious Slam. This skill is all about stunning rather than damage, so it's
Dude.
quite useful if you're
That Druid has been eating good.
smaller monsters and just need to get out of there.
I mean, the D4 Druid is awesome as well, but it just feels really weak.
Of course, like any PoE 2 character, you can always use a dodge roll to get out of danger, since the bear is the slowest
Dude, yeah, and when I played, like, you can dodge all the time.
of the druid's forms.
It's no cooldown.
Making sure the dodge feels reliable and can get you out of any situation is paramount. When you dodge an animal form, your character instantly transforms back with no time penalty,
that's
so that you
pretty
can
sick.
get out of the way. You can even interrupt a mistimed transformation.
The
halfway
DPS
through.
Druid, like just like in
Of course,
Diablo
doing
4.
This will mean you pay the slight time cost of having to transform back again, but it's certainly a lot better than dying. Something interesting about the skill is that it's faster to use if you're already standing up. If you're on all fours when you use Furious Slam, then the bear has to stand up first before slamming back down. But use Maul first and the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow up with Furious Slam and your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient.
Now that's pretty cool though. 17 damage? Yeah, about that.
Next up, I want to talk about Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a bear meta skill gem. It allows you to take any Warcry skill that another class like the Warrior...
Wait, it has a meta tag? So they already know this is meta, or what? Or meta is metamorph? No, it's shapeshift. It says it right here. Starting off with Necro, proper GG minion build. False advertising in the end in Path of Exile, you press one button, the entire screen evaporates. Well, that's most of the ARPGs in the end, right? Flash Spiritborn would have cleared Pit 130 at the time this bear finishes his 10 foes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Can we tell which character level he is in this footage?
And allow you to use it as a bear.
Does it not say the character level anywhere? I don't even know what level he is. I do have a Whirlwind build, yeah. You can check it out right here.
I'm going to take the Seismic Cry gem and socket it into Ferocious Roar. You can actually socket more than one Warcry and use them all together, but let's just stick to one for now. Seismic Cry pushes enemies back and has some stun chance.
Setup looks nice, bro. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, MK Ultra. Much appreciated. Glad you like it. Let's go.
Is for a mechanic called Exerted Attacks. If there are any heavily stunned enemies in range of the Warcry, then your next slam skill will be powered to do double the number of slams. First, I use Furious Slam to stun these enemies. Next, I follow up with Seismic Cry and get the Exerted Attack. And then I slam again.
Some combo attacks.
See how 2 slams triggered? So,
man, he's been eating good.
How about we try that again using Rampage? First, get a bit of rage. Slam to stun the enemies, Seismic Cry to get the exert, and then rampage around to do insane amounts of damage.
I mean, it looks really cool. But it also looks really slow. But then again, I think people were criticizing exactly this for Diablo 4 at the beginning as well. You guys remember... I don't know what's the first thing we saw about Diablo. Something at BlizzCon or Games. No, it was BlizzCon. And it also looked rather slow at the very beginning. It's gonna be fast in the endgame, ultimately, trust. Yeah. I think most ARPGs are starting like kind of slow early on and then going much faster. Did he fart stun those enemies? What?
Around to do insane amounts of damage. So we've covered some of the bear side of the Druid.
What, where?
Slam to stun the enemies, Seismic Cry to get the exert, and then rampage around to do insane amounts of damage. So we've covered some of the bear side of the Druid, but how is he as a spellcaster? Now, of course, we want to maximize the amount of time you spend in your animal forms, so most of the spells targeted at the Druid tend to be things that last a long time or provide tactical options on the battlefield. The first and probably simplest of these is Lightning Storm. Cast it on the ground.
Yo, just like in D4, Lightning Storm, boys.
You get an area where monsters are continuously struck by bolts of lightning. The bolts don't do much damage, but they shock monsters, which is a debuff that increases all damage on them, meaning it's a great spell to use before going in as a bear.
That's the Lightning Storm Druid in Path of Exile.
That's going to increase your damage, but as I mentioned before, the bear form of the Druid could use some defenses as well. The bear in particular is the slowest attacking of the Druid's forms. He hits hard, but if he gets swarmed too much, it will result in your death. That's why Tornado is so useful. Tornado sucks monsters in, allowing you to split up packs and deal with groups separately, or pin monsters in place and set up combos with your other skills. The Tornado doesn't really move big monsters much, so you can actually...
Yeah, it does look slow, but I think they said the same thing. We said the same thing about Diablo 4 at the start, right? Like, we were comparing it to Diablo 3 or to Diablo 2 with, like, perma-teleport and Enigma. And I think even in Diablo 3, you could, like, perma-dash and stuff. And people said exactly this in Diablo 4, yes? But it looks very fluid. It looks, like, very, like, powerful, a bit more slow-paced. I mean, I guess it's also about... the kind of character that you play. Because I played the warrior in my playthrough. I can show you some footage in a bit.
We'll use it to separate a boss from its minions too. The Druid also has the ability to summon animal companions. This is another really useful defense because wolves can take aggro from you.
I mean, that volcano looks a little small, yes? Look at this.
Ability to summon animal companions.
I mean, that's not a volcano. This is like something you built in school. What?
This is another...
It's a bit small, no?
The really useful defense because wolves can take aggro from you, keeping monsters
What the
away.
fuck is it even doing?
In addition, the wolves howl as they are summoned, putting a temporary debuff on enemies that
Yeah,
makes
they are
them
the
vulnerable to
boys.
critical strikes, and giving you a reason to resummon them in combat. The last druid spell we're going to talk about today is Volcano. You can cast it quickly like this and it will spawn just a few projectiles.
This is like
Or
a
you can
tiny,
hold down
tiny
the button to
volcano.
channel it for longer, which will make it fire a whole bunch of projectiles when it spawns, doing a lot more damage. The Volcano sticks around firing its little projectiles for a long time, so it's another good skill to cast before turning into a bear. Now, the reason you're going to want to turn into a bear after using Volcano is that any slam near the Volcano results in it spewing out even more projectiles.
Okay, I like that part. Basically, yeah, you slam into the volcano. Okay, this is cool.
And if you thought that was a lot, then Rampage is even better, because it does 2 slams every time it hits the ground. And you can run around the volcano.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I always still like the volcano to be a bit bigger.
Now, if you've been paying attention, you might have realized that this is going to be extra good with Seismic Cry, which we were using earlier to double the number of slams. So, first we're going to cast Volcano. Then Furious Slam till you stun something, Seismic Cry to get the double slams, then Rampage around while the Volcano spews out a stupid number of projectiles. This combo would have been even better
So can you have multiple volcanoes?
if we'd remembered to
Yeah,
cast
the volcano. This is like not the first thing that comes in mind. The volcano is cute. Why is it so tiny, man? I think it should be like triple the size. That would look like much cooler.
a Lightning Storm first.
It already looks cool, but it's a bit too small.
But getting time for that seems tricky. It would also have been nice if the monsters were affected by the crit debuff that my wolves do. when I
1
first
hour
summon
left,
them.
guys, for
This is
D4
where
update.
some meta gems to automate some elements can come in handy. Here's a gem called Cast While Channeling. If we add Lightning Storm to the skill, we can cast it automatically while we channel a volcano as we set up our combo. Cast While Channeling is an ongoing effect, so enabling the skill will cost us Spirit, which is a new resource in PoE 2 used specifically for these kinds of skills. If you look at the top left of the screen as we channel, we can see the energy building up to cast the Lightning Storm. So long as we channel Volcano for long enough, the Lightning Storm will also be cast on the same
Is
target.
he like bleeding?
Currently, Cast While Channeling is active in reserving Spirit in both our
He's
human
the new
and bear
druid.
forms. This means that any channeling skills we use as a bear technically will also cast the Lightning Storm. We can actually do this with Rampage right now, but it's not the best because we would prefer to stack the Lightning Storm on top of our Volcano, rather than just casting it randomly.
So there's like a lot of optimization in your like skill outputs. It like almost reminds me a bit of the rune systems as well, where you have like all these trigger runes in D4 now, and the more runes you rock, like you get like skills from other classes. Well, this is like specific skills to proc concussive storm or like whatever earthquakes. The druid is not overweight. Yeah, it's a normal looking druid.
There's where Rampage
They didn't make it obese.
is round. We're also unnecessarily reserving Spirit in our bear form we could be using for something else. So let's fix that.
It was good.
I'm going to go into the skill options for the skill and disable it in my bear form. We showed at ExileCon how you could use skill options to control which weapon set to use when casting skills. But you can also use the same interface to enable or disable which buffs you would like to have active in your different weapon sets too, without having to recast them all the time. And shapeshifting counts as a weapon set. Now when I
Okay, it definitely gets pretty complicated, man, with like how many things you can do.
change to a bear, the effect and the spirit reservation goes away. And when I change back to a human again, it's back automatically. So, now that we have some extra spirit available as a bear, why don't we make our life a little bit easier by automating one of our other skills? This is the Cast on Melee Stun meta gem.
Dude, I like this automation.
I'm going to put Summon Wolf in Cast on Melee Stun, so that whenever I stun a sufficient number of enemies while I'm a bear, it will summon another wolf. This is great, because usually when I'm stunning, it's because I'm about to
That's
do my
dope.
exerted attack slam combo.
Sure.
When wolves come out, they howl, adding the crit debuff to the monsters, right when I need it. It also helps keep my wolves alive and summoned at all times without me having to do it manually.
You're just gonna one-shot all these eventually, yeah? You want an overweight Cereborn? Good.
So, last but not least, let's talk about the skill tree. At ExileCon, we showed how you could dual spec your character so that different weapons can use different passives. Well, as I said before, the bear form counts as another weapon set for specialization purposes, so he gets a tree too. If I open my passive tree, you can see how I'm near a melee.
Yo guys, this is the PoE tree. It can get a little complicated. This is the meme material. This is where half the people quit the game. They open the skill tree and they're like, nah. I mean, it's kind of a blessing and a curse. I mean, there's certainly a lot.
Cluster and
my brain just exploded.
Spell damage cluster. By holding shift, I can allocate these passives in my human form, and these ones as a bear. Now, when I change between human and bear form, my passives reallocate automatically.
Bruh.
So, here we are at the Blind Beast. The goblins have enslaved a huge behemoth and gouged out its eyes. Now they're sending it in to fight you while they watch.
What have they done to this creature?
It's not as complicated as it looks. I think it's even more complicated than it looks. Like, if you want to go deep in it, it's even more complicated than it looks. Dude, man, these small critters are cheering them on. Now, there's no way 90% of people will follow a guide. I think the number is less than 50% even. Do you think like casual gamer dad playing the game is going to follow a guide? That's not going to happen. They don't even know, like they don't even go on any guides. No, not 90. There's no way 90% of people in D4 follow a guide. But yeah, a lot of people following guides for sure, but not 90%. Notice how he doesn't get one shot yet. Campfire chat is in 57 minutes. He doesn't get one shot yet. Looks pretty cool.
Is Evade still the best farming build to get to 300?
Yes, by far.
Suffering ends here. Shameful.
And there we have it. With a little bit of customization, we have a build that can combine many different active skills to do some really interesting effects. At the same time, your skill tree reconfigures automatically at the right time, and your buffs reconfigure automatically as well. You can even cast certain skills.
It's all on auto mode, guys.
But we also haven't lost the dynamics of combat. Many skills interact with each other, and the ones you choose to use at any different moment depend a lot on what enemies you face or what situation you're in right at this moment. And at just the right time, you might be able to combine all your skills in one crazy combo.
It definitely looks cool, but it also looks slow.
Do some crazy damage. Now, these are just some of the skills targeted at the Druid in PoE 2. We didn't even show you the wolf form yet. There's a lot more to play and experience. And
look at this roll. Look at the bear roll.
We didn't even show you the wolf form yet. There's a lot more to play and experience. And in PoE 2.
Bro, that looks amazing.
We didn't even show you the wolf form yet. There's a lot more to play and experience. We didn't even
Dude. Yes. You can do this with no cooldown, man. Look at this guy. Broop. Ja, that looks dope, man. Purzelbaum, ja, genau.
To letting you guys try it out when we go into beta on June 7th.
This is gonna be on December 6th. Oh, dude, the OG date was June, guys. Yeah, they delayed it twice. Hopefully they don't delay it again today, but I don't think so. I think they're done delaying. I'm rolling everywhere, man. Yeah, my druid, he keeps rolling. Easy. No, we can't wait, man.
They should adjust the D4 Druid to roll for their evade animation.
The Druid will roll. Wait, what is this? Hey, Gianni, are you here? Winnie Pooh is rolling. Why you posted twice? Why is D4 Jake Paul? What? Good shit. Ah, I see. Okay, I see. Yeah, it should be this, right? D4 is the old veteran. Man, it doesn't have to be a fight. You guys all are blind. Dang. Jake, 100%. Choose your destiny. They kissed? What? It didn't.
Hello, in the central winter celebration. Why is the many cindering much the very numbers high? When Bloody Virgin, killing, the. Brought to you by AliExpress Automatic Translate.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that sounds about right. AliExpress Automated Translator. Oh boy. It's a bug. Sorcerer is good in PoE? Yes, a Sorcerer is called Witch in Path of Exile, and I'll show you some gameplay. I have it on my external drive. I can get it later. I played like 2 hours of Path of Exile. I could show you some gameplay. It's gonna be lit. Yeah, I did patch the Elixir bug. Actually, he's gonna lock out. I don't want my sound to disconnect again. What did I say about the armory last time?
Underperforming legendaries and uniques. Here's an example with an aspect, Battle Mad. You can see here in the before.
Chat enabled on Twitch, so twitch.tv/Diablo if you're watching on other channels and stuff like that.
They did talk about the armory here in the Q&A.
Specific questions, but feel free to drop in any questions. We'll try to get through as many as we can here. Again, this is just kind of an abbreviation. I get it. We took a little bit of a break from streaming, so it kind of makes sense. So
the setup was so cool, though.
We'll be back pretty quickly. But I know our first question that we have is related to ancestral items. We get a lot of questions about ancestral items. I've seen a lot of questions. Oh, this earpiece is driving me nuts. Question number one, Adam, fix your earpiece. There's a plant right here, which you guys can't see, so I'm like having to read the screen. Any updates?
The room there in here, I was there. It's a very small room, actually. What is this soulstone, actually? It's a small room.
Ancestral items. Do you guys have any updates or news to share regarding that?
Yeah, I know we saw a lot of confusion in terms of maxing out a lot of the Codex of Power. In X1, we actually added roughly what we call ranks, 5 ranks, to a lot of the legendary aspects that were ancestral only. And I know that caused a lot of confusion. So currently how it works is ancestral items have a higher upper bounds on the rank that you can achieve for that aspect. And we have seen quite a bit of people struggling to max out their aspects. Generally, that was the goal, is that we do want to grind, right? Like we think it's good that you can sort of get an aspect right away, but we like that once you have that play style assembled, we still want things that you need to work on. That being said, we think it's a little bit too aggressive right now, so we are going to be making some changes, which we will detail next week, in terms of how that actually works, but just know that currently...
Okay, so that's the first thing, guys. They're going to be talking about how we can get more ancestral items. That's definitely going to happen. That's very good. I even forgot about this, so it's good to check this again.
Ancestral items are the sort of where you find the max rank of a lot of those aspects. But you
they'll
can still
buff
find them on anything else that isn't ancestral.
Rip anti-venom,
the lower version.
Yep. I know, and we'll be talking more about ancestral items next week.
Today.
Yeah, the drop rates.
Yeah, a lot of stuff regarding that.
Sounds like they're going to buff it a lot.
Any plans? This is I'm taking a few questions from the forums and of course chat, because we did post this on the forums beforehand. Urza from the forum says, can we get boss materials to stack like runes or maybe even higher? Are there any plans for something like that?
That'd be sick.
Yeah, we are looking into it. There's things on our side in terms of like storage and duping that we're a little bit worried about, but we're looking at making a change.
Oh, you said duping they're worried about. Well, I mean, people can dupe the current ones when they stack to 50. They will dupe them just the same when they go to 100. It's just the quality of life for the normal players that don't dupe.
Sometime in the longer future.
But yeah.
Question from a couple people like Archangel 890 and I'm not gonna Dragonage says any chances that you guys will potentially change like XP gain, maybe the growth to Paragon 300? Is there any plans on maybe making adjustments or tuning specifically on that end?
Currently not at the moment. I think it's something we're monitoring though in terms of the feedback. We do like that you can get just about everything within the first 200 Paragon levels, and everything from there has a pretty steep diminishing return in terms of power. So what we...
Yeah, so chat, how do you feel about the Paragon cap? You know, your Paragon only goes up to 5 boards. After playing the Season 6 patch, how do you feel about the Paragon cap? Is it good that it's capped, or would you like it to be uncapped? Because right now, it basically, like, up to 250 Paragons, you're really getting a benefit. After that, it's not really a big deal anymore, and you are capped in your choices. But the problem is, if they do it uncapped, then becoming Paragon 300 is such a massive power spike, you know? Like, if you uncap it, everybody's gonna go for 8 Paragon boards. Maybe even 9. Yeah, the uncapped boards would add more value to grinding to 300. Yeah, that's definitely a fact. But is that a good thing? Because then you kind of feel like you're obligated to invest, because it's going to take quite some hours. Like, not everybody is going to get to 300 every season, and it's going to take quite some hours getting there. I'm a bit on the fence on this. I can definitely see both sides. I personally don't like the cap. I don't think we should have any caps like that in the game. Like, it's limiting players' choices. But I can see it from a casual perspective where you think like, yeah, I'm never going to get to 300 Paragon. It's way too much time invested. So I can't, like, you know, finish my builds because I can't get 8 Paragon boards when I'm only 200 Paragons. So I can, like, see both sides. I personally still think it should not be kept. I like being OP. Locking skins behind it sucks. I think the skin is fine. The skin is not even that crazy that you get from 300 Paragon. And also, if you really set yourself to... like, if you really want to get to Paragon 300, you will get to Paragon 300. Like, it's just a matter of time. Like, you need to invest about 100 hours of time into playing experience. Maybe actually less if you're doing, with all the XP buffs that you have, it's probably less than 50 hours to get to Paragon 300. If you have an endgame character. Well, and you're playing Spiritborn. You shouldn't be mad that you're not gonna get there if you're a casual player. That's just the life of a casual player. You can't expect to be at the same power as somebody who plays a lot. Yeah, but the power difference can be like minimal. Yeah, we can do the calculation, guys. You, for 500 hours played, you're only at 288. But yeah, you didn't really focus on farming XP, Earth Ninja. I mean, for example, I have been Paragon 300 for like a month now. I think it took like a bit less than 2 weeks. Like 100 hours. Was it like 120 hours? Or something. And I was not even focused on it. Like, you can definitely do it below 100 hours if you just focus on, you know, like doing pit runs. Like, we were doing like all kinds of things. We're doing the Undercity, we were doing the Dark Citadel, and all this kinds of stuff. I mean, there's no way you're focused on Paragon XP and you have 500 hours played and you're still not Paragon 300. Like, then you're doing something wrong. Like, you maybe were farming Paragons in Helltide, but the way to farm Paragon is do pits. With 500 hours, you can play 5 times to 300. Is the expansion worth it? I mean, if you like the game, the expansion is definitely 100 hours of fun minimum. I would say even more, actually. Ultimately, it's even more. Oh yeah, he doesn't play Spiritborn. Yeah, okay. But even then, you just need to do speedruns. You need to do 60-second runs, however high you can go. If it's level 70 pits, you do level 70 pits in 60 seconds. You don't want to do anything above 90 seconds. But yeah, anyways, on the Paragon, I'm a bit on the fence. They're very much on the fence.
We don't want to say to you all is like you need to grind 200 hours to unlock your build and do all the things that are sort of playstyle defining, which we...
But I missed it.
People like Archangel 890 and says, any chances that you guys will potentially change like XP gain, maybe the growth to Paragon 300? Is there any plans on maybe making adjustments or tuning specifically on that end?
Currently not at the moment. I think it's something we're monitoring though.
Okay, so they're basically not changing the Paragon next patch, guys. It's not going to happen.
So the feedback, we do like that you can get just about everything within the first 200 Paragon levels, and everything from there has a pretty steep diminishing return in terms of power. So what we don't want to say to you all is like you need to grind 200 hours to unlock your build and do all the things that are sort of playstyle defining.
They're not going to do it.
Define as like the sort of glyphs and the legendary nodes. So we've seen actually a lot of positive feedback that like you can get your build online and that you still have something to work towards. The sooner we sort of short circuit that Paragon grind, the more we sort of get back to that pre-expansion 1 state where you just don't get anything from killing monsters because you're Paragon 300 in the first 2 weekends. So currently, you know, we're looking at monitoring it and we're super open to the feedback, but so far we've seen a good amount of positivity around it.
I think it's kind of in line with what you're talking about with the legendary powers, right? How like those last 5 ranks are on ancestral items only, and so our idea is like, we want you to get your build online and play the way you want within a pretty quickly or whatever, but then you have something to work towards like incrementally to become stronger and stronger, and that we're okay with taking a long time.
Totally.
Again, I can see it from their perspective, right? Like, for a casual player, they do not want to feel obligated to get to Paragon 300. They just want to log in, play the game for an hour, and then log out again. That's it. So they don't need to, you know, play for 200 hours to get to Paragon 300. But you see how he mentions 200 hours to get to 300. Like, it's not the target to take 500 hours. And it does not take 500 hours to get to Paragon 300. That's outrageous. Like, I probably have like 200 hours played, maybe 300 hours with my Barb combined. And I've been Paragon 300 again for like over a month. So you're definitely not doing, I mean, I have an XP farming guide. Like, if you want to farm XP, you need to do this. I'm not sure like what you're doing, but 500 hours in and you're not Paragon 300 and you said you focus on XP, that's not the game's problem. I was happy with 2 million HP on Bob. After clearing Pit 150, I've been playing hardcore. Yeah, there you go. Oh wait, EXP? Yeah, 120 hours. I don't know. What's the video? Okay, this is the video. Sorry, guys. It's not XP, it's EXP. I'm going to link it. Sorry, this is the correct link, YouTube. My biggest gripe for D4 is the grind for no gear upgrades. Yeah, and they're going to address this. You are definitely right with that, Luke. I agree with you, and so does the dev team. They're going to be looking at the aspects, and they're looking to change it. We can watch the PoE 2 monk. I mean, we'll see the Campfire chat's going to go live in 9 minutes, I believe.
As long as it's not like cutting you off from the build at all.
Right? Yeah, it's about getting you into the fun and like making sure that your build is blasting.
Getting into the
fun. Have things to sort of use that build to blast for.
Yeah. Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, and I think there's like the other thing that people are probably forgetting about is like we do have these events coming up and stuff, which also benefit some of the XP and everything like that, which will be a good opportunity for players to like be able to, you know.
So yeah, the Mother's Blessing is still running, right? Right now, you still have Mother's Blessing. So if you still want to grind to 300, if you're still not there, there's another XP break to go for it. Ey, Kasum, Grüße gehen raus, Mann. Wie sieht's aus? Heute dicke News, überall. Fahrt ins Exil und Teufel 4. Dicke News. Yo, Paolo, we're gonna take a break in 9 minutes when the stream is live. Ish.
They really want, because there, as we've seen, there is a reward for getting to Paragon 300 and stuff. So if it allows players that opportunity to kind of use those events to be able to boost that, and we have obviously Red Cloak Horror stuff coming up here, and of course we have
there is a reward, like there's Mount Trophy.
There's blessings, so there's.
It looks pretty cool. It's the Soulstone, the same one that is right there. Oh, you don't see it now. Right there. That's the Soulstone that you get for 300, but in-game as a mount trophy. Not the IRL version.
Opportunities to help with some of that.
Hey, mir geht's gut, Kasuma, dankeschön.
XP based.
Today is a great day.
Off of those events specifically. So, there is a question regarding materials again. You know, can we expect any additional buffs for drop rates on Rawhide, Iron, Forgotten Souls, anything like that?
Yeah, so actually it is in the mid-season, but we did buff Legion events. I know that was a personal favorite of a lot of folks. For the mid-season, for Season 7, we're taking a look at just sort of buffing the various sources and also really drilling down on like what are the bottlenecks players are having and iterating towards that. There's no major changes coming in Season 7, like we're not going to quadruple the amount of materials across the game. But
wait, what? Oh, just about the materials, yes.
Changes coming on like what are the bottlenecks.
Dude, I think they quoted this out of context.
Players are having and iterating towards that.
This was quoted out of context.
There's no major changes coming in Season 7, like we're not going to quadruple the amount.
He's only talking about the materials.
Of materials across the game, but it is something, again, in the spirit of like tightening the things that we have. We are actively looking at a lot of the material inflows and outflows, and we want to give you the tools to sort of get the materials that you're looking for. We're sort of what we're trying to do is ensure that there are things that you still care about, right? And you still want to grind. It's still.
I really hope that the PTR is not going to be at the same time when Path of Exile launches.
Spirit of like. It's walking.
But knowing them, like having this at the same time and then that at the same time, oof. Even though PoE was supposed to launch like way earlier, right? I mean, PoE is the one that got delayed. Like PoE was supposed to launch like in November 15th.
Of there are things to work
like
towards
last week,
without it feeling super tedious. So that's what we're trying to tighten and work towards.
There is a question regarding this from. Remsterma says, do you have any plans on start bringing in new mid-season mechanics? I think for that more so, I would expect like larger mechanics, content changes and stuff like that to happen around new seasons.
The thing is, like in the past, we had Season 2, Abattoir's Year. You could call it new mechanic. It was a complete new endgame that they did for the mid-season patches. We also had the Gauntlet coming mid-season 3, so they definitely have stopped this. And I don't like the development. Like, it was better I think, to have fresh content in the mid-season on top of all the stuff that we got, rather than having no new content. Season 2 and Season 3 definitely have been examples for this. And I mean, I personally really liked the Abattoir of Zir. And while I didn't like the Gauntlet, I think the idea of having like content and trying out some new content, some new endgame specifically, was very cool. But here they basically confirmed the mid-season patch is not going to have new content. Like, that's not planned, at least. Season 2 was great, man. So I think that's a bad development. I don't like this. Obviously, less content is never good.
Changes and stuff like that to happen around new seasons, as opposed to a mid-season update. I think we look at taking mid-season updates, making tweaks to balance items or
so no new content
anything that we're hearing feedback from, so that we can spend most of our concentration and focus on really putting in some of these newer type of content pieces around new seasons specifically.
Yeah, I think that going forward is mid-season is a time to...
You shouldn't count that as mid-season content. Dude, the Abattoir of Seer was amazing. It was a reason for players to come back for the mid-season update. If you don't have new content, if it's quote-unquote just balance changes, it's not really motivating players to play the season longer or to like play the season again if they already quit the game. But ever, if they have new content to try out, like the Gauntlet or like Abattoir of Zir, I think there's a way higher percentage of the player base that obviously returns, right? So the player retention is way better if you have new content. Yeah, Abattoir of Zir would motivate. I think it... I talked to a lot of people when it came out, and obviously it wasn't perfect, right? And a lot of, especially casual players, didn't really like the Abattoir of Zir. But that doesn't change the fact that it was actually some cool content that people, or at least some fresh content that people got to try. Obviously people have opinions about it.
To just like tweak and iterate and use rework existing things, but we're really putting all of our bucks on like bigger upheavals, larger changes, lots of new
Abattoir of Machism,
stuff into the beginning of the season. So next week will be pretty exciting. We got a lot of new stuff coming in, but that's where we're kind of
targeting. That's today, boys. That's today.
Big moment and exciting time.
It's going to be very exciting. Let's go.
There is a question from Casual Dragon regarding Undercity drops and asking, is there any plans to potentially fix those, make those better, specifically on that end?
Yeah, so this sort of leads into...
Guys, Undercity is still bugged to this day, right? Okay, I didn't check after this patch, but after the mid-season patch, I already did Undercity and didn't get rewards.
Dude, there are some Ancestral drop rate changes that we want to talk about next week, but in general, what that'll mean is all the loot across the game will generally get better. So it is something that we're working on.
I'm about to take this earpiece and throw it across the room because it just keeps popping out and it's driving me insane. That's a question from Pez Radar. Question from Finamdar says, Diablo, any stability fixes coming? Been seeing a whole lot more crashes since the last couple patches. I will say that we've been we can actually see whenever a player series. We can actually see whenever a player actually crashes. We know it. We get logs from it on our end. I know that the engineering team here has been doing a ton of work on working to get
the earpieces
the game more stable. You've probably seen a bunch of different small client patches go out. We actually just re-enabled like DLSS in a client patch that went out yesterday. There are additional changes and more reviewing that's being done from our side to ensure that the game is running.
PTR, well, hopefully not simultaneously to Path of Exile, but they already confirmed, or they're going to talk about it here, I think. It's going to be after Thanksgiving, but let's hear.
Very stable, so expect to see more of that as we get through this season and, of course, into next season, because our goal is to make sure, baseline, everyone can jump in without any of these types of issues and everything. And shout out to our engineering team. I know they've been working long and hard on figuring all this stuff out. They've been... that's like their top priority right now.
They actually, behind the scenes, we even collaborate with them a lot on actively.
Why so Blue Panda Bear? Any chance on Tempering Skulls can be used more than once? Investing time to finally get a rare drop.
There it is,
and it
Tempering.
kind of doesn't feel too great. Any thoughts on tempering scrolls, how that's been going?
Rick.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something we hear a lot of feedback on, and it's something that we're sort of taking an incremental approach, right? Like with the X1 or the expansion 1 changes, we made it so that a lot of the recipes are 3. We also added, of course, the scroll of tempering or restoration in expansion 1 to see how that sort of changes things. So we're just really taking a measured approach. If we see still there's a lot of feedback that it just still isn't hitting that mark, we're absolutely
just
open
more
to
feedback,
changing
guys.
things like potentially letting it be used more than once, and we're just sort of monitoring at this point.
Bricks for Harambe.
We are getting questions about the armory.
Okay, here it is.
Stay tuned. TM soon. TM.
Dude, it's gonna be today.
We'll have information on that. As you guys know, that has been in development. It's something that we've already confirmed.
It has been in development. It's done.
I will be talking more about it here soon. TM.
It's gonna be today, guys.
So
listen to what he says. How many more hints? Look at his face.
We are getting questions about the armory. Stay tuned. TM soon. TM. We'll have information on that. As you guys know, that has been in development. It's something that we've already confirmed about. I will be talking more about it here soon. TM. Keep your eyes peeled. Is that the term? Keep your eyes peeled.
Season of the Armory login.
I was just saying that stay tuned.
TM is trademark. It's gonna be today, guys.
That we have before we head off is Hole's transition says, will Dance and Knives get buffs? And
do you not know
Soon
TM from Blizzard? You should Google this. It's a meme. Because it always takes longer.
Etc. When you're spinning to win with your knives and stuff, is there any way of
any
plans of potentially having them seamlessly move around around a dungeon or something like that from that?
Nothing on my radar right now, but that's a good note to take.
It's a good note to take. It's a good note to take. Rogues want to spin.
I think they even buffed it in the mid-season.
When?
And
I am
never
playing
stop,
it. I know.
ever.
You have to do all this setup and snapshot, and then you have to open the door. So we do know.
I hate the snapshotting, man.
Yeah. So
fuck.
We'll see. Well, stay tuned. It's another thing to stay tuned.
Now we need a real season theme.
Again, thanks again everyone for jumping in, providing questions and everything from our end. We will have patch notes later this week, so stay tuned.
The patch notes are already out, and the patch is already out. And today, guys, soon TM Armory. Man, I don't think you can make it any more obvious than that, right? Soon TM. So they should be live now. Not yet. So let's look at the PTR date, guys. So we know, I don't know like when he said it in the stream, but he said after Thanksgiving. The Campfire chat is in 27 minutes. He said, didn't he not say after Thanksgiving? I didn't catch it in the stream. But I believe they said after Thanksgiving or not around Thanksgiving. So I'm not expecting it next week. The earliest it can happen is on the 3rd. It's usually a Tuesday, right? So the earliest is the 3rd. I mean, okay, technically it can still be the 26th, but they specifically said they're not going to be there for Thanksgiving and stuff. So they said something about not a Thanksgiving week. So it's the 3rd or the 10th of December. I really hope it's the 10th. But when is Blizzard on holidays? They have their Christmas break usually around the same time. Man. Okay, so this is where PoE 2 launches. And 3rd or 10th? Oh man, chances are, guys, it's gonna be at the same time. Oof. Do you think it's gonna be at the same time or on the 10th? I hope it's gonna be 2 weeks. The 10th is the better date. 10th for a week, but even then. He said something like the stream is a bit earlier relative to the start of PTR, so I think 2 weeks away or something. Wait, what stream? Nah, the 17th is going to be over Christmas. I think the 17th is highly unlikely because it's going to be Christmas. I don't think they work on Christmas. The Elixir has been fixed. Well, I really like the Spiritborn, but the seasonal theme. The season theme wasn't really that crazy. You don't think they're working now? No, they're definitely working, dude. They just patched the Elixir. Now, well, you can still do 150 very easy. Just play the one-shot build. On the 6th is Path of Exile. They don't launch the PTRs on Friday. If anything, it would be on the 3rd or on the 10th. Tuesday, guys, we always have more damage on Tuesdays. So they're going to launch these patches and stuff on Tuesdays. They're not going to launch it on a Friday, suddenly. It's not going to happen. More damage on Tuesdays. Well, I was kind of expecting the Campfire to be live. I'm just saying, yeah. Make Warwind great again. Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back a second. And then we'll be here. This is the art design. A new video that I just put out. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, get a snack. Well, and then hopefully this Campfire starts.
We're in a really dense jungle with a game camera that's below the canopy.
Holy low.
I've never built anything this complicated in an isometric game.
Campfire delay due to Adam's earpiece. Unlucky. Be right back a sec.
The overall art direction for Diablo 4 was this dark gothic vibe. We knew people had a lot of fond memories for D2. It was really about how do you bring back a little bit more of that seriousness, but with a new twist. The environment art team on Diablo 4 is comprised of lighters, level artists, prop and interactive artists, and dungeon artists. Environment artists focus mostly on the open world, and the prop interactive artists do anything that's interactive, all of the culture kits that you see, that sense of this place is lived in. And then of course you have lighting, which is the final pass that brings it all together. Heading into expansion was definitely a shift for us. When you think about Gothic, it's not necessarily just the architecture, it's also when you imagine what it was like to live during that time. And so for us, it's more about the tone. We had covered a lot of interesting biomes and locations in the base game. Going down into Nahantu is now this like wilderness, right? We don't have architecture in the same sense of like Western Gothic architecture. But thematically and tonally, there's still darkness. In Nahantu in the past, Mephisto had had a major influence on it and had left its mark. And it is also the final resting place of Akarat. It's Akarat's presence that has drawn Neyrel down to Nahantu. Taking the lens of what we did on D4, we decided that we wanted to expand on our color palettes, expand on the depth of the image, and really play up, I think, stronger visual identity.
One of our pillar is old master influence, so we're taking a very close look into painters like Frank Frazetta is the biggest one, trying to research his brush strokes, shape language, how he used colors and lightings. And then of course Diablo is all about nothing's a well in the world of Sanctuary. So everything has a little bit decayed, a little bit like destroyed, and a little bit rotten. And that has to stay true to like everything we make.
It feels heavy, dark, and challenging, but there's also these moments of light to contrast with the dark, so that when you go back, you feel that impact. And I think it also sort of shows you as a hero helping in these dark moments to bring light to the people who live in Sanctuary. When building out the expansion, we take our inspiration from places here on Earth, and we twist and add and tweak to make sure that it's its own flavor, it's its own interpretation for Sanctuary.
Open world, we definitely want to take a more realistic approach. That is sort of our focus, is how to make our environment livable and seamlessly transition from one to another. And on the fantasy side, we definitely want to push the shape language and also the mythical element of this zone. So it's not just a generic jungle. Part of Nahantu is actually just straight up not jungle. It's sort of like American desert, Grand Canyon kind of environment called a Taganze, which just adds another layer and variety to what Nahantu has to offer.
It's another experience where we pushed our color palette and the identity of the location into something that's really dramatic and dynamic. Going from concept to creation, when working on the expansion, concept team will do a key image that tries to capture the mood, and the environment artists take that and build it.
Very early on, my job is to interpolate the concept art and trying to make it realized in the engine and figure out, a lot of times trying to figure out what the limitations are and what can we do to work around it and still provide the similar feeling, if not surpass the feeling from the concept art. Like, they're just gorgeous. So that's what just inspired us to keep trying new things and keep like pushing the technology.
So as level art, we work very closely with level design and also with our asset creation team, like Sam, where they create a lot of the assets, and they work with the directors to kind of find an example of what they want the broader place to look like. So they build a small sample space. And then I take that, and then I take what level design has already blocked out as far as the needs of gameplay. And then it's my job to kind of make that kit work in a real gameplay situation. So sometimes the kit is more focused on just making sure it looks good. So you have like beautiful, dense foliage, but for a player, they need to know where they can walk and where they can't walk. It can be something as simple as like a beaten path. The way that you kind of angle trees and things like this to kind of help communicate to the player where they can go and where they can't go.
The camera in Diablo 4 is a huge part of its identity. It could be considered a challenge. The camera is fixed from that very unique, action RPG Diablo angle. And so for us, we actually embrace that.
It was definitely very challenging for Nahantu just because we have never built anything this complicated. We have to figure out how like giant trees have to fit in on the screen in an isometric game. The amount of vegetation variety and the density of the foliage definitely raises a ton of challenge to our artistic side, plus the tech side as well.
We had to make sure that the player could see these elements at times. Giant trees, giant, branches coming off, vines hanging down. But we also need to make sure that we're not blocking the player's view of the gameplay space. With that, we basically had to think about getting the stuff out of people's way. We have a lot of fading systems in place to kind of make sure that the giant trees don't block the gameplay space. But we also had to figure out how to not fade too soon and too much, because we fade everything away, there's no story left on the screen for the players to really know what's going on. Pretty much the primary kind of necessity when we're building is that we have to make sure it's clear for the player. We're in a jungle, we're under a really dense canopy. So the challenge was really how to sell that story, but with a game camera that's below the canopy, looking down at the ground. And so the lighting team had to really come in and create more custom lighting for the jungle in order to sell that feeling that we wanted to sell, where it's like very, very dark, but then you have those beams of light shining in and kind of illuminating parts of the ground.
We had a much better lighting system this time around to having those very gorgeous spotlight in the jungle. We also have a much better shadow system this time, and we can render way more foliage on the screen, and all that sort of just adds up to the result we get.
Keep the play space in mind to make sure it's readable, that the players know where to go. But off of the playable space is all this opportunity for us to really push the strong thematics of the location.
There's a lot of environments, obviously, that will support the campaign, and so they have a very straightforward story being told with them. But a lot of them, we just want to make sure that when you get there as a player and you look at it, you know roughly what's going on. It's a lot of almost passive storytelling.
I think Restless Canopy is probably my favorite, which is the vegetation and trees just keep growing and they never stop. We married the idea of a realistic jungle, and we reference a lot from Frank Frazetta for that zone, and the deep shadows and the softness of the dapple lights. Yeah, I think it's just the most gorgeous place in Nahantu.
Field of Giants. It's a very unique environment, but it's also just the kind of environmental storytelling that we were able to kind of play with there, with these giant demon corpses that are they fell a long time ago, but their bodies are just so toxic and almost eternal, very much like nuclear waste or something, where it just kind of burns through the terrain. You have these people mining the bodies of these giants, and so you have these, you know, where you can dig down deep into bits of their bodies to get what you need. Scaffolding, we have pulleys systems, you know, for pulling out the waste. We have run-over cards to show that they've been collecting it.
There's
the stream is live. I just got a
sections
notification.
or zones. We're not concept, and we just did our own thing, and we think this is cool. Example would be Skittering Earth. We have a centipede, which is one of the Spiritborn. And we took that just like what if there you have a jungle, a section of jungle just been devoured by centipede, and that's Skittering Earth, and we just made that from scratch. So yeah, I think it's highly collaborative, but at the same time we respect each other's creative freedom.
The environment art team is full of a lot of great talent, and they inspire each other and they inspire me every day.
What you can achieve with game art nowadays is very satisfying. You know, like the worlds that people create in games are just like the top notch. There's not very many places that are more kind of built out than a game world. And so just having that opportunity to help bring the large world to life and to tell a lot of little stories is a pretty awesome thing.
Okay, looking good. I think the stream is live here. Let me close this here for a sec. And PoE is going to be live right after. Is it working? Diablo 4 live stream. Maybe not. Maybe it works on YouTube. Is the YouTube one live? Why are they not live? Huh. I just got a live notification. Twitch works. Wait, can you link it? /Diablo. Okay, here we go, here we go. There we go. Okay, I can remove this. There we go, let's close. We're also gonna go jump into PoE right after.
Way beyond my expectation.
It's like nothing that we had in D4.
Pure hatred, they're Mephisto's army. We wanted them to feel a little bit more different from your typical demon family.
Everyone's quality was top notch. But at the time, we didn't know if it was going to work.
I think where we landed is going to turn some heads.
This is not your normal thing. It's the living form of hatred.
How's the sound, boys? I think it's very loud, but let's see.
The new monster class that we could introduce, they're called Hollows. These Hollows have actually been around for like millennia. Mephisto at some point did go to Nahantu a long time ago. And these Hollows were a reaction of Mephisto being in Nahantu at the time. And then they went dormant.
Bringing Mephisto in the Soulstone seems like the right thing to do for Nero, but it has a chain reaction that I don't think any
concept would talk about it. It's like, okay, we like this one, and then we can push it and move it further.
The Hollow family is made up of 4 members: the Swarmer, the Spitter, the Caster, and the Brutes. A big thing for me was that the family need to be overwhelming without just relying on pure numbers. So they're going to get stronger over time if you let them fester their hatred, after all. The Swarmer can teleport and attack you from behind, from the sides. The Spitter is a slug with legs.
Season of the Armory.
Spew out this vomit stream of goo. The Brute is the big hulking slow guy of the family. He has the shield that's buffing and making the rest of the army stronger. The Caster is responsible for creating new swarmers. They also will channel onto a specific hollow and imbue them with extra hatred, makes them stronger and more deadly.
The Hollowcasters will serve as an elegant, hovering, yet menacing dungeon character in the game, really informed many of our design ideas.
When we want to make a new variant, we
want to know in which specific area we were going to see that character or creature. Readability is like the main focus.
Went through several iterations on the design, the texture, the materials, and
this thing looks so
camera
sick.
testing.
The day after she gave me like, I don't know, what was that, 10 different variations? I was okay. Now we are talking.
The emission on the spikes really like did an awesome job to both on the silhouette and also to improve the readability. And in the end, we have the version that we were both happy with. And yeah, hand it over to the tech artist.
We had some really strong narrative direction in understanding how big of a role hatred played. And we knew that we needed one look to tie it all together. This hatred has one source, and it's all about Mephisto. For the Hollow specifically, we identified that we wanted to do some special work with the materials, with the shaders for those characters. Shaders are the code that runs on the GPU that takes in all sorts of inputs like textures and lighting and position and outputs what the object's surface is supposed to look like. We wanted a shader that was capable of adding this sludge layer, this hatred layer over top of it, and making it dynamic and animating so that it really looks like it was constantly undulating or writhing. So once we had this shader function, we were able to kind of apply that in all these different contexts, like the monsters, like the environment, the character armors even. Most of the shader work was done by Alex, who really took that shader function and made it work in all sorts of different contexts. And we also have the hatred add-ons to these characters, these tentacles, these writhing hatred growths all over them, which was a procedurally generated process that was largely run by Sky on our team.
The Hollows boss was kind of born of this idea of what does a Pinnacle Hollows really look like. We have the Hollows family, and that was pretty well defined by the time that the Hollows boss kind of came up for concepting.
Our artist Victor had a lot of cool ideas for horror themes and really wanting to push visuals with contortions and like breaking the neck of this monster all over the place.
That's where we had the option to go, like, can we push it and really get that idea of what hatred and the Hollows are all about?
This inky black ichor that latched on to a once powerful spellcaster. It was such a great source of power that this particular Hollows monster turned into the Priestess of Hatred.
What the fuck, that's loud.
I'm Victor Lee, a principal concept artist on the Diablo team, and I concepted the Priestess of Hatred.
Victor Lee is one of the OGs from Diablo, and he's known for creating a lot of dark imagery. And every time we want to have a monster or boss, he's done all the greats, even Diablo himself. One of his monitors on the side of his desk is just like a dark black eye staring at him. And so when we needed something that's pure darkness, like, we had to tap Vic.
The gold Lee, man. When we're talking about hatred, I
shit.
kind of visualize it as like a black, webby-like thing. So I thought a spider configuration would work for this. So I did a few variations, some with souls, human souls trapped in the abdomen. It's like a purgatory because this creature consumes humans. I have this nagging feeling for a long time that why I felt it's not working, no matter how interesting the design is, I'm not pushing the boundaries. So I basically
push the boundaries.
Rethought the whole thing. A lot of our creatures are just like raw aggression. It's just muscly and just brutal. Maybe this one is more insidious. What if the human figure is not controlling the hatred,
I'm gonna go
but it's the other way around? Like the hatred is actually mocking humanity. It's like dragging a puppet
I'm going a bit
around.
smaller, guys.
So what I did is I kept the human figure as a focal point, but the rest of the creature is this moving mass of basically a ball of hatred. It broke a lot of rules, but I just felt like this just fits. So I went ahead with it and rendered it out.
I was looking at the concept for the first time with the designer on the feature, Charles, and we were kind of in this stunned silence for a little bit because it was this reaction of, this thing is so cool. And then we started thinking, how are we even going to make this thing move?
Typically, our monsters are bipedal or they're quadrupeds. How's it going to move? We can't rely on walk cycles anymore. How's it going to rotate? We can't rely on, the built-in rotation stuff without it looking weird as hell. It was clear that in order to make this animate and look natural, we were going to have to pretty much dive into uncharted territory. We wanted it to move in a very unique way. We wanted it to somersault through the air and be super unpredictable and zippy and just have ridiculous animations as those tentacles are flying all over the place.
We had that narrative and kind of drive to make it formless, and with our conventional rigging that we couldn't do that.
We were doing prototyping before the feature even kicked off. We were already meeting with animation and tech art to say, hey, we have this thing, we think it's really cool, but we need help figuring this out. So we had a lot of early collaboration, which was really what set us up for success.
When the animator came back with it, going from post to post rather than your normal animations, I was like, yes, that's it. That's what hatred should feel like.
That thing looks amazing.
When you first find the Priestess of Hatred, it's going to look like a lifeless human corpse. And you're like, this doesn't look like a boss fight. I'm in a boss arena, what's going on? But as you approach, you see that the body gets pulled into a giant pool of hatred, and then out of that pool of hatred comes this giant mass of tentacles. And that is the boss. So after animation, it gets to come to me, and I get to do all of the really cool visual effects at the end, show what those tentacles are doing when they impact the ground, when they slap something, when they hit the player. It really brings the entire thing together. The vomit attack is really gross because there's this part of the torso of the humanoid that has been kind of hollowed out and now has teeth. The tentacles come out from the mass and they grab the humanoid and kind of pull the body back so that the slit in the belly opens up and all of the hatred just pours out a straight beam. It's pretty gross.
The Hollows are just such a unique family. From the moment they spawn in on your screen, you can tell that they are different. They have just such unique behaviors and animations.
We were able to execute on a vision that's really just so different than what we typically do.
The whole process made me feel very proud of our whole team.
Everyone just got it. They understood what the monster was, they got the vision, and it just worked.
The eye on the screen has many functions. It keeps me in the right frame of mind. What we're doing is dark. It should be horrifying. I should feel the fear while I'm doing it. It's a reminder of that. The eye also serves as a warning. Get moving. Don't dwell too long and wander around, Get this thing moving. Get the work done.
Let's go.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire chat. We end with a creepy eyeball we were just talking about. This one is our patch 2.1 PTR Campfire chat. I know we were just here last week when we were talking about the mid-season update, but this one is kind of the big one because we're going to be talking about everything coming with patch 2.1 and Season 7. I am joined here by Mr. Colin Feiner, Mr. Charles Dunn, who have appeared on prior Campfire chats.
The earpiece is
we
in,
were
boys.
going to have Adam Jackson. He is unfortunately not feeling very well, so we hope he gets better soon. And we do also have another guest here who is live from Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that is Mr. Dan Tangway, who's going to be talking a little bit as well about what's coming up for patch 2.1. And he's showing off his red Diablo 4 jacket. We have our
looking
new
good,
black
man.
Diablo 4 jackets as well.
Colin is going to be
Look at this.
cooking.
Models. How are you, Dan? Hopefully you're good.
Marcus is also here.
And he's not sure if he can hear me.
Oh, no.
But either way, a few things that we do want to talk about before we actually do jump into everything. Obviously, PTR is coming up soon. We are doing this stream a little early this time, mainly because the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up here in the US. And so we are going to be talking about some of the contents before even the patch notes are ready. We do plan on having a blog immediately after this stream, so players can actually check out the blog and read a little bit more about what we talked about today. But the patch notes will be available next Wednesday for players to actually check out. So it'll be before the US holiday here, so everyone can kind of dive deep into the patch notes for PTR. PTR is currently planned to start on December 3rd, so that will be after the US holidays here for Thanksgiving.
Oh, no, it's gonna be
so there's a ton of stuff that is coming up for players to kind of jump into. But I know what we want to do is really just dive straight deep into all the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for the first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So we're actually going to jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to kind of walk us through. So Dan, do you want to take over?
Oh no.
Dan can't currently hear.
All right, what happened?
So I don't know what happened. I mean, you know, maybe
his earpiece
we don't
is
have
gone.
satellites working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes first.
Sure.
So Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about this last week with Adam Jackson. Just a reminder, Spiritborn, expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So Charles,
yeah,
take us through it.
absolutely. I love to talk about some of the changes coming to all the different classes in Diablo 4, as well as some broader, more systemic updates that are happening that kind of affect all classes equally in a way. Yeah, so like I said, just going through individual class by class, seeing some of the new stuff that's coming for a lot of the classes. Let's start with the Barbarian, I believe is the first one up.
Oh.
Yeah, so Barbarian is definitely a class that we think a lot of the classes have been performing pretty well across the board. They're always a step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe a step and a half below, and so we're looking at a lot of buffs across the board for them here. Specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously,
I remember they
it
nerfed
was the bonus was just 8%. Now we're going to be giving you a bigger bonus, and when you have all of them active, you're going to get more attack speed and some bonus crowd control duration, which we think really plays into that that kind of build.
Okay, but that's
Additionally,
45.
we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been one of my favorite builds on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
Leafquake is the best.
Leafquake, oh, I absolutely love it. You know, the visuals on that is just top notch. So we're really, we took some lessons from what we did on Rogues in the past with their stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to Earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to Earthquakes, just they increase the damage of all of them overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit less finicky too, right? Because now it lasts after the Earthquake expires, or if you leave it.
Absolutely. So we think this would just be a much more comprehensive build overall. We've also got a new legendary that talks directly to Earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases their fire, or turns it into fire damage. And I think this is really cool. And as we're going to see some more stuff as you actually get onto the PTR. But I think Earthquakes and Hammer of the Ancients might be a build that you're going to be very interested in combining those two with some of the stuff that you will see come PTR. All right, let's move on to the sorceress.
That's quick, Bob.
Sorceress. One of the key notes that we've noticed with sorceress over the whole lifespan of Diablo as Diablo 4 is that players often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt enchantment is probably the most used enchantment by far, because it was just kind of a free way to apply a very small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree. And you know that was a powerful build, powerful interactions, but we felt like that was making everything a little too homogenous. You felt like you had to do this in order to access a lot of these passives. And so we decided that we really want these burning synergies to really be benefiting builds that are dedicated to burning type builds, and not just ones who are splashing it in with Firebolt enchantment. And so with that in mind, we did a rework on the enchantment to increase the remove the burning damage from the enchantment and change it over to this, which has a healing component to it. And then we also updated a lot of those burning passives to really play better in the dedicated fire-based builds, rather than being something that you just want to splash into everything.
Yeah, hopefully there's a lot more build variety.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is one of the main driving goals of a lot of our updates is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this checklist of mandatory things before moving on to what you actually want for your build. So an example here on Devouring Blaze, you've got bonus. Previously, it was bonus critical strike damage against burning enemies, no matter how much they're burning for. So you just apply that little bit of burning, and you would get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a fireball build, you're a meteor build, something that wants to do those big fire crits. Devouring Blaze is now even more valuable for those builds, and it's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled to splash in other builds. All right, on to the next one. We also did some updates for Ball Lightning. So Ball Lightning, the previous upgrades, like kind of these
make it like it was in Season 2.
Ball Lightning, were about stunning enemies or spawning some correct energy with admittedly some kind of complex conditions. You had to jump through a lot of hoops to get these. One of the things we really like to do with a lot of these updates is simplify them down and streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more builds, the less sort of focused that initial step is on that skill.
Absolutely. So we've got the Mage's Ball Lightning here that now is just increasing its damage against stunned enemies. It's really that payoff for a lot of the lightning stun effects. And then Wizard's Ball Lightning is just always going to be generating more cracked energy, just more consistent generation there. All right, on to the next one. We've got some of the new uniques that we want to show off here on the Sorc. Talking about Ball Lightning. So this is actually something interesting we're doing this season, where we're making two uniques that are in the same slot. And they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns Ball Lightning into a kind of like a bowling ball, really. You send it forward,
That's pretty cool.
It goes pretty fast, and when it hits a target, it's going to explode and kind of splash outward. And I think this is really cool. It offers a switched up play style, so the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which was kind of slow moving forward, or if you pick the other unique, you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on and take a look at that one here in the next clip. Right, so a lot of the Ball Lightning builds in the past were using the gravitational aspect that caused it to rotate around you, and we've updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique, and also has some additional bonuses. To encourage this kind of
that
playstyle.
Sounds like it's going to double
and
dip.
Obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do
damage.
this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll be able to demo out on the PTR as well.
This is like a fun trade-off.
I hope the
now,
calculation
sort of
math is correct on this one.
Yeah, it really helps it be
because
a bit more
it's doing
build
damage
defining, which is our goal
ball
for a lot of the
lightnings.
uniques is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's very foundational to your
good
build.
Potential to double
One
dip.
thing I do want to call out here is the inherent affix on this, right up near the top, that Ball Lightning can be cast while moving. This makes it a lot smoother to just be moving around and just keep on clicking that Ball Lightning, and you're not going to have to like stop like that, very short half-second stop to cast it. It just feels much smoother, and this is one that you really, this build is just wants to be on the move,
right?
And that encourages that. All right, so let's talk about the Druid next. So this one, Druid is this season a lot of werewolf updates. Season of the Werewolf. I absolutely love werewolf builds, and I think they've been, maybe a little bit behind the rest of builds over the course of Diablo's history. And so this season, a lot of our updates are really focused on building, making that build come up to par.
Yeah, like pure werewolf, right? Not
pure
like
werewolf.
Mixing it with other things.
Yeah, a lot of times you saw some like rapid shape-shifting builds, and those are fun. Those are great, but pure werewolf wasn't quite hitting the mark, and so that's what a lot of our focus is. Let's take a look at some of these updates. So we've got updates to Shred, the main core skill for these werewolf builds. Previously, the Raging Shred upgrade was just a combo attack that applied some poisoning damage. So now it's going to still do that and apply a lot more poisoning damage, but it's also going to cause them to take even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds. So this is, your kind of finishing move on your combo or your core
It's
combo.
actually a pretty big upgrade.
But then it also enhances all of the other poisoning damage that you've applied through something like rabies. All right, we've got updates to Boulder. Now this isn't necessarily with the werewolf theme, but still Boulder is a skill that we saw a good opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And basically the identity was Poison Boulder. Like just a giant ball of poison.
Yeah.
What does that look like, or what does that do?
Changing the damage type always helps sort of branch out and make it feel really different.
Yeah, and we got some really sweet visuals for it too. I'm not sure if we have a video on that. I think we'll just have to rely on that in the PTR.
Yeah. People will see it on the PTR, but yeah, it's got some cool visuals associated with it.
Yeah, and so that one will be very cool. Definitely check that one out.
This one I'm very excited about because Bloodhowl, as we see, has always just generated spirit, but now.
Yeah, it was always just generating some spirit, but you still do that, but now it gives you even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. So going back to what Colin mentioned about really focusing in on pure werewolf, that was an area that we felt, hey, we want to really reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really committing to that identity and just making sure that felt like an appropriate payoff, and this is one of the areas that we're doing that in. All right, so let's talk a little bit about one of the updated legendaries. So the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was a legendary that just caused your Shred to do some bonus damage to poison enemies. It was fine, but it wasn't too enticing. But now with the new update here, you actually still do more damage just all the time. And depending on how far you're traveling for Shred, you're going to do some bonus hits. And it looks so cool. Your werewolf is dashing across the screen and then just doing this like multi-hit kind of attack. And so if you're really close, you're just going to get maybe 1 additional strike. But if you're at this further distance, as you see in this clip, you're going to get the full 4 hits. So it's really about positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past. And you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do kind of execute that properly.
That's awesome.
And it's going to be really great for movement, just moving around across the map, which I know movement is always a big thing that players really, really want. People have always been asking for, so it'll be cool to see people kind of just bouncing around as a druid with the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So very cool.
Yeah, it's always great when we can inject changing how you play also, right? Because you can imagine launching into a group of enemies, then picking out specific targets that you really want to launch to.
The wolf is getting arrogant.
Optimize that build combat-wise.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite ones in this patch, actually. Big fan of a lot of these Druid updates. Aspect of Wolf's Reign. So this is a combo kind of legendary, combining the powers of Hurricane and your Wolf companions. So when you cast Hurricane, all of your wolves actually spawn a little mini Hurricane of their own. And these will do bonus damage for each of your active wolves. So it really encourages these companion-based builds that already have this wolf pack of 5 wolves following them around. Now your Hurricane affects all of them, and they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as you can. They all get Hurricanes, and you just get to shred through the whole screen with that.
That's super cool.
All right, moving on to Rogue. So this is one that Shadow Clone has been probably the Rogue skill that I would say it maybe wasn't quite hitting the mark compared to most other skills. And that was for a variety of reasons, and not to get too technical here on the details, but for a lot of the effects that that you have with your legendaries and your passives and those kind of things, historically Shadow Clone behaved inconsistently with those. It wouldn't necessarily pick up all of the bonuses, it wouldn't trigger all of the effects, and the end result was basically that your Shadow Clone dealt a whole lot less damage than you did. You thought, hey, I'm hitting for millions, and my Shadow Clone's hitting for like thousands, right?
Yeah.
And so we really looked at that comprehensively and thought, okay, we need to kind of rethink how Shadow Clone works across the board to really bring it up to par, to make it behave the way you expect, and then also extend that to a lot of the other summons in the game. The summons like your Necromancer skeletons, your Druid companions, and so on. So we did basically a rework of that entire system. And the long and short of it is that they should just work a whole lot better going forward.
I think they weren't even doing what it was saying on the tooltips.
They're going to trigger all of your lucky hit effects. They're going to interact with all of your damage modifiers and multipliers that they previously were inconsistently working with. So just one example here, a very simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect. This is a very simple legendary that just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed. Now in the past, that was only when your player character, critically strike with one of your skills. And it would not happen whenever one of your Druid companions or your Shadow Clone critically strikes. But now all of that will work. So your companions or your summons or your Shadow Clone critically strikes and you have Wind Strikers, now your character gets that bonus.
It's huge.
Yeah, I really can't overstate this, like how many new interactions and synergies this unlocks with not just Shadow Clone, but all of the summons in general across the game. But with Shadow Clone in particular, we've got a new unique item, and this one is Assassin's Stride. And the effect here works with mobility skills and your shadow imbuement. Once again, kind of playing up that combo aspect. So all of your mobility skills are going to always be shadow imbued with some bonus potency. So they're going to do some more damage. And whenever you damage an elite or boss with a mobility skill, there's a chance to trigger an instant free shadow imbuement explosion. So those of you who like playing Shadow Step builds, one of my favorite ones with Rogue, just like Adam had said before about jumping around the screen with werewolves, you can do that with Shadow Step now too. And you're just going to be getting a lot of those resets and kills much quicker as you leap out of the shadows, trigger a shadow imbuement explosion, and then move on to the next pack of enemies. Really cool, unique for that kind of build. Additionally, Caltrops, maybe the skill that was the most kind of clunky on control-wise to use.
Thank God, seriously.
If you've ever tried to use Caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes where your character would leap backwards and you wouldn't go in the right direction, wouldn't hit the enemies. We've updated the animation here to just basically be very similar to the smoke grenade skill, where you just pick a point on the screen, your character throws it, and it just goes where you point it.
I am the king of like caltropping one minion out of like 100 and then also falling, like jumping back into like a giant mob and going like, well, I didn't calculate that correctly. So that update, we were talking about this beforehand, like before we even went live, and I was like, thank effing God. I was like, oh my God, please. So I'm excited for that.
Caltrop should be so much more usable now, and we think that this is a really good change going forward.
Yeah.
All right, on to the Necromancer. So Necromancer, we've done some improved itemization and updates to the overpower synergies, specifically the Rathma's Vigor key passive. So previously, it would just give you some an overpower once every 12 seconds, and or when you overhealed for some bonus life. And now we're just tacking on a big chunk of overpower damage to it. We definitely felt like these pure blood-based overpower builds were just not quite hitting that mark. And, just pumping the power into these pure builds through the Rathma's Vigor key passive, we think is going to be very helpful to make these builds really shine. On to the next, we've got one of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, we're going to have two uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well, this time in the pants slot. And they're both going to be working with Bloodwave. So this one, Kasemi's Legacy, will cause, instead of shooting one blood wave out forward, you're going to get two that kind of converge on you. And this definitely changes up the targeting of it, the positioning requirements, and really the use case, because it's pulling towards you instead of pushing away. So instead of being a defensive skill, it's much more about the damage and pulling them together. And then when they hit, they do a big chunk of damage as well. So definitely turns Bloodwave into a much more damage-focused skill and a little bit less on the CC or the knockback crowd control.
And it plays super well with that key passive.
Absolutely, absolutely, especially if you want to be using this for that big damage moment. Now the alternative is Indria's Memory, where it still shoots the blood wave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will trap the targets in a bone prison. So this is a unique that is very much about combining blood and bone. So a little bit less of the pure blood and much more about combining the two. Now, additionally, you see we're using some bone spears here, or should I say blood spears, because that is what they now become.
Fancy.
Blood spears, and instead of costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost, or sorry, they drain maximum life, still cost essence there, but they drain maximum life to cast additionally from a nearby corpse to fire an extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on with this one, but I think it really comes together to be a very strong build when you're using the Bone Spear and the Blood Wave, and then casting Bone Spear reduces Blood Wave's cooldown. That's the inherent affix on these legs. Really makes a really cool build that I think synergizes very nicely.
Spiritborn now.
That's awesome.
There it is.
And so on to the Spiritborn. So we kind of warned at the start. Spiritborn we recognize has been one or multiple steps above most other classes, and players have fun. People love playing the Spiritborn, very powerful, and we really like that. But we do have to recognize, for the long-term health of the game, it's important that we have a bit better class parity across the board, so you don't feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not playing a Spiritborn.
Yeah, and we have a lot of the classes outside of the Spiritborn are actually in a really good spot. They're pushing pit tier 100 plus, which is great. And again, we're not looking to really buff every class up to clearing pit 150 easily, right? We don't want to create that arms race where we just have to continuously sort of ask you, the player, to chew through 20 different torment tiers because we're just arms racing that power so much.
Yeah, we do think that kind of our target there is closer to where the other 5 classes are, and Spiritborn was just too high up.
Of that,
and it's rather than try to power creep the whole game, we'd like to make sure we make some small improvements everywhere else to the underperforming builds and those ones that don't have enough love, and then get Spiritborn back down to a more healthy spot. And so with that in mind, one of the biggest offenders, or biggest power points rather, of on the Spiritborn was the Rod of Kapaleki here. This one is the one that converts your core skills into basic skills, and it used to do reduced damage based on vigor cost, and admittedly the calculations there were kind of complex, and so we've simplified it down a little bit where they will just gain the bonus critical strike damage. It will be substantially less. Previously it was 1 to 3%. Now it'll be down to 0.1 to 0.5 per point of vigor there. We think this will bring it to a much healthier spot,
had a great
but still
run,
kind of
boys.
retain the core fantasy and the core build implications of this item. It just won't be pushing quite the same trillions of damage that we were seeing before.
We also fixed some of the issues called out here at the above, like viscous shield and things like that, scaling in unintended ways that were just way outside of our expectations.
Yeah, definitely some unintended kind of bugged interactions that were maybe double dipping or scaling too high. We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations. All right. Additionally, we've got new aspects. Of course, being a class in Diablo 4, you're going to be getting new content every season. So we've got a new legendary aspect here, the aspect of Endless Talons, that causes you a Razor Wings to increase all of your Eagle skill damage, and Razor Wing critical strikes will grant even more stacks. So you can really stack that up. It stacks up to 50%. That's a whole lot. So you really want to be spamming out these Razor Wings and getting those crits to stack this up to as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this goes back to just the prior slide where we talked about how Razor Wings and Centipede builds are getting some extra love in this specific season, which were more so underutilized in Season 6. So with Season 7, players will be able to see these new legendary aspects, of course, and then and how they actually tie back in with some of the changes that we're doing for those builds.
Absolutely. All right, we've got some updates to some of the underused uniques as well. Ring of Writhing Moon here. This one would trigger Pestilent Swarm every 10 seconds. We felt like that was a little too long given the pace of combat in our game, and especially compared to some of the other options at the unique slot, the ring slot. So we've reduced that down to every 4 seconds. You'll spawn a Pestilent Swarm, and the vigor generated goes up from 1 up to 3. So a lot more resource generation, because your rings are often resource generated ones, so we want to make sure this is a compelling option compared to your other choices at the ring slot. All right, so let's talk a little bit about some of the broader updates that affects all classes. So the one I'm excited about here is the ultimate updates. So in the previous season, we introduced skill ranks on ultimates, right? So you can now rank up your ultimate up to rank 5, and that was good, gave you some cooldown reduction and some damage. But now when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So for example here on Lacerate, we've got at rank 5, Lacerate's damage is going to be increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, Lacerate at rank 1 is doing about 38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage, because it's now getting that critical strike damage scaler. And so if you really want to build a dedicated Lacerate build as kind of your core damaging effect, this is going to be a great way to build around it, and a good reward for investing all those extra skill points into it.
Definitely. I love to see us add more things that incentivize you to actually put some points into skills.
Yeah. So often, sometimes you'd see, if you just wanted the access to the utility of the ultimate, hey, it's fine to put in 1 point, right? You get 1 point, you get the utility, maybe you get some buff from it. But if you really want to invest in it, we want to make sure that investment in those skill ranks feels meaningful. And we think these rank 5 bonuses on ultimates in particular is going to be a really good way to pay off those ultimate builds.
Definitely.
All right, we've also got some new generic legendary aspects to really support this style that talk directly to ultimate skills. So we've got the Vehement Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output by 10 to 30% for 8 seconds. And you also gain additional skill ranks in your ultimate. So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses. Now we've got
that's not bad.
A legendary that will give you some bonus skill ranks.
Nice.
We've also got the Ring of Apogic Fervor, which says casting your ultimate skill will increase your damage by 8 to 18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers, but it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation to really get that ultimate cooldown reduction, or any build that really wants to focus around casting your ult many times in a row. This one is going to be a great legendary for those style of builds. All right, we've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature, has been really well received. We think that they've really spiced up some build variety, and we're going to add some new runes here and update some of the old ones. So all of the invocation runes have overflow. So the cost of many of them have also been adjusted to allow you to proc this overflow effect when you generate more offering than needed much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow. So an example here on the Seer rune, this generates a ton of offering, 300 offering at once. And you get that by casting 5 skills. But then, instead of just casting 5 skills and then generating all of it and then casting 5 again instantly, we've added in this exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that 300 offering at once, but then you got to wait 3 seconds before you start building up those stacks again.
Yeah, so it's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds instead of offering now with these.
Yeah, this is a good tuning knob to kind of make sure that, hey, we can give you the strong moment of power, but then it is followed by a little bit of a weaker moment where you can't generate that, rather than every rune always just being a steady amount. We would like to have those peaks and valleys. I really think that leads to more interesting moments of gameplay.
Yeah, it's about potency versus frequency.
Right.
So you get really strong effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play right into the updates with a lot of the overflow to make sure that when you do overflow, it feels really good and feels really rewarding to get that. So let's talk about some of the other runes. We've got
some new runes to show off.
Yeah, so we've got three new rune words here. The Nagu rune, a legendary rune that will gain 100 offering as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the Shadow Clone section, summon is our new catch-all term for anything that you summon. You know, it's pretty self-explanatory, but that includes things like Necromancer minions, Druid companions, Sorcerer conjurations, Rogue Shadow Clones, and even Barbarian Ancients.
Right,
from some of your effects, Call of the Ancients, and some of the legendaries that summon those are all summons. Igni rune will generate 25 offering, but it stores up offering every 0.3 seconds. So you're actually doing about 75
so you don't have to
per
do
second,
anything.
roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering. And then when you cast the non-basic, you cash it all in, you probably trigger the rune it's connected to, you get a big overflow, you get a big moment of power there.
Okay.
And finally, we've got the Chak rune that generates, or requires 20 offering rather, and this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt. That's one of those. It's not the core skill, but Lightning Bolt is kind of that other power in the Druid's kit, similar to like Earthquake or Stun Grenades. Yeah. So enable those kind of builds to really tap into that effect.
Awesome. Lots of runes.
Yeah.
Lots of rune updates. Lots of changes coming to classes. You know, there's more changes in the notes that we'll have that will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just a few examples that we have for PTR. And of course, really need feedback on a lot of these changes. I know there's some people going in chat going like, hey, I'm noticing like, you know, maybe you're giving a lot of offering and then there's a little bit of a cooldown period or something like that. Let us know. Like, we want people to try those out, like test it out so that we have the feedback so that before we go live with patch 2.1, we can end up making any feedback changes based off of community feedback. So lots of cool stuff. Thank you so much for walking us through all the different class changes and everything like that, Charles. Do we have Dan available from Albany? We do have Dan. Dan is actually going to walk us through. Oh, there we go. Hey, I was like, Dan was just like staring blankly at the camera, and I was like,
yes, I was.
Dan is actually going to be talking about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1 with season 7. So, Dan, do you want to take it away and talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. A couple of technical difficulties could not keep me from sharing this with everybody. So, this PTR for patch 2.1 is a PTR of a couple firsts at this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR. So what does this mean? We've got a lot of seasonal content coming up in season 7, and we want to be able to get all of your feedback on this content. It's pretty important for us to, you know,
so you have to level.
Adam was saying, really have those iteration cycles where y'all are able to test and, you know, show what's working and what isn't. This is also going to be the first time since season 2 that we're bringing back seasonal character powers. So if you remember in season 2, Season of Blood,
that's a W.
They were vampire powers, and you slotted them into your Sanguine Circle. And so for season 7, it'll be a little bit different. Not vampires this time. This time it's going to be witchcraft. And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now and tease out what y'all can play in a couple weeks. So witchcraft enables you as a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before in the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten. Now, the head rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And you're going to slay them and collect what we call restless rot. And this is going to be our currency for the season. Now, like I said, the season is about witchcraft. So there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers. And they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel to an altar. Okay. You're going to make an offering of restless rot, and that's going to enable you to learn the witchcraft. Now, equipping witchcraft is going to be pretty simple. We wanted to take what was best from a lot of these styles of menus that we've done in the past and distill it into something that's very convenient and easy to use. And the result is this witchcraft menu that you can see in front of you. And so equipping is going to be super simple. You've got an inventory on the bottom, and then you're going to drag or otherwise move that power to one of the slots up top. And you're going to have 5 normal slots, 5 normal powers you can equip at any point, and 1 unique power for really special witchcraft that you can find. The other thing is that you can upgrade your witchcraft directly in that inventory using Restless Rot. So again, we're streamlining the process to make it easy for players to equip and upgrade their witchcraft. Now,
the effect doesn't really look that crazy.
Obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards, and so let's talk about those a little bit. This season, we're going to have another reputation-style gameplay in the form of Coven's Favor. Now, killing Head Rotten will get you Headless Rot, or killing Head Rotten will get you Restless Rot. But in order to advance the Coven's Favor, you actually need to complete Whispers. And completing those Whispers will increase your rank and allow you to unlock rewards, including items and materials and things like that. In addition, new to this season, you're going to also unlock at certain ranks new witchcraft. And then you will have new things you can learn from those altars. And then, because everyone loves it, we're bringing back the Resplendent Spark as well. So that's going to be at the end of your Coven's Favor rank. And of course, the Resplendent Spark nowadays can be used from crafting, a random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques using a lot of those runes that you can earn in the game. All right, one last little thing with respect to witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different. And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so those you can only find by traveling out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And we just thought we'd try something a little bit different here. And let us know what you think about it. Now, let's talk about some of the witchcraft itself. We've talked it up a bit. We're going to release, it's over 20 powers for the season, and we're going to show you 4 of those right now. So let's talk about the first one. This one's really popular. This is the Poison Frog. So the Poison Frog, as you imagine, is a servant that you can summon that fights alongside you. As its name implies, it will poison your enemies. And, if it runs out of health, it's going to explode viciously with a lot of poison damage. Folks are having a lot of fun with this one. Next up is Doom Orb. So Doom Orb is a pure orb of eldritch energy that circles around you and damages any enemy it touches. And it can also launch itself at distant enemies before returning. Also another favorite at this point. Vengeful Servant.
That's definitely
so
cool.
Vengeful Servant, as the name implies, is another servant like the frog, and this one will absorb damage and then rush enemies. And then last but not least, we've got one of those lost witchcraft powers I was telling you about, and this is Piranado. So this one procs when you cast other powers. And so if you cast a hex and an aura at the same time and inflict it upon an enemy, there's a chance that you will then proc the Piranado. And the Piranado, as you can see, sucks everything into it in a swirling dervish of fish and destruction. So
it reminds me of the witch
that's a peek at some of the witchcraft powers you're going to be able to play with soon. But what good are powers if we aren't offering you some new activities within the season to participate in? And so these come in the form of headhunts. Now, headhunts are a whisper-driven activity. And so the tree is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate these head rotten. And so it's going to help you by highlighting areas within the world where it thinks there's a lot of head rotten for you to kill. So you're going to follow the whispers in order to, find the head hunts and kill the head rotten. Now, these are sub-zone takeovers, similar to Helltides.
Purple Helltide.
They're going to feature a number of all new whispers mixed in with some existing ones. This was an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a headhunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing whispers has a chance of spawning a head rotten boss. And the head rotten bosses are the things you're really going to be looking out for, because those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about. Delivering a head rotten boss's head to the Tree of Whispers enables you to earn occult gems. Let's talk about occult gems. Now, we're pretty excited about these. Occult gems are special socketables that have unique effects that help you fine-tune your build. So they can only be slotted in the jewelry slot.
So you can have 3 of them.
And so this is a way of basically having them coexist with runes. And they only last for the season. So when your items transfer to the Eternal Realm at the end of the season, these are going to disappear. But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Let's dive into them a little bit. So each occult gem has built-in defense. We don't want you to have to make a choice between, a royal diamond or a royal skull and an occult gem. So all of these occult gems have defense built into them, so that really you're getting a bonus above and beyond really cool. Those gems that I just described. And so here are some examples of them. First up, we've got the Elder Sigil. This is going to boost your damage whenever you hex enemies. So if you're leaning into certain types of hexes you like using, Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you. Killing Wind. This is going to boost your crit and move for folks who really dig, specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a Killing Wind into, say, one of your rings might benefit you quite a bit. And then finally, we've got Duststone. This is a legendary one, so it's going to be even more powerful than the other 2 I talked about. This is going to boost when you use Hex and Aura and afflict other enemies with those. So each time you do that, not only do you have a chance to proc that Piranado I talked about before, but you're going to increase the damage that you output per affliction. So you can kind of get a sense that the occult gems are providing you even more incentives for, creating a certain type of build. And, we are just really excited to see what kind of combinations y'all come up with. I think, it's going to be pretty exciting. So final thing is, we were doing a lot with the Tree of Whispers. We've got the witches around them, so we thought, well, we should, take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it. So the first thing we've done is we've updated the town around the Tree of Whispers.
Ooh, nice.
We added some more services to it because we expect you to be returning to it a lot more this season. And we've changed the layout a little bit to make it a little more convenient to navigate and move the waypoint so that it's just
December
quicker
3rd?
to get to the Tree of Whispers
Is
to
the
turn in
first server.
things. But sometimes, you're in the middle of a headhunt we found, and you're getting a lot of grim favor, but you don't want to leave. You want to try and go fight the boss that you just summoned, right? So we've also implemented what we call the Raven of the Tree. And the Raven of the Tree appears in every headhunt zone. And that allows you to turn in your grim favor on the spot so that you don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have access to all those other services. So
that's cool.
You hit your inventory limit, you'll probably want to go back to town. But in the moment, when you're in a flow, you can go to the Raven of the Tree, get your cash, and then keep fighting.
The Grim Favors up to 100.
And then finally, we felt like we wanted to expand the rewards a little bit more for the Tree of Whispers. So we've added Ancestral caches. It's a pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an Ancestral item from a cache. So obviously you see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So yeah, I think that's all I have to talk about.
Well, that's cool.
For the
that's a massive W,
PTR.
you know.
So I'll kick it
that
back
is a
over
really
to you,
nice seasonal theme.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dan. Talking about a ton of new stuff
Theme
coming
W for sure.
Patch 2.1 PTR and of course Season 7.
That season theme is amazing. I mean,
I'm
first
super
look,
excited for all the
we'll
Tree of
play
Whisper
it,
updates. I know
but the
a
season
lot of
theme
people
looks
in
very
chat
nice.
are, especially with the Raven not having to go back to the Tree of Whispers every single time, being able to turn in Grim Favors right there through the Raven. On top of that, also just the rework of the zone, so that everything's a little bit closer.
Yeah.
You don't have to walk all the way across, to walk all the way back to the waypoint, or to get to the vendors
gotta get
and
Whirlwind.
everything.
That would
So
be
there's
cool.
a lot of big changes with that. And please do choose the Ancestral cache.
Yes,
like,
so
like, why would
powerful.
you not? Yeah.
And I think it's important to remember we added the ability to favorite waypoints as part of Season 6 or the last patch that we did. So
You're always
super
going
helpful
to
with that
tree.
Witch Town.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, people have been seeing some of the new witchcraft powers and noticing some familiarities of like past Diablo lore. And I will say we'll be talking more about the story of Season 7 as we get closer to launch, so players can hear more about kind of like the origins of all, like what we've been kind of talking about here with this story with Diablo 4. So thank you again, Dan, for walking us through all the content that's coming with Season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really, really big one that we're really excited to talk about. And Mr. Colin Feiner will talk and walk us through everything.
Armory, let's go.
Oh, thanks, Adam.
You fix.
So most of these are sort of systemic updates, so I'll talk through them. Paragon migration is more just a reminder on how the new Paragon system works. All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of Season 6 going to be added to your Eternal Realm Paragon. So what that means is, if you're Paragon level 230 on a season, all of that 230 worth of experience is going to get added to your Eternal, which probably is going to level up your Eternal Paragon. And I mention this because we added the really cool Soul Stone. I kept calling it the Vessel of Hatred Crystal, but that's the Soul Stone. That really cool Soul Stone that you get at Paragon level 300, you can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to sort of put in hundreds of hours to get that in a season, you can work your way there on the Eternal Realm as you sort of cash in these seasons. So we think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're like playing through multiple seasonal characters, and then eventually you'll end up just getting enough XP to actually earn those rewards at level 300 Paragon. So that's actually, it's not like, I have to have it in this season or something like that. You probably end up getting it in a couple seasons if you play pretty extensively and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely. The second one here is now we are essentially tying the unique power. So if you think about like the Fists of Fate, that random damage roll from 1 to 200, that's going to be tied, the floor is going to be tied to the amount of greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have 1 greater affix, the floor is going to go up a little bit from the 1%. When you get 4 greater affixes, it's going to go up quite a bit. It's not exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of a 4GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit, and I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial increase to the power of the floor.
So 4GA
it's going to be
like
nearly impossible to get a 4GA with a really crappy unique power roll.
Yeah. It's always great getting a 4GA and then rolling 1%.
Yeah. That always just feels bad. You never want to be comparing like, oh, I got a 4GA. Well, my 1GA1 is maybe better because it has a better unique roll. That wasn't a moment we felt was really enticing, so we wanted to make sure that the more GAs you get, just the better the item is comprehensively, just better.
Yeah, absolutely. So that should help quite a bit. And then I'm going to talk about one thing previously on that, which is Ancestral legendaries. They are now going to, when an Ancestral item drops, it's going to drop the top end of the legendary aspect roll. So if you think in Season 6, we added 5 more ranks to compensate Ancestral being added. Rank 21 is usually where they end up landing. Now, Ancestral items, when they drop, they're going to be at the top end of that. So you should always be pretty excited when an Ancestral drops.
So
it's
always
the best sort of top end ranks of that legendary.
It's going to make it very easy to
we saw lots of conspiracy theories on Reddit of people going like, hey, I think like my Codex of Power is not getting updated correctly or something like that. And we totally understand. Like, there was a lot of confusion behind it. We admit that on our end. And this just makes it easier and better for players in being able to grab it. It's not Colin behind the scenes on a computer like it was. It actually was. He was literally just like making sure you got the lowest aspect rolls or anything like that.
Grind harder.
So that most definitely will address a lot of the confusion there, as well as just make it better for players overall.
Yeah, definitely. And then the second point here is we've pretty substantially increased the Ancestral drop rate across the board. They're not going to be raining from the sky, but it's definitely a pretty substantial increase that we think is just going to level up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better. We don't want to go too far where they're no longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too conservative on our first swing.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
And then the next one.
Good stuff.
So we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently, constantly getting stuck on the ground, and players were capped on them. So we are doing a pass to reduce them overall. But to compensate, we're actually adding a sink for them. So you're going to be able to take gem fragments and craft random legendary amulets and random legendary rings. Those all obviously have a chance to be ancestral once you get into the torments. So it's a really nice way for us to sort of make sure that you're never hitting a point where you just have so many gem fragments. They're worthless, right?
Awesome. Yeah.
And then the next one I think is going to be I'm super excited about, and that's class quest updates. They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith, right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah. So class quests. So most classes, or every class, has this special mechanics. So like on Sorceress, you've got your enchantment slots. And in the past, when you hit level 15, you'd get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage to find a lost tome. So for players who have already completed that, you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15, you're going to immediately unlock that first enchantment slot.
So how does
and
that
then
work
once you
in
hit level
seasons?
30, you'll unlock the second one. Now, for every class, the exact level is going to be different. It depends on when that would normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there will be a pretty juicy reward if you do choose to do it, but you're going to get that mechanic right off the bat.
That's awesome. And you could still just log into your seasonal character and do it to unlock the class mechanic. We don't require you to log into your eternal character to get this. Cool. So I think that's going to be awesome. I always check the time, I'm level 40. I should probably go do my class quest.
Armory. I have definitely forgotten to unlock my golem.
Guys,
on my necromancers for a little longer than I would like to admit.
Well, production spoiled it.
Is finally getting an armory.
But the next update is obviously a big one.
Let's see it.
Which is finally, we don't have to say this is in development still.
Armory.
Finally.
Armory is coming with Season 7 patch 2.1.
Let's go.
Colin, want to go through it all?
Absolutely, yeah. This one was a really niche request. Yes. We had to dive super deep into the forum. So that one guy who asked for this is for you. I'm just kidding. This has been a super hot requested feature.
Yes.
We're excited to bring it to everybody. So everybody's going to get this update. Armory is going to allow you to save builds.
We did it.
It's going to save all your equipment, all of your skills, all of your Paragon, all your Paragon glyphs. You can even name it. And what this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So if you're really liking your fireball build, but you got this really sweet ball lightning unique, now it's really easy to just save off that fireball build. If you
you'll be able to switch very easily.
You can start building out that ball lightning build. So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respecing or anything like that. So you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment that's actually part of an armory slot. And that's really important to know because we're just saving the equipment, right?
Yeah.
So you'll want to know if you're going to modify this item that it would affect any of the loadouts that are currently using this item.
Is great.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change the imprinted aspect on it, it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one. So you do probably want to get multiple sets of gear if you want to be building these up, but it's so much easier to swap between them, so much easier to explore all of the new build possibilities that we introduce every season with the new items and updates.
Absolutely. And it's in all the main towns, it's even in the training rooms, which is very nice. And it's important to note that we will swap it from anywhere. So if the equipment is in your stash, or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Yeah, it'll just it's automatically does it.
As long as it doesn't
really
dupe
nice.
the items.
It makes it as easy as
So
possible
equipment,
for players
skills,
to be able
Paragon.
to really utilize the feature, which I think is great.
Nice.
Cool. So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around. And
So it doesn't even cost gold anymore.
You know, if you're playing a Druid,
Finally.
you don't have to go make another Druid or go through 300 clicks to change out your Paragon. So
Yeah, and I think one thing I do want to note is because this will be in PTR, we really need people to actually
So
test it.
December
It's a brand new
3rd,
feature.
guys.
There's a lot of
It's gonna be
complexities
in the
behind it.
PTR.
Obviously, it's pulling things from your stash, pulling things from
Coming
other
December
inventories,
3rd.
et cetera. So want to make sure that players actually do get an opportunity to actually test it during PTR. Give us feedback. It's something that we're going to continuously iterate. One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do launch it with patch 2.1, the final patch
That's been
itself.
lit, guys.
But for the PTR, it won't actually be, there won't be controller support on it. So I just want to caveat that now for players that are actually going to, that do play on controller to note that it won't be there for that specifically. So tons of changes coming for Season 7. Obviously, all the class changes, the ultimate changes that,
Okay, we're gonna watch the
Charles
Q&A
talked
after,
about.
guys.
The balance and items are related to that. New rune words, rework.
Okay, that's been very cool. And then on top of this, guys, we're getting the Season of the Witchcraft. Finally, we're seeing a return to the Season 2 powers, and you can unlock 20 new powers, an entire new progression system here in Diablo 4. This is all coming December 3rd on the test
3
server.
months.
So
Let's go.
Finally, this is back. Hell yeah. And on top of this, in those purple hell tides, my friends, we are getting the occult gems that you can target farm here. So you can get magic, rare, and legendary occult gems. And these you can socket into your rings and into your amulets. So that's going to be wild. There's also a ton of balance changes for all the classes. I'll make a dedicated video about this here probably later today or tomorrow. So stay tuned for that with the entire Campfire. But there's also PoE 2 news that we're going to check right now. But I'm excited, guys. Finally, we have a progression and a power system again here with those legendary and unique witch powers here for Season 7. And it's just going to be another 1.5 weeks. And we can play this on December 3rd on the PTR. I'm looking forward to that. Let's go, GG. That's going to be fun. Oh boy. Okay, how is PoE looking? I got to be changing this. Oh, this is the wrong one. I think it's this. 2 minutes, boys. I need to change the title because we have drops, guys. There's gonna be drops available. We're gonna check the Q&A after, guys. We're gonna switch to PoE now. So the drops will be on. You can visit this topic here and you have drops enabled. You can get these beautiful wings here. Okay, let me switch category. Path of Exile. Oh, there is a new one for Path of Exile too. The drops are on, boys. Well, I'm very excited about the armory. That's gonna be fun. Oh boy. Seconds. Here, boss. Yo, guys, do you see the drops? Can you let me know in the chat real quick? It should be on now. There should be a timer that your drops are starting. You might need to F5 to stream for a second. Oh boy. Here we go. GGG, Fury 2. We're gonna play both the games.
A relic of the old world.
Oh, a new trailer.
Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one
I see the drops. Okay, perfect.
And remember, when
We'll
you
check
hear
the rest of
whispers,
Diablo.
call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman. Shut your damn mouth.
There we go.
Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave.
This
Give
is
him a
Path of
chance.
Exile 2, my friends. For this. Damn. That's a mini guy.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own.
Asian waifu.
Captain Oren?
You going?
Captain?
Yeah, Fury 2 drops are on, guys. But you gotta watch on Twitch for that, sorry.
Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, Rookie. Blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not. Run.
Walk in. There he is. That's the guy we saw in the trailer. One shot.
Captain! Captain! Captain!
Why are you here?
Dang. Easy work.
Stop! Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Don't trust it.
What is it?
Dude, that was so obvious, huh?
Get the body. Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what
This is the Paragon?
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
This is, okay, Diablo cinematic, guys, is blowing this one off the water. For sure. Well, let's see the game.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Game is huge.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said,
Huge was a person, Trump.
My methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Big tree, man, look how big it is. Oh boy. Yo, it's like slowing the time.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Okay. LFG.
Those who obsess with death,
That was sick. Actual gameplay.
let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the endgame. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable.
Endgame.
For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Occult, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Occult. Traverse the barren plains.
Wait, what happened?
Of the Vasteri Desert, and
Why is it lagging?
delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenges.
Stop lagging. Hello? Is it my internet?
Challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds,
Twitch
and
is
uncover
dying?
lost civilizations. But first,
my
you'll need to
stream.
pick a class.
Look, this is fine.
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum.
think
like
it's
all
Twitch.
classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
It's their stream, guys. Netflix. This is a Mike Tyson versus
skills,
Jake
you'll
Paul
first need to
all over
find
again.
skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available
It's
in
Twitch.
PoE2.
Everyone's lagging.
You can choose an existing.
You see, it's not me, man. Yo, guys, you were so quick to blame the German internet. Oof. This is Netflix all over again. Oh, man. Is this Netflix streaming? Oh, man. Okay, wait, now is the perfect time. XX1. Okay, wait, boys. I gotta upload this. No, it's not me. I was like, okay, it's like 99% it's me. Okay. It's technical difficulties. Path of Exile 2, hashtag Diablo 4. At Netflix, please fix.
The best way to get in the news nowadays is have technical difficulties.
In this fight. Post. Okay, boys. Yo, Netflix, please help. They're eating the stream, man. Oof.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
Wait, it's gonna go again?
Precious. Those who
Power intends to harness.
Dude, what the fuck is going on, man?
There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves.
It's
so
a
this just
video.
scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack.
Wait, where are we at now?
Where you find yourself at
It
the
just keeps
start of
lagging.
PoE2.
Blizzard
Explore
DDoS?
the dark forests of Occult. Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri
It's
Desert.
not live, scam,
And
it's a
delve
video.
into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and
I don't
treasures,
know where we're at now.
roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost
Is
civilizations.
this live now?
But first, you'll need to pick a class.
I missed half the thing.
Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes.
Seems much slower, but this is early game maybe.
The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you'll find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and
I must say, warrior doesn't really look that cool to me.
In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. You can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaving
graphics are fine.
Combat and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal.
This looks much faster than the warrior.
But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that look like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
This is an American build.
Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease.
This is basically sorcerer and necromancer in one.
Skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
That's cool.
The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm.
Ignite them all.
As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will
automatically Witch is looking good, guys, no?
There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of Early Access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes.
That's so insane.
For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage. Or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited.
It's insane.
We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
Oh man.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills in your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even
look at
the
this
results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each
You're getting a
skill can have up to
headache?
5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now,
Only
all
if
of
you're
this
clever.
is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each
My
other on
head's
fire,
ready.
cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you
Well, you gotta
drastically
get your
change the
PhD
behavior of your
first.
skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build.
PhD
So,
required.
speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree.
Dude, look at that tree.
Yes, it's huge.
Huge!
There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first.
1,500
But try not to be
nodes.
scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level, you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
PhD, man.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
That's crazy.
In order
You can
to get
combine
between
everything
these
with
clusters, you will
everything.
generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is
It's like
Giant's
the sphere
Blood,
grind from
which allows you
Final
to wield
Fantasy
two-hand
X.
weapons
It's
in a
not that
single hand,
complicated,
but
it
doubles
just
the
looks
attribute requirements of
complicated.
them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
I'm going to mute this for a second.
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool,
Mana
but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization.
That's so crazy.
Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before
from
switching to a
D2.
chaos degen build for maximum damage.
That's so crazy.
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as
You just
bonus
click
points
the
to
set.
invest however you like. but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the Canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
Boom.
One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item.
Dude,
if I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often.
Yeah,
Other
vendors in
vendors offer
Diablo
a
4.
gamble.
Kind of
Pay
a
a flat
problem.
amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type.
Gamba.
This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky.
So you use gold to
is
Gamba.
also used to respec your passive skills. Take
That's gonna be a
advantage of the
pretty good
system to
currency.
experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character.
All
except gold.
items. You can trade everything with everybody.
Now, most gear in Path
Let's
of Exile
go.
2 is randomly generated.
Freedom
but there's another
market.
type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that
Freedom
can
in the
fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
Also looking pretty good.
With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack.
Damn, which character are we gonna play, guys? There's so many.
With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up.
Looking pretty good.
While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life,
info.
You can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar.
Dude, this
Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
The king of the elements,
Some
man,
monks
the
choose
avatar.
to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socket.
I think this class is gonna be OP.
So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign.
Man.
Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh,
No labs.
a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial.
I can't help but
another
smile.
coin in order to try
So
again.
much content.
It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas.
People are logging in.
After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor.
This is
and
just
may
a
choose how
beta.
you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life.
Damn.
You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the djinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the djinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the djinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
You gotta kill this boss to pick your subclass, your ascension.
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot.
Holy
the keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sycamores, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sycamores is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos.
So you
Before the
probably
Vaal
want
embraced
to
the
choose
science
the
of
one
corruption,
suited to your
their
class.
civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Let's get it. This guy's blasting. I think the mercenary is going to be pretty sick. No, it's $30.
After
The early
each
access.
room, you will need to make a choice. Take
They'll
the
talk
rewards
about it
you've
today.
earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other.
Should
and
be
can become
$30.
overwhelming.
For this.
There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards.
The fight
Of course,
will
there are
never
items.
feel the
You
same.
also gain the right to ascend.
That's a bold statement,
If
man.
you already did the Trial of the Sycamores, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now?
This is just the early game.
So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins.
Yep, that's where the game
Something
starts.
that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content.
Yep.
Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way. And we actually only changed our development priority for
That's
this
the
recently.
guy. W.
The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign.
25
On
hours
the
for
other
the
hand,
story.
People spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great.
Oh.
For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for
Fuck.
existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access,
Dude,
there
I
will
love
be
it.
50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game
You
during
just
early
cut
access
these
and
3
into
acts
release.
for the beta.
Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will
That's
take
smart.
you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions.
Infinite.
Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
It's gonna
For
be very
example,
complex,
we
my
could
friends.
use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclass for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more
Damn,
open.
this goes crazy.
Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you
No
want to
RNG
maximize
tampering.
your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame.
Juice.
You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are
Just
restricted
infinite.
to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see
It's like
fit and
strongholds.
invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them.
Sugar-free, tasty. Let's go.
For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems,
This guy loves
Breach.
his job.
If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by
It's
stacking
like very
the mods
packed
from multiple
information as well.
tablets. In your fight to hold the Breach Demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can
How much
only be
content?
gained from that
Yes.
mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a Pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants.
Fight.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one.
Oh, look at the guy.
Fate realized
Those wings you can get from the drops, guys. His hand. New wings. Bro, this is sick.
This is just one of the Pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques that can only be
The
found from
hardest
them, but that's
content
not all.
they've ever
We
made.
still have the progression system.
Look at how much he has to
Defeating
dodge.
Zed will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas.
Sasuke.
Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in
Rip
Rainforest.
season.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists.
They're bringing back
If you
many
encounter
leaks.
this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains
Ritual?
ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will
They
feed
got all
the
of them.
altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to.
How much
By the
content
end
do
of
you
an
want?
area, you'll
Yes.
be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the Pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The Pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity.
Delirium
a
as well.
mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life.
Hey,
When
Plav,
you
I
touch
love
a
it, man.
mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which
I love
is as
delirium.
profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel,
saw that
the stronger
dashes.
the monsters are. Be careful
Dude,
not to overstay your
how
welcome.
much content?
Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons
No,
who will
Plav, you gotta
manifest out
teach
of
me
them
some,
to
man.
unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a
Prep.
strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions,
How
you're
much are you
able
gonna
to
play,
instill
Plav?
your amulet with a notable from the passive
Shall we
skill
blast?
tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point
This
for
is too
free
crazy.
attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to
Wow.
instill your in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards,
800
allowing
hours.
you to further juice your in-game maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium
No
can
slack.
be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make
That's
the
crazy,
fog
man.
dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the Pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own
complicated?
memories.
You need your
Monsters and
PhD.
simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult.
No worries, guys. I'll
You will
have to learn the
receive
game
words at
with
the
you.
end of
It's
each
gonna be
wave,
fun.
And you will have to make
We'll
the
learn it
decision
together.
to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition.
It doesn't stop.
Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as
There's
best
no
you can to
stopping
dig
us.
up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts.
It never stops, guys.
You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions
PoE
and the
1.5?
rewards. This
They have
one
everything from
increases the
PoE,
radius
man.
of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find.
Social life gone.
Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These
Bro,
are
this is
special
nuts.
maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site.
Kipaleka, yes, salad.
Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful. Many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle.
this
There
has
are
all been
all
tested
sorts of
in
interesting
2.1
things
already.
buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches,
Gamer
but the
social
most
life equals
powerful
don't play
encounter is
solo.
Olroth, the ancient
sounds good.
undead commander of the
We're gonna
Knights
play
of the
group.
Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to Endgame 2.
We're
Just
not
like
done
the
yet.
other in-game systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them.
You thought we were done?
As you
Nope.
get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor
This is
has
like
its
packed.
own
They're going
challenging
fast
rooms
through this content.
and a floor boss that you will need
This
to
is
kill.
like not artificially increasing the time, man. They have so much packed information here.
There are 4 floors in total,
We'd have to
leading
rewatch
to
at some
another
point.
Pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at Endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they
can
allow
socket
you to
these in
stack
your skill
modifiers
tree.
that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example.
You can
There
put
are
it in the
quite
skill
a few
tree.
jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here.
What the fuck?
There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This duel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only one.
You don't have your Path of Exile
PhD
trial,
yet. So you will need to do a completely hitless
This is only the beta, guys. The release will have way more.
The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your
Obviously,
gear
this is all
with
optional. You
random,
don't have to
mysterious
do all this
outcomes.
content.
Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you
We can still break the item.
Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes.
That's crazy.
Like all endgame content, there is of course a Pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The
Pinnacle
most
bosses.
difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across
This
this
is Lilith.
fortress that has emerged from underground,
10.
surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It
Uber
is
Eldar
clear from
Maven?
the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Occlt boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access,
This beta is
you'll need a key to
crazy.
get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more
Okay, how
than
can we play?
$480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Occult supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Occult himself. There is also a matching back attachment, which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption.
$480, guys. Just
also in this pack, you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Veil of Occult.
Let's get the big one.
Of a vicious crowbar boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords.
This is the new grandpapa.
For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock.
$480, guys. It's an investment.
Each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Paragon supporter pack.
Dang.
Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic.
What?
Now each armor
How much more movement speed are you
going
gonna get with this?
Gloves and helmet. But the
He's
boots
not
are covered
even
in
moving.
sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want.
What? Dude,
The
he's
accompanying
like
back attachment equips you with
gliding.
2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy.
That's crazy.
Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradon's Glory skin.
$500,000.
Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradon, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like.
They're going
and it's no
crazy.
exception here.
$500,
It comes with a variety
man.
of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect. The King of the Faradon Kiwi pet.
Guys, it's a business expense.
And last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path
Bro,
of Exile
this is
1.
crazy.
For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Occult supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vile supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vile and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to
I
spill
think
from your
Diablo
weapon.
was $100
This
for
pack
the
also
base game and then
contains
$80 for the
Idol.
expansion.
It
pack I got.
replaces the default
Like
appearance of any
$180 for the
foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vile weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vile did. Thaumaturge of the Vile supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vile Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store.
You get a physical t-shirt.
Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment, adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers
That's the
resembling
barbarian
purple.
one.
Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war.
Holy smokes. You get a t-shirt, not
Overkill, you say?
in-game. A
I
real
think
one.
the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to
what the
aid in your
fuck?
crafting desires.
There's a canoe. LFG.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces.
Boys. What the fuck is this?
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Kurug
Okay,
support,
that hoodie
you
is
also
cool.
get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie.
Let's go.
Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclass supporter pack.
$500.
The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power.
$500 for this one.
Set up your
But
base of
man,
operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout.
You in for 500?
Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of
still a lot.
Salvation hideout comes equipped with your
Don't
own
spend
collection of
anything,
small
man. You
islands
can't handle
and
it.
personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout.
Yeah, look at that, man.
Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it.
Yeah,
As you
500
walk
gets
away,
everything.
glass
Like, you get
magically
everything
reforms
that
back
you
to
saw
its
for
original form.
$500. Not for all skins in
Rule
the
and
game, for
style,
all
the
of these.
Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day.
Dang!
If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclass supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have
$500.
an Kiwi,
Oh.
and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclass
I think many people will buy this, yeah.
the battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable.
You're also supporting the game.
With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art
Shirt,
and lore
hoodie,
produced
art book.
during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features.
Dude.
For Path of Exile 2 will be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary.
Yeah, new CPU or Path of Exile 2?
By
Definitely
becoming
getting
a
the
Liberator of
$500
Rayclass
support pack.
supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted, along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now.
Dude,
There
he
are a
has
few
like
exceptions where the
everything,
item
look at
class
this.
clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails.
This one is
And there
fully
are also a
juiced.
few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use.
That's crazy that it's like
If you can't
syncing
decide which
between the
supporter pack
games.
to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at
That's
a later
cool.
date.
Can upgrade.
These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick
let's
around,
go.
because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Ziggy D Giga Chat. Oh my god, guys. So much content. What the fuck? Yo. Wait, that's it? Not enough. That's it? Like, there's like, I don't know, 10 different season themes in there.
To the post-show
is.
discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
We've
got to design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But
Well,
I'm your
thank you,
host,
Chad.
Ziggy D, and I'm joined by
Dang.
Jonathan and Mark.
I'll be back
to
1
talk
second,
about
guys, before
everything
the
you've
after
seen.
question. I just did go to the bathroom. 1 second.
So much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder endgame and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, like, I mean, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact you get to choose between different types of content, and that, like, you know, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another, and I feel like that choice is like a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, you know, like, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, like, what is the minimum number of like different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices, and that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, you know, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Like, let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and like, it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, you know, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because like,
if I had shots at D4,
like, so we're progressive. Like, we would have made it. We would have gotten, you know, all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, you know, that we you know, it's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. Like, that was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure, for sure. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, you know, like environment art team, it's like, you know, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, you know, like, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So,
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, like, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years?
Studios.
Like, I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's like just this epic journey, whereas none of them, you know, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, where, so some of us are like, you know, we're just churning out endgame with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, yeah, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. You know, we talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like, if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So
you should always compete with yourself.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep, absolutely.
Pretty
well, as
exciting.
I said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know,
most people will play PoE
and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
They'll definitely be
And
duping in
you
PoE
definitely want all
well,
those
but
different axes as
hope
well.
they'll
Like,
fix
just
it
having
quickly.
two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be
not definitely
immediately
but most
divisive,
likely.
right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well,
like that
immediately
one.
then there is a
Here's
portion
your
of players who are
20
just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 Pinnacle content.
Do they set
like
25 hours for the
we
first
actually don't
3
even really
acts,
know,
and they're
because
gonna
like
be
you never know
6.
what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you know, you never know. Maybe end of day 1 people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be
that'll be D4, but it sounds
Few
like those
people
boss
that are
gonna
doing
be
that sort
very
of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay, we got this is where we've got it now, is it?
Yeah,
So,
Ben,
I
Ben
imagine
the
there'll
second
be a little
day.
bit of a soft reset there for
I don't know.
Sure.
A
There's stuff to
relearning
learn.
period.
Like Ben is
stuff to learn.
crazy.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards? Like, as to what it's going to be, because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area
world
here,
first in hardcore,
it needs to be
before.
that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like,
I
oh,
heard
we just took this
there was
area and
a lot of
modified it
grouping
slightly.
in PoE1.
Each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about,
and a lot of
that, like,
RNG.
fit in with the
But
world.
this is every
And
game.
it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and
Too
every
much
area is going to
content,
have
brain
one.
explodes.
So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caleb.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, I don't want this. Like, this is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly,
You can
probably
talk some more
later,
smack.
several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main attraction pieces of the game, and
Alexander, what's up?
anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like,
D5
obviously
next
some
year?
are bad
No
and
way.
some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things
It
like
was
that.
it was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there,
really?
like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is
worked on for 2 years.
forever away.
Yeah.
Do they have an
it's still
armory
the
in
beginning
here?
of a journey in many ways. Huh?
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have. You're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE2 team who have, you know, who, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, you know, like. Yeah, like it's tough, and honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact because you know we release you know content for PoE1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like it's just way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything, like the whole freaking thing right from the ground up again, it's like wow, there's way more stuff there, and like there's even things like the passive tree where it's like. I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to you know, to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Yeah, like obviously it's nerve-wracking, you know, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and you know, like it's always comforting when, you know, I mean, we had a live event in LA recently. You know, people, you know, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. You know, so like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole
Christmas soon,
here playing this time around as well. Whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Buggy. Now playing
that reminds me.
Almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah. I mean, there's bugs in every game, guys.
It's beta just barking at me through the wood.
There's no end date of the date. The end date is when the game launches.
I'm sure there's a few
the beta is
work out of this next 2 weeks.
Half a year
I hope
plus.
The team can have a little bit of rest for a day before they get back into it, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the endgame focus and got so much.
I think the beta is for 6 months plus. They said
in the
right?
beta, and it seems like originally I was thinking, you know, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then you know, maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like
it's a big beta. I mean, it's basically a soft release, guys. They just call it beta.
I mean, look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. So yeah, there's and then of course the end game as well to explore. I mean,
they said 25 hours just for 3 acts, and there's 6.
We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, you know, are going to be, you know, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them for like, you know, a reasonable amount of time, and then, you know, sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So yeah, in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering like how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea.
Okay, that's an interesting topic.
So firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new like leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant.
The beta is going to have
we want to make sure that all of the, you know, effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it will be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters,
the early access is pay
then
only.
You can go right ahead and do that. But you know, the actual
release next year is going to be free to play.
League is. And then, of course, after that point, there'll be a standard that everything goes into,
which only,
all our economic sins will forevermore be archived.
I think it's $30
in standard. So yeah, that's you know. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
Life is pay to win.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So you know, I guess
you get free access if you spend $500 on PoE1. Yeah, okay, but that's not
playing
free.
for a week or how long are we expecting? Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players
so much
thinking
content
very
for
differently to people
$30.
who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game. Right, you don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately
$500, then it's free.
Go through things. You don't have people coming in with like fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is like honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. now those things will emerge after time. Of course they do.
Yeah, when it
completely
releases,
fine.
but it releases
you remember,
in like a
there's
year.
a lot of game to play here, to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE 1's, the endgame systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a PoE 1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient.
You don't
over
need
time.
an ID to
That's
vote,
how
but
the
you
game
need one
works.
to buy PoE.
Yeah, I would expect a lot of time to be sunk into this
Just
to
get an
fully
ID.
explore it, to start with, like a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far longer than that if you want to see everything.
No driver's
But,
license.
it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games.
You can vote without
for
ID,
so long,
but you can't buy video
actually
games without
discovering the entire world. And there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process.
Really wants to see outside. I'm not going to play hardcore, guys.
I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well,
that new discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. So
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes, and things like that for both of Exiled characters.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are going to think, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is
chaos
even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people
That's going to be so cool.
I'm pretty sure that one
trading will
spam
be
in chat might
insane
turn
in this
into
game.
1 E.
I think I'm going to do a lot of trading in
one
Path of
exalt.
Exile.
Given that exalt,
I really love it.
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably
focus
still
a lot on
people
trading,
don't appreciate, by the way. So when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In
as long as there are no
we
dupes.
actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just
when
like
there's
an
dupes,
idle,
the economy gets.
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos. And
I actually think
chaos
it will
being
be.
the new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right?
Chinese antiers are going to have a
The
field
market
day.
will
But I like that
Hopefully
we're
not.
arguing about this. It's good fun.
I mean, they have an auction
so,
house. So
do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that? For
easier
people to look
to.
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like
part of the game, yeah.
I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months. I think it could.
So, guys, the beta is going to be 6 months.
I certainly
minimum.
don't want to. I mean, look, 2025. I think really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean,
Full
honestly,
release
like we have to get all the
2025.
content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of the things like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all this stuff. I mean, there's a lot of
no dupes
things that we have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are going to just be scramble of like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing and like that's always scary, because it's just
well, it's a beta.
When we add content to PoE 1,
people are going to
like,
find broken
at least
stuff.
the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect, with hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right?
There's going to be
There's
broken
nothing
builds.
we can even do about it, because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do
the
that.
swarm
with
intelligence
what
of the
can only be done
community.
with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendencies, like actually?
Yeah,
'Cause
that's absolutely. We have
a lot.
we know what we want to do with
It's a
all
bit
that
unhinged,
stuff. It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then, like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like, as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got a lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like, we announced it. We've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. There's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. Right, and where we like to remain very, very dynamic and you want to be able to fix that stuff like, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also key to shaping the game in the future. Like, the actual beta, it's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like, get back into this. People are seeing. Like actually getting back into that, and like being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal.
That's a statement.
Like, getting
better
back into
than
that
anyone
again,
else
for the entire, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
perspective.
Shots fired indeed, man.
Stuff. So
Diablo
I think
4 live service.
that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
Yeah, I'm not mad. I mean, again,
honestly, as you said, it is
if Diablo
early access,
4
it is a beta
and
period,
PoE are going to be good,
I'd
it's
say,
good for us, the customer.
Personally speaking, the thing
We can
that, and
choose.
we mentioned it briefly about the
choices.
character balance and the builds that are broken and
great.
all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me.
And
right?
you can play both and enjoy
Plus,
both.
we have other systems in there, like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested. And obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome.
It's always
there
good
are
for
other
us.
things like, the Endgame system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on, because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback, and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff.
Like, competition is good for the
We'll
market.
just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because like the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so
I remember
when you're
those
on that fine
journalists
line of,
trying
like,
to beat
things are difficult.
Act 1 boss.
It's not
for them.
too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
The bosses are tough,
Pretty
guys.
hard
When
thing
I
to
played,
nail
it
down
was
when you're making the game.
hard right from the beginning.
And so we've seen that a lot, where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing.
Half a thousand.
Like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent.
Yeah.
Like have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah. But I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like it's the things have improved a lot.
The demo was
and honestly,
hard,
like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do something to.
I don't know
sort
if it was
out flasks for
overtuned.
ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just the manual dexterity required to hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then even at Endgame, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at Endgame. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, the
optimization is a big problem.
You're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really.
They had like lockout macros.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right.
But I know about
so the
these
point is
lockout
effectively that the
macros.
charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not
Just
matter
get
as
a
much.
mage
I mean,
blood
obviously,
forehead.
people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so that there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start getting into changing that around,
we'll check
I feel
the
like
TOS,
the
guys.
system sort of starts to break with
I
regard
know
to like
for sure many people that used
the feeling of like I know
there was
where
never
mana is,
any
I know where
ban,
health
and they
is,
used
like
it on
that kind of
stream
stuff.
even.
That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I
Like in
believe there's a
hardcore. I'm not going to play hardcore anyways.
There's a
Lockout
unique
macro was a big thing.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of
not
course.
necessarily
So we've
spam.
got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time.
Figurines, yeah, I gotta get some.
I think it works. So I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I
can talk about that.
I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry.
You
But I
have so
actually
much more
don't think it's that. I
experience
think
than
the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about it giving accuracy, but no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's like, yeah, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's like, it's outrageous. Yeah.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
Oh, we can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again. Yeah.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
So do you have your PhDs ready, guys?
You're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now, I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But
they stole PoE 1 resources.
Everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again.
I'll play PoE 2,
yes.
December
February
6th.
League. And we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
funnily enough,
it's just like it's all that stuff is then
so much content
is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, I just want to always make it clear that, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to Endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release.
Just bought the $480 support
how many
pack. Let's
builds
go.
how many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is that there's always problems. And
hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and we don't
have to see all the fires.
Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it. And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we're obviously normally have
here it goes,
the whole
guys.
mid-league nerf concept.
Shots.
But it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever. But we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2. Just
that's gonna be tough though with so many people.
I mean, look. We have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's
how many exploits are there going to be?
I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
This one, he's just finding fires already.
No, that's going to be fire, man.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, and there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE2 league launch, PoE1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both these.
choose.
Yeah.
You can play Brawl Fair. That's good.
So we saw a cinematic. To put it lightly, it was pretty. That was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time. And that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story.
Yeah, console should also get early access
on a much higher level. Than
Absolutely.
previously now, so
Yeah,
stepping
so, I
up
mean-
your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling
Europe
in
is not
PoE2
fixed
much better
if you're
than what
talking
it
about
was in
E4.
PoE1. Like, there's
There
a
is
lot
some
more
new
kind
fix.
of, I guess, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that like I think a lot of people who got through the PoE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
Guilty.
One thing I will say though is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that like when you're playing a second time that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's
Exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm a personally a believer of the fact that if you just change, when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Like because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera.
If you have
changes
$500
position,
spent,
like, sure,
you
when you're
don't
playing
have
through
to.
the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like like that can be cool. But then if you're
it's weird
like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously.
I don't know which one I'm going to buy
understanding
yet.
that there's like all those sort of touch points, and
We still have, like, 2
little,
weeks.
little things just all through, while also
I haven't
maintaining
even
the fact
checked
that
them.
if you know what you're doing,
We're looking
it's
at the
like you don't have
content
to go
right
talk
now.
to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the
Not
thing.
in a rush to buy it.
without
You
having
can
to
literally
talk
buy
to
it
someone
like
about it
on the
first.
same day, December 6th.
So that kind of stuff is really important, just to make the that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
Yes,
encouraged.
absolutely.
So you're allowed to cheat the quests
Effectively,
because you know what to do.
there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows.
You
and
are
in our
allowed
game,
to
what the player
cheat.
knows is needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something.
Is
you
it the
already
same
knew
price
as
on
a player.
Steam?
Yeah, like if you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out,
Yeah.
log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and
Yes.
how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE2 from PoE1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story
So
here more.
effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new
This
a
is
new
endural.
seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to, were able to effectively rise again.
I don't know what the
and you
big
killed a
ones are.
bunch of them, but there are more, in the world, and effectively. We don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously, someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again, and then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was
It's
like,
starting
"Stop
on
opening
December
Eldritch
6th, Craig.
boxes."
Yeah, exactly.
Right now you can't play.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
sure
if someone handed you a
moments of
mysterious orb,
curiosity.
wouldn't you press the
Ooh.
button?
I mean,
There's a puzzle box.
Yeah, exactly,
I wanna
exactly.
open it. What's inside?
Exactly. Yeah.
yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called
Great,
a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the
Great
Great
Wolf's
Wolf
Howl.
obviously being an
So he went out there.
Glad they like it.
history.
Let's go.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room and I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ezomite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ezomite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad.
It's
fine.
240
He was
USD.
so chastised when he came back in. But that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So like with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, and I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. So the acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go
PoE2
away.
infinite altars, man. There's so much
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. We're just gonna
How
do
much
it.
content?
So
Yes.
yeah, there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Like because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
There's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze. The boss is like, that doesn't work on me, and has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you, and it's like, And so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like
you can buy it
the
on
sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, we saw the world map. You have the icons that show
the map is
different
so
things
crazy.
that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore,
Such a good
find,
idea.
and awesome.
Levels,
But each of them
they
also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards, and we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did. Whenever it was, you saw the ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things. For example,
for the
when you
beta,
enter an
man.
area,
It's gonna be
not
fun.
only says the name at the top now, it has
This
almost a
PTR
subtitle
and this
text
beta
that's
are going to
giving
be
you a little
very
bit
close
of
to one
history.
another.
These little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because like as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all. Okay, I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
So did I, but it doesn't mean I quit Diablo 4.
Internally, we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character. Yeah. That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class. And then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have
do you guys
to
get
do
the drops?
Like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you
keep
can
in
do
mind,
things
PoE
like,
is not releasing. It's the beta.
With our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future.
But
And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable as opposed and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like play the Blood Mage,
these rings
now you get
getting.
additive surge on your character. Whenever you cast spells, you're getting like almost blood-bending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Pew, pew, pew.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they.
It's got to watch for 2 hours on
like
Twitch.
I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is it's already, I think.
Got the drops.
I
Nice.
almost feel like
Let's
ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively in the full game there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access there's 2. And effectively, you can
It's so
use
crazy
any
they
of those
made many.
ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively,
choose the easier one.
As you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in
check my Discord DMs,
because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things and
do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like it's funny because like, I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So you want to have something.
I think you can check it all on
Path of Exile. Divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're clearly leaning into that now. You have such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive
for sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trial with the ascendancies. So and you can
You can,
kind of
see
do
all
all
the
of them and
classes
drip
here.
feed yourself
Of course.
smaller
And I mean,
aggression if you want.
and there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific
Druid.
rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that.
You just
But of
scroll
course,
down
on the
to
other
the
hand,
content.
if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just
Full
trade for the
open
rewards.
trade, man.
And
That's
fine
such a
too.
massive W.
So you know, like that's always part
I'm
of it.
still
like the
wishing
rewards
that
there,
this
for
is going to happen in
example,
Diablo 4, where
like
we can
jewels
just trade
drop
all the
throughout the
items.
world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the radius jewels, you well, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sycamore.
So just so for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously, you know, a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and, you know, we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, and like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic.
Probably on Steam,
you know, in
it's
terms
not
of like that
available.
sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So yeah, a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played, would probably be like, "What? I don't understand."
Yeah, effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos.
Dude,
is a
they're like,
sequel to
log in.
which is
Look at the
and
chat.
we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. But yeah, anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Varlorbs drop in the world as well. And if you want a larger dose of Varlorbs, and you know you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because
Where's
they're
my
all
800K?
item-generated
They did
keys as
fix
well, it's not
anti-venom.
like you have to
Give
do
me
it
back
right
one
then and
second,
there.
guys. I'm
You can
gonna
trade
open
the
the
keys
door
away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition. But
well, as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold.
Yeah.
So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
Absolutely.
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively.
Yeah. So how on the ascendencies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this.
Yeah,
did the trial.
it is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and you know, for something like Ultimatum, you know, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But yeah, the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, you know, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that. Right. Yeah, so
it is.
You love Sanctum League?
I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. Not to brag. I did pass on. I was clenched though.
So it's going to be very tough to even unlock your ascendancy trials, guys.
Right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like.
I'm telling you, the game is hard.
There, to be perfectly honest,
so. I got 60% moves.
The game is
that was
way
my
harder.
strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going
You already
across
spent
half the arena?
$700.
This game's supposed to be slow.
Dang, dude.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices,
I don't know all
do
these leaks,
instead,
but there are plenty.
100%.
So you've got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted is quite
and your defenses
interesting.
Now it can be
and
fully mitigated and everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
and then with Ultimatum, and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps in Ultimatum
and
no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure combat experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
they will eventually.
is a secret for now.
So once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So you know, people sort of broadly know that the crew are in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the crew ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and How likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend an ultimatum. We want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his
I don't know
lines in some
about all
gameplay
these
Dungeon
like
Show.
previous
It's quite
leaks.
good. I
You
love
guys
that
know
he's
more
back,
than me,
Trial
probably.
Master.
Yeah,
We're gonna be a casual going into Path of Exile, guys, but we're gonna try to learn the game fast and.
So we have
basically
the
teach
unique
you at the
rewards
same
from each
time.
of them. We got like the, like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there's something planned to be unique?
I have
from
one,
the
Ghost City.
final
Let me know your
trial
battle
that will be
tech.
added later.
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what they. I'm not going to say it. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah.
Atlas is new
I
for
value
everybody.
the discovery,
Oh, yeah.
right? I'm certainly if I
It's gonna be
accidentally say
wild.
it, it
There's
is
so
certainly
much
by
stuff to
mistake.
figure out.
But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the
Mike
ultimatum
Tyson
in
skin? Not
particular,
yet.
they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
Early access, only
I mean,
$15
I
for
certainly
you.
think
Yeah, that sounds
like,
like a good deal.
Some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So,
But again, the
yeah.
game will be free
So
when
one
it
of the
launches.
things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there.
Yeah.
And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos. You get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items. Whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively, the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket. I mean, it's something that everyone will want. But on the other hand, there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's Val orbs are more forgiving though.
They are, yeah.
But like if you think about
Reloading
we talk
1,500
about
passive
enchantment here.
trees
So
is gonna
some
be
slots you
interesting.
might value the enchantment.
And you're not
over
gonna
a
have
rune
all of
or
them
a
on your
socket slot,
character.
right?
It's capped.
Probably, especially towards endgame, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests.
But
with
it's
it,
still
but,
wild,
the
for
whole
sure.
point is that there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously
Big
always the case
day,
of doing
boys.
nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the
Working
good
Discord
ones.
invite, this one should
But if
work.
you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got like it's just life, defense, double res,
This
and
one works.
something else that I don't
Use
want.
my Discord.
And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my val orbs
Definitely
and I
works.
val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to
Armory's
completely
here.
brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes,
One
it could even be an
W.
option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
And then you told me about a new unique
Yeah,
result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree.
Why
I
would
messaged
Blizzard
it to
ban
him
me, what?
thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
Just
no,
tell,
He was all for it? Okay,
it
great.
didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so,
No bans,
what it
bro.
effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it multiplies.
No, it's
it goes
$30
up to.
almighty.
I
You
can't remember
can
exactly the
choose to
values, but
pay
let's just say it's,
480.
Said it was between-
changes all the values
But
to
you don't have to.
between 0.8 and 1.2 of what
It's like
they were
500 euro,
multiplied.
450 euro.
But it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 Life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able
Maybe
to
it's
get a 1,200
regional
Life
pricing.
Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just think about sockets on Calm's heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being?
Yes, the progress also resets, guys. The beta,
so it's
all the stuff that you're getting is not going to translate into the real game.
That is,
obviously
not.
Corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
I mean, we'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes
to it.
Yeah.
It's corrupted.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendencies. But what about the actual ascendencies themselves? How are they cooking?
Yeah, it's like Eternal, but in the new season, you're not going to have
fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the classes, we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like. If you think even about in PoE 1, you've got
the way I understood it, you also have the leaks within the beta. So even in the beta, you have resets.
And the Gladiator. And the problem is like, okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. Sure, they all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy. And you've got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack
I think
stuff.
I'm going to play group. I
really
just like to play with
That's
people.
awesome.
I'm not going to
And
play
we're
SSF.
Make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there.
I'm definitely going to play
and then
trade
one thing
league.
that's more predictable.
I don't like to
more
play
to the
online
expectation
games
of the
alone.
trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And but yeah, lots and lots of
Maybe we'll actually organize a group if
cool
any one of you is
interactions, just cool
interested
playing
in
with different
blasting and
mechanics.
committing.
We've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So
I think it's going to be
we're
group
trying to
blast.
make sure that they're broad enough to be that you might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing
I need
a caster,
to be
right?
learning
Playing
a lot.
spells, like keeping all of that
But we're gonna
open,
last.
that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the
Zero
Johnny
Drew's gonna
players, as we
blast.
call it out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most
2
broken,
weeks off.
weird
Hey,
stuff.
that's the spirit.
And you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using
yeah,
a
I'm
quill
gonna, like,
rain
plan
and
this
one
the
weapon
next day.
set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed.
We're gonna try
and
that.
in my second weapon set, I'm using a spellcaster staff with a bunch of projectile
LFG.
stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side. And you got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye archer spellcaster mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even or let's say the same build and
It would
experimenting
be good to
with a
have like
bunch
one or
of
two
triggers.
experienced Path of
You're using
Exile
your bow
players
as
because I have
as
no
quill
idea
rain
of
as a
PoE1.
high attack speed delivery mechanism for laying down.
Yeah,
a
I
bunch
feel that
of
hacks.
either
Unlucky.
CCs or slows, or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some
That's wild.
pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like
holiday for
just
the OG
like,
launch.
benefiting
Rip.
only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just about
Some
gem slots,
flying.
skills, support, etc. There's no
Yeah, Rob
you don't
needs to
have to
carry.
be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that, and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that Path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do.
Rex
And
announced he's quitting
if you don't
Diablo
want to
4 or
go with
playing
the
less.
trope,
Yeah, I mean that's
perfectly
normal,
fine.
right?
Yeah,
And
so
you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
sure.
But it sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well,
quite
at
as
least
much.
if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally the plan was to like have all of the PoE1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards, but is it all just being
I think it's more
redone at this point?
At this point, yeah. At this point, they'll just be different, right?
Thanks,
Originally,
Zuko with
way
the
back
Prime.
when, we
Much
were planning on
appreciated,
just
dude.
keeping the ascendancies as
Welcome
they were
in.
and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this
So
thing.
how many people
I mean,
can
look, we
play
might
in a
have
group
class
in
with the
Path of
Deadeye, and it
Exile?
might have the same themes.
Like, what's the max
but it'll
group
be,
size?
Like different actual mechanics and different things.
Yeah.
I mean,
do we know this?
Yeah, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind.
They didn't talk about this.
Works differently. You've still got an
How
additional
long for
projectile.
drops? The drops are on.
You know, like there are things that certainly
Oh,
carry over.
we can make a 6-player group.
But it's really easy, and it's
Okay,
honestly
that's
been
a
fun
lot
just
of
looking
people.
at them going like, you know, now we have
That's
all these
pork.
system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what
That's
would
nice.
the perfect
Thanks.
class be? Not like
Welcome,
how
Rob,
can
in the
we
Path of Exile
retrofit
community.
and Band-Aid
Hey,
a Tier
nice.
1 class to work. It's just way
Thanks for
better
the
than
warm
looking and
welcome,
go,
John.
Here's all the things we want.
Well, I'm looking forward to.
Well, yeah, like when you only have
I will need
now
some
the
help,
life
man.
mana flask and stuff. It could.
I'm
you
gonna
know,
be a casual
things
player
don't
at the
work quite
start.
the same, but then now you have
we're
the
gonna
charm
learn
system,
fast.
and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do
have
wonder
that,
if
you could.
Pathfinder
Yeah.
would be cool with that.
Exactly.
About, like,
It's also
standard
hard to
charms.
decide which class we're
so
gonna
it's
play.
it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not
crazy,
really
yeah.
like
36.
here's the PoE1 counterpart and they're
Which
identical
one are we gonna
kind of
play?
thing anymore for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds
Monk's
very
looking
epic.
good. Sork's
We can
looking good.
skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So
Warrior, I'm not
moving
quite
into
sure.
skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about like skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there, and we didn't quite make it. Yeah, and like getting a class
Can
finished
you
into
be a
the skills
casual
you need.
player?
Like,
Well, early on, yes. We
it-
are
it
going to
sort
be
of seems
casuals,
very
guys.
easy
We're going to
when
learn the
you,
game together.
Okay, we need like 22.
Hope to take you on a journey learning the game
And
with
it
me.
seems like that's not so
We'll
many
see.
kind of design them, but when you actually come up with all of the things, you know, the way they interact together, you know, the number
First
of
5
prototypes you have
minutes,
to do
yeah.
that kind of don't really work, and you know, like you end up not being.
I think you're
fun.
like a casual
And
player
then,
in
of course,
PoE
the
if
support
you have
team
like
stuff,
less than
you make
1,000
sure
hours.
Every skill has enough.
So
viable
everybody's a
support
casual.
so that you can actually even recommend to people to be
Yeah.
able to do. Then you need things like the you know, the passive tree
Ascendants
support
are the
for all of them.
subclasses.
You need to have all of the
Each class has like
the
3
stuff with, like,
ascendencies.
buff
in the
the
final
buff
version.
gems for each character class as well.
Maverick,
You
thank
know,
you so
need to be
much.
thinking about uniques for the type of you know, for the that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and you know, like it does take
9K hours, you still
know,
feel like a
to actually
casual?
get that finished.
Damn.
It takes a lot. Yeah, that's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with.
It's a lot of
Yeah,
classes,
when it
man.
actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, you know, like it just ended up being too much. You know, now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've
6
done.
classes
You know,
is
there's
crazy
things
though.
there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, you know, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like the changes to support gems and all that, as we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. Yeah, like it was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So, yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that, you know, as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for
PoE2,
sure.
I don't think it's going to kill
Yeah,
you
the
for,
thing
but it's
that
going to be a good competition.
keeps like
Good
surprising me
alternative.
is well, when you click that all gems tab,
And if
when
both
you're
games
doing
are
Uncut,
successful,
there's
that's good
quite
for
a lot of
us
skills in
gamers.
there, but
Yeah.
you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like
passive skill
surface
tree
level.
memory game,
Because you also have the weapon swap thing, and you can actually
They're gonna have
viably
an
do
auction
with
house
the
in
automated
Path of
weapon
Exile,
swapping.
guys, so we can trade
It's not like
freely.
Toxic where you have to push the button a
Yeah,
bunch
yeah,
of
yeah.
times. And you've got the trees that like customize
6
whenever you
players
do it
in
automatically
yes.
on the fly. So
No,
that's
there's
like
a
all of a
lot-
sudden I'm like, oh, well,
So you need
why
to find
can't
5
I
people
use
to
a
blast.
sword, on the other hand?
You absolutely
That's
can
actually
do
a
other
very
stuff.
cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill.
Maybe
and when I saw it, I was like, oh man, that's like that's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. And I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
Oh yes,
so
and
my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like, and Mark's like
season 7 is looking really good.
Character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. It's like you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. So you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like. What do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame. And so you have the monsters going tick 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 tick.
Armor explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have some other thing, and you have some other guy consuming it. And again, oh my god,
if we had Spiritborn on the PTR, there would have been way less
synergistic things with Cool Rain.
You can do a lot with that.
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Cool Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and.
Yeah,
and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
Yeah, true.
We have so many bucks in here as well. Half a year beta, guys.
Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun. It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing it's like hard is to then like because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer.
Quick question, guys. The early access is also on console, right? The way I understood
something that's, I wouldn't say exploit, but, something that's OP, a secret, right?
So many exploits.
You tell me.
Because the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good build.
That's what the beta is
Someone
about.
doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it
Go
then.
run, find broken build.
You're supposed to be making games, not
Exactly.
hiding your good
I
builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and, whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
Oh, wait, it has
I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken?
It comes with extra keys.
Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course, and a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, you got a good weapon, and you got this.
Every bundle includes everything from the previous bundle.
Then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous. Then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But it's fun, good fun journey.
Get them all on.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels, and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that
You just
system
say
is
you can
it
only have one
requires a
support gem?
lot more support gems to exist because
Yeah,
you need
there's a
because you
lot.
only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that. And
I have no
augment
idea
that
what
in,
class I'm
many
going to
different
start
ways.
with.
And
What
there
are
needs
you
to be
going to
more
start with,
options
guys?
than what you can even. There needs to be.
I
in order
really
to
don't
have
know.
choice. You can't
I
just
mean, I
have
would go
5.
warrior, but
here's your 5
warrior,
freeze things,
when
and
I
that's all you
played
do,
it,
right? There has to be
felt
more
very
than that in
weak
order to be able to
early
have it,
on.
so you actually have some choices as well.
Just
So that kind of stuff
didn't
has
feel that great to
meant
play
that you just
warrior,
need a
I
lot of
must
things
say.
going on there. But I think that the choices that
maybe
you
it's
end
gonna
up
be
with as a
lit.
player of
I don't
where do
know.
I put
We
my
only
model
played very
projectiles,
early.
where do I put my PS, whatever. I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And
yeah, but warrior is not barbarian. It has a
I think
shield.
that to me is where a lot
It's
of
like
the,
more like a paladin,
why it just works so much
barbarian
better.
kind of
We were
thing.
certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing because it sounds bad
Well,
if you
I
just hear about it as a
played,
player
like,
without
2
actually
months, 3
playing
months
it.
ago.
Like your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh,
Man,
it's just a
warrior,
restriction.
I can
And
show
it
you
is
some gameplay,
arbitrary in some
next
sense,
days
right? There's no
that I recorded.
we can't justify it.
Warrior
thematically,
didn't
really.
feel great.
It's just
The
it
witch
is
was
what
way
it is,
better.
and so that I really don't like that kind of thing usually because if I'm gonna I want the
Maybe they
theme
did a
to
big
match
overhaul.
the mechanic as much as possible.
They need
But in
to
this
buff
case,
it
it just
a
made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was a bit of a-
Arguably, if you need to, if you end up in a situation where you I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly.
Spellcaster just has such a big advantage in this
Less
game.
choice, less
Crazy.
interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and
At least that's how it felt,
100%.
guys.
And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that because it results in this
which is
outcome.
nuts.
But that's a kind of more subtle argument that you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less.
Yeah.
But the
I think you're
reality is it
getting
is
2
actually
keys.
more choice because you no longer have mandatory. Here's the 5 mandatory
Slow
things you have to put
everything.
on the skill.
Yeah,
It's
in
like
the end
there's
game, I'm
actually
pretty sure
much
warrior
more
will be
going on.
cool.
I think it's
And we just have to
much
suffer
better
through the
help
early game.
realize my experience on the mercenary that your vision of having all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that
100%.
does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Like every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers.
It's gonna be
I can
fun.
I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock set up.
gonna
I
be
can incorporate
console
that into
on
my build.
launch.
I can incorporate poison
That's the
into
way
my
I
build
understood it too.
to strip their armor and whatnot. And that
And
actually
maybe
is
you
something
can
that's
only use
important
that
to do.
occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know.
Yeah,
Steam,
but it's like
exactly.
you know, it's like
PS5,
that kind of stuff I really
Xbox.
want to be viable, and
Early
that
access on
situational
all
stuff I think
on
just makes
all
the game way more
platforms.
It's really feeding
You
into
can
the
maybe
flavor
even
of
play it on your
mercenary,
toaster,
like this,
guys.
prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal
Yeah, yeah.
as well.
If it
like,
runs Steam,
you're
you can
I have
play it
this
on your
grenade for
Tesla.
if I get into this situation, and this grenade
And
for
on your
this
smart
one.
fridge.
It's so good.
It's gotta have
I love
Steam.
it. I've a couple of questions here. People
works.
definitely been asking about Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff
can
like
play it
that.
on
I
your
feel like this
smart
sort of thing
fridge.
doesn't make sense at launch. Exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So
Yeah.
at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But look, we might decide to bring that theme back and in a reward system later.
Yeah, I
something
think
like
for
that.
Vile skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for
that
sure.
people like that.
But I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like, if you're looking to be able to, the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just
still
having to
making
make,
the
you're still
skills.
adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced what the full game would have, we said 240.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
Definitely it's going to be way higher than
yeah,
that.
yeah, because we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes.
So
I think that means that there's going to be a lot
I
more
know
than that.
100 of them
eventually.
or whatever are some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
I know, no, that's a lot.
many
I mean,
major
It's gonna be on
skills.
PS5, yes.
Because there's 20 to 25
Smart
for each,
fridge,
for each
PS5,
class. So just
console,
with 6 of those, I'm
Xbox,
terrible at math in my
PC,
head.
smartphone.
But I feel like that's 120.
If you can run Steam,
well, let's say it's just a
tablet,
bit
Steam
over
Deck.
110 or something. Like,
I
end up
think.
around there, 120, something like that.
You can play it on your Tesla. You can run Steam
around
on your
there,
Tesla.
like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each
Tesla
character
truck
class has
too.
9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. So you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there.
Nintendo Switch? I don't know,
And then
maybe.
and then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little
WASD
skills in here,
movement
and,
works.
like,
All staffs, wands, and
Oh yeah,
scepters
there's the
have a
staffs,
skill.
exactly.
Another
We're not
variable
counting
for
that,
Druid.
right? Like, because the staffs, one, the scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like, that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Yeah, I mean,
like if you add them all up.
I don't know who remembers all these things.
Yeah, I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
There are plenty.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
Yeah, no, that's
true.
tons.
Yeah.
That's tons.
Yeah.
Someone
And
chat
those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep,
if
you can
want.
support default attack,
that
and you can support any
Ascendancy
skill that comes from
ones
something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow.
Yep.
You can use mouse to run, yes.
Yep.
You can use
It's, yeah,
WASD,
so
but you
you're gonna
don't
end
have
up with
to.
quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add, additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because
they said it's gonna
those
play like a shooter on
things
the
like heralds are so hard to find
mercenary
like a good set of support.
with WASD.
So we're like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like,
Controller
really
only,
difficult.
that's fine. You can play with controller.
create a custom aura.
WASD and then controller will be really smooth, guys.
That actually means
You
it's
can
actually
move
nice
and
because,
shoot
part
at the
of
same
the,
time.
it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all the, this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent? More
Honestly,
able to, like,
it's not in our thing about
Haven't even
stuff
thought
we're
about
thinking
it?
about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously,
There's just
skin
too much
transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that's
going to make people actually want to use it now.
So
I
yeah,
feel
you'll probably be using that a lot more.
The armory is coming in
So
default.
yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which
If
was,
Elon
I feel
starts
like a big
playing
bulk of
PoE,
the
we won't get to
announcement.
Mars.
Yeah. So just as like
Nah, he has
an
a good
overview,
time management.
So we have
the best probably
the
out there.
end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game Pinnacle versions of the two
Those
trials.
bosses are sick.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the
like
relics,
relics,
in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that. Which is alleged to be the Trial Master. Then you
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to in game.
Why they all
but they're not,
cross-leg?
Sort of part
Should
of the whole
should I do
Atlas.
that as well?
Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame too.
Exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
Sure.
Like
I
distinct
wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that are.
No, it's pretty comfortable, I guess.
But then of course you've got
They're just chilling.
4 kind of what I guess would say sort of
so much content. It was crazy, huh?
Name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the?
There was some wild stuff
because they were called leagues, but they're not really.
Yeah,
leagues,
it doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call refer to them as like.
Well, it's actually pretty comfortable for a change.
That you have that appear
Next ExileCon, do we have a date for that?
I don't have a good
GG
idea
is
right now.
best.
Yeah, we'll need to come up with
Are you guys
have
hyped?
actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I
Big
guess what you
endgame.
would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then,
Yeah.
you know, you've got the cities.
I'm not sure if you
with
can
the
pay on
lieutenants,
Nintendo
and then
Switch.
the Uber Act bosses, and then above that you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before.
Don't spoil all this stuff.
But yeah,
It's
that's
too much.
that one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics.
Yeah, they've been
there.
cooking for sure.
Yeah, it's fun. Oh, that's the fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
Look, man, they all
It's a
have the
progression
same
blocker
stat.
to,
Like, all like
difficulty,
this.
to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that,
That's
of course,
true.
then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So yeah, like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and
Yes.
What?
Progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
streamlining
So
again.
we really wanted to prevent the situation
It's
where
their
you
stream.
feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content, and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And
It's
we
good for
kind
before
of,
the PoE comes
band-aided
out. I mean,
that
it's
in
definitely
PoE
good
1 by
for
adding
us.
multiple
Like,
Atlas
we have
trees
more
as a way,
choices,
but I think the
right?
solution is much better, where effectively you can progress
It's
all
wild
of
to
them,
have
and
these
you can
many
either do like
choices. It's
just
gonna be
all in
very
one
cool.
for a while, or you can just like do each of them as you come to them, and just add
Just
them
get
kind
more
of piecemeal.
stuff.
But either way, however you want to do it, you can make
Before the
progress-
next item,
progress
PoE
on your
gives me
character,
shivers.
well, I should say in your
Well, they
league,
have a lot of content,
for
that's
all
for sure.
all of those.
But
because,
the
progress
season
and all that
7
stuff is, of
theme
course,
looks very cool in
for the whole
D4
league,
to
not
me
just
as
for a single
well.
character.
And we're finally
previously
getting an
we used the
armory.
Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we
Again,
were
you can play
doing
both.
the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing engaging with those mechanics.
My
well.
presentation is
But
fine.
effectively
I
you
like
do
the
have to
Campfire
actually,
chats in D4.
to get sustain at higher
But
difficulties.
you saw that
you will need
PoE
to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and like
PoE, like Path of Exile, they blasted out like
it is part of that
such a level of compact information. It was just so much stuff that
this idea of, like,
they were
sustaining
talking
what you
about.
wanna do by doing it is
It's crazy to
different
keep up like that, but
how
they
it's
also
been
have,
all the time, where
a
it's
ton of
you had to fuel
content.
it by going back to maps.
Right.
You know, get your delve juice.
I mean,
or
you're
whatever.
still doing maps ultimately,
Yeah,
in terms
like,
of like,
to find
but yeah,
more.
but effectively, like, so long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Those hard, then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And like if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for
Yeah,
each
I mean, it was
distinct types of content
very condensed.
is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily.
It's game release. It's not season or update release. It's like literally
and what
PoE
does-
2
I saw,
release.
like, on
It's
the
way
breach-
crazier. The stream keeps lagging. Is this me?
nodes. It said like increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's not my internet.
Somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, that will increase like the level of the area, right? So you get the
Audio
general,
works fine, video
monster
lags.
and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well
It's
because
not
they
me.
don't know how that scales.
I overthink my German internet.
And in other contexts, yeah, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content.
Yeah, okay.
But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is like, let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1,
Thanks,
it can
Conan.
drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that, when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items.
gonna drop
not
some more
just
bangers?
making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better, not
Affects
better
the
oranges.
modifiers, right?
But it does affect, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I
Get up
talk
this
about
open.
just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and,
Well,
maybe
the
next
yellow
tier will add a
items and
unique
all
to the
the
pool, like a more
different rarities have use
what we
cases
hope will be
in
more
PoE.
valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique.
PoE Early
perhaps,
Access has 10
and
times
then the
more
last
content than
difficulty
D4 full game.
introduces something ideally.
I don't know. We'll have to see.
without giving
It
away
sounds
exact
like a lot,
specifics
for
of
sure.
them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE 1. So a unique item that is like
That's a long
ideally
Q&A.
very powerful, very chase,
Can log him in.
but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example,
Yeah.
right?
Those are my
So a
favorites.
new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest
Free to
difficulty.
play
so you can be
in-
getting
in
these,
like 2025,
farming
they
for these
said.
extremely good,
Half a
powerful,
year
unique
minimum.
items. But of course, you have
Summer
the thing, if you're never ready for it,
2025 at
if
the
you
earliest.
try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the
PoE
nodes.
clearly
You can't
learned
spec
from
them
last
away
epoch.
and then not, you know, like
Endgame.
just
I
effectively
hope
decide,
Diablo
I've
can
got these
take some
points,
things.
but I'm not.
Yeah.
I wanna
Dude,
go
I
back
love
and just
open
later.
trading,
And so
man.
that ability to effectively
That's
configure
gonna
the
be
difficulty like
insane.
that, I think is-
So if
Do you
you're
trade a
maybe
lot,
target farming
Flab,
one
when
of
you
the
play
base- one of
PoE?
the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you
I mean, I
might
think
want to
so,
just
right?
be like,
Like,
I'll
you guys
do
are
that.
just
I'll do
trading
the
a ton?
difficulty stuff later, and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So
And I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale down in the past. And the nice thing
I
is, of
think
course,
it's
the
no
difficulty is
problem
that
to
we
be
can effectively get
inspired
use whatever
by, you
scaling
know,
levels
some of
we
the
want
stuff
to
that
make that
other
more
games
difficult
are
without
doing.
necessarily having to
I don't
like,
see this as
'cause we could've
stealing.
been
Like,
like,
if
oh,
there's
you
a
know, you
good
increase
system
difficulty, it's like 20% life
in
or
Last
something like that,
Epoch
but I
or in
think
Path
being
of
able to
Exile,
make it
Diablo
we can actually,
4
like,
should look at
specifically
that.
tailor the difficulties
Maybe make their own version of it, you know? Don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time. I mean, they can just look at their own IP. Diablo 2
whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more
had great systems.
It seems like there's a lot more
like
ways to
Charms,
kind of
for
discover
example.
experimentally there as they
For sure,
progress.
for sure.
In
It's
what
very
ways
cool.
are they getting harder?
Diablo should have maps.
And
Yeah, for
it's going to
example.
be different for different players too, where like a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than
Potentially,
others.
It's major part of the game. You can trade just
that's
good
an interesting
bases.
question
I mean,
as well,
I was
think,
trading a lot.
where- How much are you guys pitching?
AD, thank you
these
so
sorts of
much for the
distinct
host.
endgame pieces of content?
Hope you
being,
enjoyed the
like,
stream. There is
completable
a lot
by
of content
the same build, or by
in this
encouraging
game, that's
players
for
to
sure.
make a different build that's
Yo, guys.
better at certain.
So this
content.
is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently. Is like,
Check out my
the
sister
harder
D.
you make, the harder.
Dude, now it's lagging again. It's not my internet, guys. Look at their stream lagging. F.
This content, the less builds will be considered viable by
Dude,
the
yeah,
players.
they have
because,
internet.
Effectively, like a build's only viable if it can defeat, like, you know, the Pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really like. I actually
Buffering
don't know
like the
necessarily
Mike
what the right
Tyson
answer
fight.
here is.
Yeah.
Like we have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident.
Hey,
on
Spud,
it,
what's
but,
up?
like,
Welcome
you
in.
know, I'll
Need
I'll
big
have a
brain
go at
for
it.
Look, there's
PoE.
going to be
Yeah, you
iteration
do.
here because what we'll see is like, you know,
It's
if we
crazy.
find
It's
that, like,
a lot of content.
You know, there's only like some particularly abusive, like only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content. That we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of
That's crazy.
experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the
Have a great
crazy
night.
You know, PoE does not have the history of PoE 1 to be able to, you know, to know kind of what is the right life value to
PS5
have
is going to launch
on
also
a
December
difficulty
6th,
4
guys.
Pinnacle boss. Like,
We can all
how
play
do we
it
even
together.
know that at this point, really, without, you know.
That being said, though, like
Thanks,
the
friends.
bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like at the end of the day, the gear
You
is
grind, you get
to some
rewarded,
degree
yep.
necessary because no one.
Yeah,
can
Diablo
really
4 in many
make
ways
no
is not really
mistake for some amount
respecting
of
someone's time.
You know,
But
so
I
you
think
do
PoE
have
will
that
be
thing,
a
you do
long
need to
grind
mitigate
too.
certain things, but like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical,
Like
or using
Germany.
certain skills
Yeah.
or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much a lot of skill is involved. Especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, you know, if you want to do a different way about it. Not
The
to say
way
you
is you
must
can
block, but yes, dodge roll
infinitely
is a pretty
dodge
key
roll.
mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it.
Germany
well as you
gonna
get
have
into these higher
elections,
tiers.
I think in February.
Gear is always
They
a
keep
way, and
wanting to
combinations of
delay it.
uniques and passive tree and builds
Even
is
though most
always
people
a way
want
to
an
go,
election
I'm
right
not
now,
good
but
at
they
dodge
have
rolling,
like
I'm going to
excuses.
gear
There's no
around that
paper,
skill check
there's no
and
time,
become
there's
strong enough
Christmas.
to defeat the
and,
boss.
like,
You know, or another skill like
It's
some
weird.
sort of skill
Election
that
is in
helps you block
February.
Or
Sure,
yeah,
they
using
will.
skills in the mix is fine. Yeah, but I would say pretty generally you can take. I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
PoE,
no,
there's
no,
always
no.
more endgames to get into.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this very cute atlas.
We're gonna
this
get new
infinitely
internet soon,
expanding
guys.
Civilization map
Fiber
atlas, which I know you're
hopefully.
particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's the what's
Can't
kind of
wait
the
to make
idea
my own
here?
build.
Like,
Yeah,
is
it's gonna be
the
tough.
layout the same for
Plenty
everyone?
builds.
Is it the same across the league?
So it's the
Procedurally
same for all
generated?
your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone.
Well, there's
It's
gonna be
random.
plenty bugs in
So you're gonna have to
PoE
find
too,
stuff.
guys.
Like it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously
All the
a league that I was
expected in a
particularly a
beta.
fan of. Yeah, I'm just a really
You earned the Twitch
what I
drop.
really
You're not
wanted was I
gonna
wanted
play-
a feeling of exploration.
It's
in the
available
Atlas.
on console mode, though.
And
You don't like PoE?
It's something that we sort of tried to do.
You should try
with
it.
the Atlas and PoE
It's for
1,
free even.
That feeling of kind of having the connected areas and
Next
exploring, but
year.
it never really. It didn't feel like exploration.
I'm not
quite-
sure which class
quite
I'm
the
gonna
same way that
start,
this does.
guys. What are you
So,
starting?
that's the feeling I loved, and it's
I
one of
was
the reasons I loved
thinking
Delve.
monk,
And,
maybe.
so that's
Like
kind of where this was
warrior,
coming from.
monk,
And at the same time,
or sorcerer.
It's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had. Where
I really don't want to play
one
like
of
a
the things that's
bow
really
class.
cool to do,
Even though
is to be able to have
mercenary
things
looks
like,
cool.
okay, like in this area you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. Like I guess in PoE1
Yeah,
you had div
monk's
cards,
fun.
but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a
Yeah,
system that
mercenary
looks,
looks
like PoE1 does,
OP.
then effectively that's
I think
on the map
mercenary is
you
going to
play,
be the
like,
strongest
whatever
class.
the best map
Well,
is, that's the one everyone
I have
will
no
run
idea,
on.
but
That's
like,
just
just
forever.
looking at it, mercenary looks
So
crazy.
effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want.
Warrior, monk,
ideally
or
with
sword,
the,
guys.
with
I
the
think
Atlas
those
we
are
kind
the
of
three.
get that we've got in PoE2, we get to kind of have.
I just don't know.
both
Which one are you
the best of
starting,
both
Plat?
worlds.
Do
We
you
get
know
to
yet?
make sure that there is some variety. You feel like you're exploring. But because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, can
Yeah,
be
Druid
added
looks
to it.
also the same,
You
but
do things.
Druid's
If
not
you
my kind
like
of playstyle.
the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like,
They
okay,
all look fun
I know
for
there's
sure.
a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So
New
like,
setup or
you've
traveling?
both got
No, this one you set up,
controllability,
yeah.
but also
We have a beautiful
the
background.
ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where like for example, you get more variables where you just have there are like 4 towers.
Holy
Really, you got a
Ranger.
good tower cluster,
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
you've
Monk
got
look
really
fantastic.
good maps in that range. So like, there are maps. So and
So we
Path
can
of Exile
play up
1,
to
for
a group
example.
of 6. Maybe we should make a group, guys. I'm not sure yet.
The range is effectively say, how do I quantify this? Like
I
say
need some people that
350
know
monsters up to
PoE1 in my
700
group.
monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is
That
like
can teach
300
me, and
monsters
then I
up to
teach
like
you.
1,500 monsters. Much
Warrior
more
with
drastic
mace.
range. Now those numbers
Let's
are
go.
arbitrary, but it is approximately the
Wasn't there, like,
representation of the
aura
range. Obviously, you
supports?
then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And
What
so you
class is
probably
that?
want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good
just
set of
have one
towers
supporter in the
with
party,
some
by the
really
way.
good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then
Yeah, we'll
you'll get
probably start
really
a
good
clan.
maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you
Next
corrupt
year.
them all. And there's the corruption
didn't show that- we
influence.
didn't show that,
and so
did we?
then there's the
Oh.
corruption
Yeah.
influence on them. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, like
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean that's important, right? I mean, like
Yeah.
that's part of the
PoE
PoE experience.
players, the
But,
juices.
yeah, for 100%.
Juice the
But
XP.
how much control do you have as a player though over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is
all
quite
sit the
open, so
same
like
all
you
the
can
time.
beeline for
It's so
things
funny.
pretty well.
Yeah.
Like if you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you
Yeah,
play, if you know what I
without
mean.
using Shaco, the one-shot
So
kills.
because of that, like choosing
Got
what you want is
choices.
easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that you know, like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next
doesn't
area,
matter
and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out. You can see.
It still matters, but
The
not
fog
that
kind of
much.
in 3D, kind of the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Okay, so that's how the
So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right
Yeah,
now.
absolutely. You can see that.
There's
It sounds like
Alec
this
and
is like
Stress in PoE.
potentially
Really,
infinitely
Mageblood.
expanding map that is going to be by the
Yeah,
end of
sword.
someone's league quite big.
Yes.
So
We actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps
Like-
that haven't been run yet.
Yeah,
we
some sort of
have
way
a
to
few
zoom
things like
around.
there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special you know, more iconic things you find. But this, we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage.
Big fucking day.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole, you know, hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
I mean, yeah, now you're hunting, you know, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, you know, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You know, you're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure. As opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers.
I like it that there's dedicated
really that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You know, you're not instantly like finishing the campaign very grounded, and now I'm in space.
I think some videos. I have a lot of recorded videos.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, you know, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is
Q&A. So we wanted to start with to actually like, at least. I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, you know, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but you know, you haven't gone to the
Campfire,
moon yet.
Like, oh, we still have to watch
even then
that.
we were saying like,
I might
can we
do that
at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first. Like,
to the moon.
Well, actually, how many moons are we? Don't. You know, there's a whole complicated thing we need to.
We
figure
didn't
out
watch
there.
the D4 Q&A.
I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. There'll be a little marker just so you know.
I was worried
but
about that.
Honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind
Path
of
of Exile 2 is crazy.
Like, you know, if you generally speaking, you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one, you know, those have good drops. And effectively,
I don't even know where
the
to
only
start,
reason that you would need that
so
marker
much
thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, you know, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, you know, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. You know, so you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, this is fun.
Claw, it's crazy.
Ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE 2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you know, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it. Because there's
are we not
going to
one-shot them eventually?
1 in 4 maps is a map boss. That doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play as one, because you know obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring around.
You're picking your pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. So that actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, no, right. You mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I was looking?
Not yet.
Josh was like, wait, stop. It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
Yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can...
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That a lot of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that can work together, and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and Pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X.
You can
maps
spend days.
But of certain tiers. Like basically,
at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
So this is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers,
you just play
that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
And like, may say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like
I don't really do the
complete
mercenaries
this and
because it's, like,
defeat
kinda
a
obvious. Like,
boss,
there's only one
and then
choice,
later
who
it's
is the best
defeat
by
at least 5 bosses at something,
Else you don't
and
have
so
maps.
killing bosses get
It
generated.
sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content. I'm
But
just
it
doing
is,
good
but
content.
it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting and from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps and. Or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put
ritual.
a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
they can have every type of content in one map.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
Like they're like similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, I
added the mercenary. Yes.
As I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4 that you'll find.
Okay,
it's good.
Excellent. So
I
think that covers.
We all
Did I
take
miss some
Subo.
things from. You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strong boxes and essences. And
Yeah,
things
yeah.
like
So
that coming back as
initially,
well.
we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons.
Do you
for
have
it on
more
the tree.
Q&A?
Sorry, on the Atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it didn't it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well.
Yeah,
over
2-hour
time.
Q&A,
Just like,
man.
I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
That's the stuff on the core Atlas tree. Yeah, so you can kind of like.
You feel the passion and love they put in GGG.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well.
But again, it's good if there's many great ARPGs to enjoy.
Maps, Waystone, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
these aren't really called
internally,
maps anymore.
we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just
The
call them
big
maps,
guy.
I bet. Just because, that's the PoE1 connection.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium,
This stream is on
Ritual,
YouTube?
Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really.
I didn't do a YouTube stream.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc., that we can use as a baseline. We've got way
Crazy
better,
stuff.
consistent direction on what's going on there. Heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got, Incursion. We've got, awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption
more free
mechanics that
buffs
we
in
can
one
extrapolate
season.
on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, we're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Look,
standing and then
mistakes
the
were
Roomba.
made. Now we have minimum.
Vacuum cleaners
That's a
will
world
run.
where you
Minimum
had super
vacuum cleaners?
uniques with 1 or
That
2
Dyson
skills.
sponsor.
Yeah.
Right? I don't. there's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these like, awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them as opposed to just like, oh, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, you know. You can just get way more epic and way more you know, involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
There's no reading between the lines.
It's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
It's gonna be fun.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that.
Is there PvP and PoE? Not that I know.
All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like, when we actually get there,
that's
what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit because we've done a lot there, and it's
everybody's going to start fresh.
So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1.
Yeah.
That you know, you like just the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the, you know, like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. You know, part of that is making sure that you know, you've got enough of that currency. You know, it actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing cemented in your mind of like, you know, oh, this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt. How can it possibly drop like, you know, multiple times in Act 1? You know, like it just seems crazy. But with the way, like, removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like, I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
Craft relics, which
yes, and the reason why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. You know, there's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff is just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got nulls and you've got but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing.
It's not
yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
So there's stuff to do there, and like, you know, like the meta crafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there, but once again, we introduced that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to, you know, I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels. Like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff, while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the staff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using Exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say, honestly, in the last month, we have, like, over, like, 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, you know, and... You know, there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff because, again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. You know, that process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and you know, like when you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 Exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll on it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck. Because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare, so that I could then put my exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they
so
are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that, like, if you don't have enough of those, like, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep, like, I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. The same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, you know, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
I surprised them with my my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, you know, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, you know, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers is now way easier to get, and that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like you know issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting. The question of
so
that.
We went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with.
There's so much content for that price.
Then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. And then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb, like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it, I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, you know, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the you know the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem. So then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, you know, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and you know and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. And you know, I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving 2 things kind of in its way, which was or maybe even 3. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, oh, I need a bit more fire resistance. And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first 2 things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization, it's the sorry, what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there. That is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things, you know. So
So I was worried that you know some of the changes you're making might move us away from some of the like deep, impactful crafting that we have, but it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item. But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated,
like
the chance that you get a rare chest
really like D2.
is
it doesn't
way
need to be
higher.
the same.
So effectively,
but
if a rare
there's so
chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about
that. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like, you know, as far as item drops go, that like, oh, like it feels intentional, right? Like, oh, I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. You know, like that kind of thing is really cool. So
you guys want to keep watching the
like
Q&A, or should we check the trailers?
Because
there was so much stuff.
The way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just you know, that means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. So you know that's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE 1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE 1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now of course you got item filters and everything.
I don't know which support pack. I don't even know my starter class.
So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. So yeah, it really is more about like are the items actually good? Like ideally you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. You know, like that is that to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting it at that point.
That's crazy. I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways, where like a player is struggling.
The more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the
you make some key
around the place as
well.
If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can.
We can also check D4 Q&A right after,
and you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare.
I'm gonna make like one
laid
back overview.
This little boss here will drop a.
The way I understood everything for those people that didn't have time.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again. And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that...
It's lagging again. No.
People don't do that. Like if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss like 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all the sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff, and then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
There's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Right after the classes.
You've got some pretty clever systems there, and I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit, but also just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find. And I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But yeah, there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But like you never get to an area and don't see some unless they are like very obviously hidden intentional secrets that.
There's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently. We got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Definitely for us as well.
Yeah, okay.
Solved a lot. We're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all the anger and friction for me was Was
yes,
especially bulk trading. It
Incredible.
was horrible, and I
So
was just
good.
like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like we're more engaged in Endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So,
Full open
do you
economy.
take that then as like, as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and like how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exhaust?
But
trading is
ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause like horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But
or have some
I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
You just had to do it right.
Exactly.
I remember there was a lot of
I remember
pushback on
10
having
years ago,
gold.
we're
Like,
like, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we
like
hadn't
it, you can
arrived
gamble
from
with
here.
it.
So
Yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah. The paths we weave. How likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like
quick.
The currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Check the trailer again.
And so fixing that like fixed a lot of the like it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and
if
then
you want to
maybe
watch
now
the
it's
rest
seeming
of
like
this,
maybe we
I'll
don't. But I still want to experiment with it potentially.
That is
so,
a long Q&A,
man.
man.
But yeah, the currency exchange definitely helped.
2.5 hours.
Those were the annoying drains.
Yeah,
most
they
of
were
the
for
time.
sure. They were.
Yeah, definitely.
That's been wild.
Great.
See, they have a full website up here where you can see everything. You can see every character and all that stuff. Yeah, 3.5 hours going. Yeah, we'll make a quick summary. Skills, skill gems, endgame, pinnacle bosses, trials in the endgame, and then what you can purchase, and the website with the classes. Man, look at the 12 character class. Wait, what? 12? We have like 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have 12? Wait, warrior, ranger. So Huntress. Was Huntress in early access, guys? I don't think Huntress was there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. This is 8. So wait, what's going to be in early access? We have the warrior. We have the ranger. Huntress, I don't think is there, right? Was it 8? Not 6? They said 6. I don't think they talked about the Huntress. If I remember correctly, the Huntress wasn't in there. Huntress is not in there. But which one is the last one? Mercenary, monk, ranger, warrior for sure. Druid. Is the druid gonna be there? They said 6. They didn't show the druid. Druid is not gonna be there. Okay, wait, so we have warrior, we have ranger, we have no huntress, we have sorcerer, we have mercenary, we have monk, we have no druid, and we have witch. That's 6. Okay, druid and huntress won't be there. Okay, that makes sense. Oh man, the Druid would have been so sick. But then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 more coming. So they're gonna have 12 classes in total. Yeah, okay. Merc, Monk, Warrior, Sorc, Witch, Ranger. Thanks. Oh boy. Well, Witch and Sorcerer is kind of similar, but Witch you can like spec into the Summoner and stuff, right?
Is a thing of beauty.
Okay, we're gonna make a quick summary, guys. There's a lot of content to look forward to. This trailer was sick.
Life and death.
Man. You look at the skill tree alone. I think we're gonna do without chat. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. Path of Exile 2 just had its major reveal and the game is looking fantastic. We have a ton of information about the classes, about how the endgame looks. This is completely new. We have know how the skills look, the skill tree, and a ton of different stuff. They dropped a trailer here that is looking fantastic. They also have a ton of information on their website that I'm gonna link below, and we're getting really hyped for this game. This is all releasing on December 6th, and I'm definitely looking forward to play it. I already had a chance of playing this multiple times at the Gamescom, and we have this like amazing, crazy skill tree. The game is super complex, and I'm just gonna show you some of the basics here, and we're gonna watch some of the amazing footage that you have here. So you can already see kind of the classes here. We have range classes, melee classes, spellcasters. There's also a mighty melee warrior, and there are a ton of different enemies here. We're just gonna like check this out here for a second. Look at this amazing stuff here. They have a ton of cool, unique designed enemies. They have infinite endgame systems, basically, that scales indefinitely. They have hundreds of different bosses and monsters to fight that are actually going to be very challenging. When I played the game, it was a ton of challenge, even from the early beginning. And lots of rewards and Pinnacle bosses here to fight. And you can pre-order the game now. It's going to be free to play on launch. And at the moment, for the early access, you're only paying, I think, $30 to access all this content. And there is a ton of content. So they released it all here on the website. It's going to be available for Steam, PlayStation, Xbox, so you can play it basically on all the platforms. You're gonna have a ton of features here, cool graphics, and they are launching next year with 12 character classes. And in this early access, you're gonna have 6 of them, all with different ascendencies. So first of all, you have the warrior. This is like your kind of like, you know, melee, barbarian / paladin kind of playstyle. You can play a two-handed playstyle, or you can play with a shield. Then you have the ranger here. This is like your ranged kind of playstyle. You have like massive AoE damage that you can do from afar. The huntress here is not going to be available in the early access beta, so this is going to come later. Then we have the sorcerer here, your mighty spellcaster with all the different elements, looking very cool. This might be one of the classes that I'm interested in next to the warrior. Then we have the mercenary. This is like your kind of like snipe character. It almost feels like you're playing a shooter. You can play the WASD movement, or you play on a controller on your PC or on your console, and you can basically just shoot down your enemies. Then we have the monk martial arts melee playstyle. This reminds me a little bit of the Spiritborn as well. It's gonna be very cool to see. Then we have the druid. This one is also coming a bit later in the early access, so it's not gonna be available right from the beginning, but there's a ton of shapeshifting, a ton of cool stuff to look forward to. And then we have the Witch. This is like a sorcerer, but gone rogue, gone dark. Like you can also go with a ton of summons here. It's like a little bit of a necromancer here on the Witch side of things. So that's looking fantastic. And you can see like here the different like active skill systems that we have. They still have this skills that you can basically combine anything with anything, no matter what your classes is. And all the classes can specialize into ascendencies. And you have to do like an ascendancy trial. They showed off 2 different trials to unlock your class, like more specialization. You can focus on, for example, on Witch, you can go like into like a summoner Witch and stuff like that. And all these skills are going to be available on all the classes. And it's basically the same for this passive tree. They showed off this passive tree. And obviously it's massive. They have all the classes on the passive tree. This is like the sorcerer. You can also socket stuff into the tree. So it is amazingly complex and there is a lot of stuff to min-max. They mentioned over 1,500 different nodes on the passive skill tree. So there is a ton of cooking to be done in here for sure. And then on top of this, you see these slots over here. You can actually put sockets into there to juice the tree even more once you find these gems and once you can get that. Then they also talked a bit about the progression system, how it's going to go. And they actually mentioned here that the first 3 acts is like basically the normal game is already going to take a newer player about 25 hours. So just from level 1 to level 45, they're expecting new players to take 25 hours. And then on this release, we're basically going to have another mode here. We only can do Act 1 to Act 3, and then we can do them again to actually reach the end game. And this is where the game really starts at level 65. So this is exclusively to early access, and Act 4, 5, and 6 are going to launch a bit later. But again, this is probably going to be taking 25 hours, and then this is going to be 25 hours. So like 50 hours until you're in the end game, like until you're done with the story. And the story is a must complete here, and then you're rocking in the end game. And there is a ton of stuff in the end game. They showed this like infinite Atlas system basically, where you can like keep unlocking stuff and engage new mechanics. They are bringing back a ton of the fan favorite leaks that they already did in Path of Exile 1 here. They mentioned so many different things. We have Breach, Ritual, Delirium, Simulacrum, Expedition, and so many more things coming back into Path of Exile 2 from PoE 1, and the graphics are highly improved. We also have this Pinnacle boss content that is going to be, they said, the hardest content they have ever done in Path of Exile. And you can see, like when you're not dodging those mechanics, you're going to be one-shot. So these are like Pinnacle bosses. They only sneak peeked one of them. So you have to dodge this hand. This guy is not dodging, and then he just gets one-shot. So those are going to be extremely hard bosses. And a lot of people, or basically no one knows the entire game, but some people at GDG, and they're not showing it to anyone. So everybody is going to have this like fresh start feeling. The game is not going to be figured out. There's not going to be all the guides yet. No one has like, you know, this early access or this kind of advantage. So it's going to be a real adventure, like figuring out the game together here. And I'm definitely looking forward to do that. They also showed like even more endgame systems. Like they have all these different league mechanics, and then they have the endgame trials that are completely like crazy challenges. And the game is going to be very, very hard, guys. Even like very early on, we had a ton of challenges here. I watched some, and I mean, I'm a casual player myself, and I watched some journalists play the game. And even early on, guys, it's very easy to die. If you're not dodging the boss attacks, you're going to be dead. So you need to have an idea of what you're doing. You can't just face tank it, and it's going to be hard right from the beginning. But we appreciate a good challenge, and there's just like so much more content. This is just a very broad overview of the game, and you can kind of see a customized skill system. You can see the kind of equipment here, in-depth equipment system. They actually have some pretty cool embeds. Again, I'm going to link this website down below, and you can craft your equipment. So all normal items, magic items, rare items, and also unique items, they all gonna have, you know, a reason to exist, because you can craft them all using different crafting materials in Path of Exile. And in general, in Path of Exile 2, you're gonna have a ton of focus on crafting, and I think it's gonna be freaking amazing here with all the crafting stuff. And then obviously there are a ton of starter packs here on Steam. you have some available right here. So these are the ones that are on Steam, but on the official website, there's even more of them. So you can unlock like a ton of cool stuff and cosmetics in the game. So basically, Path of Exile is going to be free on launch, guys. But this early access, again, starting December 6th, this one you need to pay for to access unless you have already previously purchased $500 worth of microtransactions. But most of you, including me, don't have that. So the base game, early access, will cost 30 USD. And this is just the base game. And then you can get more tiers for more rewards, basically. It's mostly cosmetic stuff, and you also get a ton of more keys. So you can see there's a bigger supporter pack. You're supporting the game, you're supporting the development. So there's like all these different packs, and every pack that you go up also includes all the perks of the previous packs. So they also have this merch, they have like a t-shirt, they have like a hoodie, and then here the Ultra Giga pack here for $500 US. Like with shipping, it's gonna be like $500 US. You get the t-shirt, you get the hoodie, you get like a Path of Exile book, and you get like the Giga Transmogs, and you get additional keys that you can also give out to your friends. But if you're not sure which pack to buy, guys, I would just, if you want to play the game, and there is so much content, like so much content. The $30 is just fine. You can always upgrade later if you want, and you're also getting an in-game premium currency that's going to allow you, you know, to get more stash tabs and stuff like that. So I have my account here. Rob was taken. I played PoE 1 a bit, but I'm super excited to jump into PoE 2 because the graphics and the gameplay and everything feels so smooth and looks, to me, much smoother than it was in PoE 1. So I'm hella excited for this game, and there is just so much content here to go into.
Let them soon be acquainted with it.
This is gonna be like one of the bosses that we're gonna fight in the end, I guess. So they look pretty sick, man. And this is Path of Exile 2, my friends. Releasing in just 2 weeks, December 6th. I'm looking forward to it, guys. Again, all the information is here. I'm gonna make a ton more updates and probably also guides like once I learn the game, and I hope we can like kind of learn the game together because it's definitely gonna be a challenge, this game, but I'm looking forward to it, to play it together with you, together with the community. And there's also going to be completely open trading in Path of Exile 2, and this I really love, like free economy. And they also said they're going to be very vigilant with some of the dupes and bug fixes. So this is a beta. We're expecting some bugs, but they want to be swiftly of fixing those as soon as possible. So looking forward to this, guys. PoE 2, log in. Let's go. Yeah, I think the stream is still live, but it's a Q&A. This is the website here. Purchase options. I'm also going to link them. Where do we pre-order? You can pre-order wherever you like, on the website or on Steam. I think as long as you have your accounts connected, like I have mine connected somehow, I think. Verify you're human. I don't even know what this is gonna do. Basic information. I don't know if this is actually connected, but I think it is. You want to connect your accounts and then you can purchase it anywhere. But yeah. I'm gonna play both games. Well, I don't know, main game. We're gonna play both games. I don't know how many hours I'm gonna allocate to each. We'll see how PoE, how much we like it on December 6th. And after that, I mean, we'll see, guys. If I'm having a ton of fun. I mean, I'm definitely gonna check out Season 7, for sure. We're gonna play the PTR. It's just a bit unfortunate that the PTR and PoE is like so close to each other. The elixirs have been changed, yeah. Elixir is gone. That's crazy. Less bugs, boys. Dude, like this is shooting like a laser, man.
R2628 punch.
Blue Dream, thank you so much. Yeah, this is the trailer, guys. The trailer is really good. Druid is not gonna be a variable from the start. $500 transmogs. Yeah. I mean, but look what it all includes. Wait. How many packs are there? Where does it gonna take me? Yeah, look at this, man. You have to... God damn it. You have to, like, scroll to see all the benefits, man. Yeah, look how much is included, guys. The price tag is still crazy. You would be basically losing money if you didn't buy this. I mean, look at this. Like, it doesn't stop. Yeah, it's definitely a bit overwhelming, man. Like what the fuck even is all this? I mean, I like the hoodie. You're not gonna rant about default ultimate packs again. Yeah, like, okay, so every pack, the lower packs, they include everything from the previous pack. $450 USD is 3,000 Brazilian currency. Well, I mean, you don't have to get this, guys. Like, if you're unsure, I mean, like, then you don't buy it. But like, if you're unsure what to buy, you can just get this one. You can always upgrade later. If you feel like, you know, you like the game a lot, or like, you know, you don't know Path of Exile, you just buy the starter pack. And he literally said this, Jonathan Rogers. And then you can jump into the game and play the game, and if you see like you like it a lot and you want to support the game more, or you want some extra transmogs, then you can always upgrade later. This is not like, you know, you have to buy it now or you're never gonna get it again. They don't create this artificial scarcity like the Diablo 4 shop does at the moment, at least. So you can like purchase this after. You don't have to like get this from the start, right? There's no scarcity here. This is just pixels, like you have this infinity. The thing that Diablo 4 does in the shop is like it's creating these artificial like FOMO. Like, you know, you have like a virtual product and it's only available for the next 24 hours. If you don't buy it, you're not gonna get it again. Or at least not right now. A little FOMO never killed nobody. Well, it's those tricks. Dude, I remember how crazy it was in Immortal. Obviously, we can't really compare that, but man, in Immortal, the FOMO was crazy. I remember the 800% value. I'd be losing money if I didn't buy this. I'm not gonna play Path of Exile 1. I have zero interest in playing PoE 1. I already played it, and there was a lot of things I liked, but there was also a lot of things in Path of Exile 1 I didn't like. And from what I understand, Path of Exile 2 is gonna make it a lot better, those things I didn't like. The things I didn't like in PoE 1 was the graphics, the smoothness, the atmosphere just didn't feel good. And in general, it felt a bit clunky in PoE 1. Because it's an old game, right? It's a very old game. And Path of Exile 2 had this, like, you know, polished feeling. Like, you know, the way you move around your character, the way you play the game. It felt like a lot improved in comparison to PoE 1. And also the graphics and everything, right? So, yeah. I have really no interest in playing PoE 1. However, it's a great game if you get into it. I just never got into it. Old engine, yeah. I mean, the endgame is fantastic in PoE 1. The mechanics are amazing and stuff. It's just like, man, I woke up at this beach, you know, very early on, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, the game felt clunky, the graphics didn't look good. And, I mean, that was a couple of years ago. I think they upgraded the graphics tremendously as well. But yeah. And also, okay, then another thing that turned me off in PoE 1 of not playing it much was it was already such a big game. It was very hard to get started, right? Like I didn't have my PhD, you know, I don't have my Path of Exile 1 PhD, and a lot of other people already have theirs. So it was very hard to get into, and looking at all the, I don't know, like 50 different league mechanics, or like maybe it was 30 different league mechanics that they have in the game, right? And it was very hard to get started. And the way it looks, Path of Exile 2 is gonna do a way more compact and way better job at that, getting started. Because let's face it, like here, 95% of us, we're gonna be casual players coming into, or we're gonna be beginner players coming into Path of Exile. Like, there's only a few people that have their Path of Exile PhD. And I'm not one of them, and most of you are not one of them. You have not studied Path of Exile, and it looks like we don't need it to go into Path of Exile 2. Because they need to make the game more accessible for new players, and it looks like they did. Now the game and the end game is still going to be very complex, but it looks like it's gradually, you know, teaching you. A best example is if you open the skill tree, man. And I mean, these are the reasons why I didn't really get into PoE 1. And it's also, I mean, there's PoE 2 coming, so there's no reason for me to get into PoE 1, really. At the moment. No one cares about class balance. I think people care about class balance. It looks clean, yeah. Yeah, I like a Diablo 2 clone. I love the game, so. And I don't think it's any like secret or anything. Like they stated this multiple times that the game developers at GGG, they really took a lot of inspiration from Diablo 2, right? But I don't really like, you know, I'm not really like interested. Like if there's like a PoE 1, like a new league, like I'm going to be playing Path of Exile 2 and I'm going to be playing Diablo 4. I'm not looking to play PoE 1 or Diablo 3 at the moment, right? Like if there's a new season in Diablo 3, I'm not going to like really be interested in that. And it's the same for PoE 1. If there's a new league in PoE 1, like there's already PoE 2, you know. And it's the same with Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. Now, what I'm interested in, if there's a Diablo 2 Resurrected, like a cool new ladder that has cool content, new content, I would play that because I really like Diablo 2. Like, I mean, for me, easy. Diablo 2 is, for me, the way better game in comparison to Diablo 3 or to Path of Exile 1. That's like the only other game that I would consider right now. I mean, to like really play a lot. I mean, there's many games I might try, right? Yeah, D2 Giga Chat. D2 was crazy. Yeah, Project Diablo 2 was also very cool. From Senpai something. He's great. Well, isn't there like, I mean, okay, I'm not much in the community, but isn't there like big drama that a lot of PoE 1 players don't like PoE 2? I heard that a lot. There was a bunch of discussions, like some people linked me some videos and some Reddit topics where, like, you know, a lot of the PoE 1 people don't like PoE 2, but it's the same. Like, you know, a lot of the Diablo 2 people didn't like Diablo 3. Like, it's just normal. People are outraged because PoE 2 seems too slow for them. Yeah. And it does seem a bit slow early on. But, you know, that was the same argument that people had in Diablo 4. You guys remember the very early days of Diablo 4 when they showed gameplay, like of a level 15 character? Obviously, it's going to be slow. Like, I don't know, this is not Endgame, right? Like, I don't know what level this character is. But this is not like a Giga Geared full min-max character. Like, it's going to be zoomy in the end. I'm pretty sure. And PoE 1 is also slow early on, yeah. I mean, maybe it's not going to be quite as fast. But you could also make the argument, though, that PoE 1 is a bit too fast in the end game. It's too fast, in my opinion. I like a zoomy build. But like, if you're like blinking with no cooldown and you're one-shotting the entire screen instantly, I can see how many players don't enjoy that to some degree. If it's too fast, up to the point where you can't really react to things anymore because you're just driving so fast, it can become a problem as well, right? So there needs to be a good balance in speed. And I mean, this doesn't really look like super slow, right? It looks slower. But this is also not your giga broken endgame build yet. Yeah, like you think about teleport Sork, like perma-teleport Sork with Lightning Spear in Diablo 4. Like, to many, that is too fast. Nah, Spiritborn, no. You should, let's say, okay, can somebody link me? Maybe I'll find it. PoE 1 Ultra Endgame Zoom. I'm not sure like what the build are gonna look like. PoE 1, I don't know, fastest build or whatever. I just want to see gameplay of the craziest zoom ever. I don't know. Here, there's one from MP. This guy, like, MP is a great guy. You see here, this is... See, this is endgame in PoE 1. You see this speed? That's even faster than evade. This is not sped up. Yes? This is how it looks in PoE 1.
So, I have...
So, Could be even faster. This reminds me of Torchlight in terms of speed. Like, it's like 3 times as fast as Evade. Come on. And people just don't want this in PoE 2. Nah, it's too fast.
So, I have been notified of a build yesterday. People kept coming in like, oh, have you seen it?
Bro, what the fuck is this? Yeah, man, MP is a great guy. Check him out, man. Like, this guy is so cool. I played a lot Diablo 3 with him back in the days. And we played some Diablo 4, actually, as well. He is a big blaster. And he does crazy, crazy group content in Diablo 4. It's incredibly expensive to reach this. Yeah, but like, you can see the problem with like builds getting too fast.
So,
that's a bit too crazy. He's like, so. Yeah, but people are really upset about PoE 2 being too slow. I don't know. I mean, I think it's a minority of players. And I remember people being upset about Diablo 4 the exact same way early on. Like, Diablo 4 is way too slow. The movement speed's way too slow. Blah, blah, blah. It's exactly the same thing that's happening now. Yeah, they're getting epilepsy triggers with this build. PoE 2 graphics are like from another world. Yeah, they look good. People were saying like they don't like the graphics like early in the stream. But man, the graphics, like you can't compare this to PoE 1. Like these graphics are really good. Let me see. I mean, you compare it to this. Guys, this is the PoE 1 graphic. I don't think it's comparable. Like, this is PoE 1. It looks way different. PoE 1? I mean, okay, this is also the craziest zoomer build. And then this is PoE 2. It's way better, man. Like, what? I don't even know what you're talking. Yeah, PoE 1 is like it released when Diablo 3 released, pretty much. Yeah, I'm not sure how you say it looks the same. We can see, did they release? Here.
Welcome to Path of Exile 2's second act.
Look at this. This is like the second desert
act. 2 is centered around a caravan of Marrakech blocking the progress, demonstrating the new. We're ensuring that each weapon type has unique and different mechanics.
Yeah, look at this.
Each weapon class feels different to play, and today we're going to start by demonstrating the new spear weapon class. Spears are a weapon class favoring mobility with both melee and ranged attack options. To that end, each spear will grant you at least one mobility skill. In this case, the spear comes with both an engage and disengage skill. When you engage, it increases your melee damage for a short time, and that really encourages you to be mobile during combat. One of the skills we're using here is called Whirling Slash. When you use...
I think it looks really good. I don't know, guys. Yeah, okay, I don't have high bitrate on Twitch. This works. Bitrate is capping though.
Now that we've arrived at the Ancient Gates, we're going to show you another of the new weapon classes in Path of Exile 2.
You cannot compare the
crossbows. Crossbows are special in that they grant attack skills implicitly. This particular crossbow grants bolt skills that the Permafrost bolts can be used to disrupt packs of enemies to prevent them from closing in on your position. You can then follow up with armor-piercing bolts to do plenty of damage.
Outsider, join me in battle!
In this area, we're helping Asala, leader of the Ardura, to open the Ancient Gates and let the caravan through.
I think it looks really good.
Because the bolt types are the skill gems, support gems that are added to them will modify whatever the skill is that you're using. Here we're going to add multiple projectiles to our incendiary bolt.
And this was already quite some time ago, right? This was 3 years ago. I think Diablo 4 still has a slight edge. Wait, I showed gameplay that 95% of players not play? Like, why not? I don't get it. Yeah, this was one of the early trailers. I mean, there's probably new. Wait, there was a GG. There was like a super cool boss fight. Let me see if I can find this. One sec. Oh, they fought like some sick shit. When did they showcase? I think it was Mercenary. Was it this? Yeah, here it is. Look at this. This is a boss fight.
All right, it's time to face the boss for this area. Let's see how we fare against her with all the skills I've shown you so far.
This is the Mercenary.
Soorasayer shall take pleasure in your castration!
Come on.
I'm not letting you anywhere near him.
Look at this boss.
Stay still, the mother! No. My dear child! Your time has come! By the gods!
Dude, the fucking baby goes out of her stomach, man.
Rapid fire! Children! Eat your fill!
The unwanted. He's almost dying. It's so funny.
Take this!
And she was pregnant and she cut the baby out. Shoots the baby with fire. Now she gets mad because he killed her baby. The Marton, crazy bitch.
can see.
And that's the Mercenary. It feels totally different than anything we've made before, and shows you the range of what's possible so far.
She like just cutting it out of her gut.
Stay still, the mother! No.
Dude, yeah. That's fucking gross, man. What? Just kept her own belly. She's even piercing it. Now C-section. What the fuck?
Rapid fire! Eat your fill!
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Doctors hate this one trick. Self C-section. Fucking crazy. PRE is looking goated. We're looking at the Druid earlier. Druid gameplay.
Transform yourself into one of several wild beasts. Today we want to show off the bear form. Transformation in PoE 2 happens
This guy's eating good.
when you use a bear attack. Use bear maul and your character will transform into a bear, into a meaty swing. Use a spell and your character transforms back into a human and casts it. Hitting enemies with the bear's maul attack will build up rage,
Yeah, you should
which
also
increases
see
your
he's
attack
not
damage.
obese.
So your bear gets stronger with every attack. You can see the glowing runes that indicate rage on your back. Have a lot of weak enemies to take out? This is where you probably want to break out your rampage. Let out a roar and stampede over all enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your
Elon Musk
paws.
will like it, Druid.
The initial
I think
roar
so.
generates rage, and then the rage is consumed as you charge along. You can use rampage by itself to travel a short distance, or do some mauling first to build up some rage and travel a significant
Yeah,
distance.
look at the fucking storm being alive. He's getting
Now, while
slapped.
the bear is big and strong, this isn't a pure
17
strength class.
damage
You don't
through
have
it?
as much armor as a warrior would have. In order to protect itself from larger packs, you might want to consider a skill like Furious Slam. This skill is all about stunning rather than damage, so it's quite useful if you're mobbed by smaller monsters and just need to get out of there. Of course, like any PoE 2 character, you can always use a dodge roll to get out of danger, since the bear is the slowest of the druid's forms. Making sure the dodge feels reliable and can get you out of any situation is
This is
paramount.
early game, guys.
When you
In the
dodge
end
an
game, it
animal
might be
form, your
faster.
character instantly transforms back with no time penalty, so that you can get out of the way. You can even interrupt a mistimed transformation halfway through. Of course, doing this will mean you pay the slight time cost of having to transform back again, but it's certainly a lot better than dying. Something interesting about this
No
skill is
cooldown
that it's
on any
faster
of
to
this.
use if you're already standing up. If you're on all fours when you use Furious
More damage
Slam,
output?
then
I mean,
the
it's a
bear has to stand
druid,
up first
17.
before slamming back down. But use Maul first and the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow up with Furious Slam and your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient.
It's gonna do good damage. I mean, he looks cool, dude. The game is in general a bit slower.
Next up, I want to talk about Ferocious
Just
Roar.
want to one-shot everything.
Ferocious Roar is a bear meta skill gem. It allows you to take any Warcry skill that another class like the Warrior might use and allow you to use it as a bear. I'm going to take the Seismic Cry gem and socket it into Ferocious Roar. You can actually socket more than one Warcry and use them all together, but let's just stick to one for now. Seismic Cry pushes enemies back and has some stun chance, but the reason we want to use it is for a mechanic called Exerted Attacks. If there are any heavily stunned enemies in range of the Warcry, then your next slam skill will be powered to do double the number of slams. First, I use Furious Slam to stun these enemies. Next I follow up with Seismic Cry and get the exerted attack. And then I slam again. See how 2 slams triggered?
Yeah, this is early game. I'm not sure if they're gonna have some endgame stuff.
So, that's all well and good.
Let me see. This is with more skills. Yeah, gem slow level everything.
So, last but not least, let's talk about the skill tree. At ExileCon, we showed how you could dual spec your character so that different weapons can use different passives. Well, as I said before, the bear form counts as another weapon set for specialization purposes, so he gets a tree too. If I open my passive tree, you can see how I'm near a melee damage cluster and a spell damage cluster.
1,500
Holding shift, I can
notes
allocate these passives in my human form.
Tree, boys.
And these ones as a bear.
1,500.
Now, when I change between human and bear form, my passives
wild.
reallocate automatically. So, here we are at the Blind Beast. The goblins have enslaved a huge behemoth and gouged out its eyes. Now they're sending it in to fight you while they watch.
What have they done to this creature?
Madness. The blind dude. Oh boy. All look great. Look at all the smallies cheering. I think the mother fight was even crazier. Win69 plays this game, but he only plays ZDPS characters, no? I heard only ZDPS for Quinn. Slay this guy. But Druid looks slow.
And there we have it. With a little bit of customization, we have...
I mean, it looks cool. It also looks a bit slow on the Druid part. People need an aura bot. What is the most viewed PoE2 video? Early access announcement.
My son, are you clear of mind and stout of heart?
Ready, Exile?
I am.
Walk.
Are you ready to sacrifice? Sacrifice everything to become the savior.
That's Mephisto right there.
I will.
Do you have the strength to sweep aside this world and build it anew?
I must.
LFG. boss fight's gonna be fucking tough.
Now, are you ready to fulfill your destiny?
Hey, that's a good trailer, man. Holy shit. Log in? Or log in? Dang, man. I want all the boss fights. They have so many boss fights. Well, there's a console trailer. What's the difference? Console trailer. Hey, this has 2 million views, man. That's actually crazy. There's a lot of... I think it was this one here for the witch. This is the character I might play. This is like necromancer minions, basically.
I'm certainly not supposed to be here.
Look at those bosses.
How exciting.
That's one of the boss fights, man. Holy shit.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and I'm here today to talk about the Witch. Most classes have access to some kind of minion, but if you want to control an army, the Witch is probably the class you want to pick. In PoE 2, most minions don't require summoning manually.
Everybody, it's Rob here.
This scepter gives me a couple of free warriors,
Oh,
but it's also going to give me
stuff.
another resource called Spirit, which you can spend on
Hey,
whatever minions you
Jonathan.
want. You can see the Spirit bar above the mana here. On the skill screen, you can pick the composition of your army. This is a level 2 area, so I can only afford one other minion. I'll pick a sniper for now.
Sniper minion. Bum, bum, bum.
When minions die, they'll be revived automatically so long as no other minion has died recently. So before your next battle, all your minions will come back to life. You can also order your minions around with a dedicated button. Tell them to move to a specific location, attack a specific enemy, or even open
When
a
is
chest or door
PoE?
for you.
Next 2 weeks. December 6th.
We also have temporary minions. This
Check out this
spell is
video.
called Unearth. If it kills a monster or if it hits the corpse
Hey
of a
everybody,
monster,
it's
it
Rob
creates
here.
these bone
Path of
constructs.
Exile 2 just had its major reveal, and the game is looking fantastic. We have a ton of
Here's my
information
PoE2
about
video,
the
guys. This is like
classes,
a quick
about
summary.
how the end game looks. This is completely new. We have know how the skills look, the skill tree, and a ton of... Oh, it looks so good. Let's go.
They can't take many hits and have a limited lifetime, but you can build up a real army with these. While my minions are attacking, I'm going to use some debuffs on the monsters too. The first one I'm going to use here is Contagion. If a monster dies with Contagion, it spreads to nearby enemies. Each time it spreads, the damage increases, so it's a good idea to try and keep the
Good at
infection
speaking?
going.
Thanks, man. We'll try. Like,
If any
English is not
corpses
my
are
first
infected when you
language.
summon a minion from them,
You know, it's not my first language, but we have been training a lot here on the internet, communicating here with people, with friends, with you guys from the community, having a good time. Sorry, I muted the sound here.
they don't come back to life if they die, but they're fairly tough and can bolster your minion numbers. Many minions also have command skills. I can order my sniper to deploy a gas arrow on the battlefield to get some damage over time.
Gives me Diablo 2 vibes. I mean, they say this themselves. Like, they definitely had or take a lot of inspiration from Diablo 2, you know, because it's one game that they enjoyed. Like, the developers of Path of Exile do that.
Now I'm going to summon a skeletal arsonist. They can throw little fire grenades, but they also have a command skill that can detonate your own minions that are low on life. When you see the red indicator, use the skill and the minion will go boom. It's particularly nice on these bone constructs because they expire quickly anyway. So, let's take all these tools we've found and fight the boss of this area, the Carrion Crone.
Carrion Crone. Dude, look how many minions he's got.
So, that's how many minions you can get at level 2. But let's see what minion gameplay looks like at a higher level. This is a level 30 area. I want to try a different group of minions. I still have my trusty warriors, but there's a lot of different types to choose from, like brutes for stunning or ice mages for freezing, and most of them come with their own special abilities or command skills.
The acts are themed according to the 2. Yeah, like Act 2 is freaking desert. Alright, here's the boss fight, guys. Look at the boss fight.
Tor Gull the Defiler.
You are relentless, and that makes you predictable. The end of Marraketh's tyranny is nearly at hand.
Okay. Tor Gull the Defiler. Ooh, that's looking good. You look at, like, I like this like little bone shark that she's channeling. Look at it. These old footage. What do you mean old footage? This is Path of Exile 2. It's not Path of Exile 1. It might be old footage to you. This is PoE 2. Why isn't the player dying? Well, it's probably a developer playing.
Wither away.
The sharks are cool. I know what you mean, old footage. Like, all stuff we're watching is old footage. From Path of Exile 2, though. Like, if it's recorded, it's already implying that's in the past. Always. Like, any video is old footage because it's not live. It's not live. It's a video.
None will stand in my way.
Dang. Every video you ever watch is old footage unless it's a live stream. Like, what the fuck? Good argument. Dang, man. Yeah, looking good. Yeah, no shit, it's old footage. Like, every video that you see here is old footage. Even this one, it's from 1 hour ago. Let's watch Sorcerer. Do we have that? Yeah, I want to see Sorcerer. Sork. Is there like a trailer for Sorcerer? Which class should you pick?
So the gameplay footage in this video is from...
Is there like official gameplay? Opening cinematic. Warrior and Huntress.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
You had your chance.
Oh, there's another boss at least. Is this Sorcerer?
Occult is mine.
I need more time.
For the first one.
Dude, you gotta dodge a lot. Okay, I gotta be back 1 second, guys. Let's go to the button. Yeah, that looks sick.
You promised! I think not. Too weak to do the job. I'll find someone How dare you attack of the Horde! Out of mana.
And that's a long boss fight. Or is the sword DPS? I'm telling you, man, this is a hard fight. Sword got buffed since then? Oh, nice. They're looking strong. Bam. Oh wait, this one we saw already.
I'm not letting you anywhere near.
This is Ranger. What's here? That's Mercenary. That looks like a boss fight. Trap on a cornfield. Yes, anti-venom is patched in D4. What is this most replayed?
Light. Cleanse what corruption you can, and we shall skirmish with the Paragon to
This is a
protect
moving
your
field.
flank.
Once you've picked your destination, the caravan will travel to that area and come to a stop so that you can disembark and go on your quest. Because we just got the Storm Spear skill as a quest reward, now would be a great time to switch back to spears and use some ranged abilities.
Okay, I see. This is the Act 2 tone.
Storm Spear fires a lightning projectile which splits on contact.
Yo, this is
The other skill
Javazon.
we're using here is called Blazing Lance. Blazing Lance creates a trail of fire from the ground.
Guys, this is Javazon of Diablo 2. Look at this.
Lightning projectile which splits on contact.
I have a video of it.
The other skill we're using here is called Blazing Lance. Blazing Lance creates a trail of fire from the ground, dealing damage over time. However, if you're willing to stand in place for long enough, you can throw a second spear that will fan the flames for much more damage.
Bam, dude, Javazon. No, this class looks fantastic. This is the Hunter. Oh boy. Does Warrior
We've
have
just
a
found a
spin to
unique
wind build?
spear. It's called Devata's Wind. This spear has an extra modifier that synergizes really well with Storm Spear. When you disengage, you get 2 additional projectiles on your projectile skills.
You have unlimited, no cooldown dodge roll. I'm waiting with my 30 bucks here. I feel ya. Get him. Looks so damn cool, hell yeah. It looks better, I think. Okay, what would you guys say, chat? Graphics wise, I would still give it to Diablo 4, but only like very minor. I think Diablo 4 graphics wise still looks a notch better, but that's not a big difference. I definitely like them both graphically. Diablo 4 has better lighting and shading. The graphics looking sharp. I think they are pretty close.
But left on their own,
Okay, trailers, Diablo definitely wins.
seek to take their place. Criminal!
Oh, is this in-game trailer? This is the class select, right? This is how you start. Oh no. Is it? This is gonna be our sorcerer.
Only 20 years since Kitava fell, and already corruption spreads like a plague through these shattered lands. Wretched malevolence lurks in the shadows.
Dude, the warrior looks like a noob. I don't know.
It is our calling to
I really want to play warrior, but it doesn't look good with all this footage.
It must be done.
Do you guys feel the same? Like,
Gray class is to survive.
warrior just doesn't look cool. Where's the spin to win warrior? What the fuck? AG, the video, I like it. Enjoy, man. It looks pretty sick. It's 2 hours of gameplay.
Among ancient ruins, evil grows once more.
No spin to win. Where's it at?
The seed of corruption advances, spreading dread and despair. We must give chase.
I'll definitely play Diablo 4 Season 7, for sure. It's very too early to tell, guys. I will enjoy both games, hopefully. Yo, look at this. What? Dude, this is sick. Look at how many. Look at the density.
These sands hide countless secrets.
Yo. That looks fantastic.
3,000 years of dormant malevolence. We must hunt down the seed and put an end to this madness.
Man!
If Rayclast is to survive.
They're both gonna be awesome games, guys. Don't worry about it. For us, it's the premium situation. We can just play whatever we want to play.
Destroyed, I traveled, searching for answers. Everywhere I went, the same divine devastation. It must end. I will end it. And no exile will stop me.
Who's this, Bia? We'll stop. Okay, here's the witch. Witch. That's the first cool thing. That's the first thing I see about the warrior. It doesn't look good. Yo, guys, does anybody have any good warrior footage on PoE 2? Druid's looking dope. There's Monk. Al-Kaiser has? Okay, we'll check Al-Kaiser's gameplay. Dang, dude. What is that thing? We were feeding this earlier. 600 monsters. 100 bosses. Yo, look at this guy. Where is Captain Jack Sparrow at here? This reminds me of Pirates of the Caribbean. "36 classes, dude. Oh my god. Yo, log in or
This
what?
world will be reborn. No
danger lurks around every corner. What happened to my forest?
Prowler.
It got corrupted.
Madness. Famine and plague besiege us. The very earth is being poisoned. The Count's men,
Come on,
once our
barbarian.
protectors, have turned on us. And now they come for me.
Get out here!
Dude, warrior, it doesn't look impressive, man.
I must be the one to.
Like, I want to play warrior. Like, that would be my preferred class. But the warrior footage that I see just doesn't look good. And I also played it, and it didn't feel cool. I had way more fun on the witch.
I must be the one to face this nightmare.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
But I need not do it alone.
Couch co-op. Oh, it has couch co-op. Oh, what? Is that warrior? Okay, if this is warrior, we win. It's Monk. Yeah, the Monk has the spin to win build. Look at this. Monk. Oh man, Monk. Yeah, the Monk has it. Hawk. This is couch co-op, guys.
I've lived in this forest all my life. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that a ranger must never miss.
This is Rogue. Ranger Rogue.
A beast will hunt you. But it is the cruelty of man I fear.
I'll take your finger.
Dude, brutal.
There is no truly
Right here.
escaping the Count's justice.
Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land. After her!
Ranger looks cool. It's just not my kind of playstyle. That looks cool. It goes up to 6 players in one party. 6 people can play in one party. That's a lot.
No more running. No more fear.
I'm gonna play softcore. Ooh. Yo, that boss fight
I
looks
will
sick.
put an end to this madness.
Yo, that's a cool mount. Look at this guy. Man. Yeah, no one's gonna play hardcore. Maybe like 5% of people. Maybe less. 10%. I don't know.
Are you ready to sacrifice?
Okay, chat. So right now, how many people you think in Path of Exile are playing hardcore? I know in Diablo it's like 5% hardcore players. How much is that in Path of Exile? I think it's more. Like maybe 10% hardcore? 2%? 100%, what? No way. 10 streamers for content. Yeah. I would say it's maybe low single digits, high single digits, or low double digits. Like 5 to 15%, I would say. I mean, I don't really have this experience, right? I'm not gonna go hardcore, guys. I'm gonna play, like, I don't like playing alone, and I don't like to play hardcore. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not gonna play the game mode that less than 10% of people are playing, and I don't enjoy it anyways. Like, you're dead, like, your character is done.
Sacrifice everything to become the savior.
I will.
Do you have the strength
So probably like
to
10%.
sweep aside
Max.
this world and build it anew?
I don't like hardcore. For me, it's not more fun. You die.
I must.
And your character is done. I hate that. Well, you know, hate is a big word, but I don't like it. We already have this in IRL. Yes, this already happens IRL, guys. That's why I play video games. Those bosses are sick. Man.
Path of Exile 2 is an upcoming action RPG developed and published by Grinding Gear Games. The game is a direct sequel to the highly...
Wait, this is some copyright music, what the fuck? This is just a summary in the end? What's that rest here? Yeah, but that looks sick, guys. Damn, dude. Okay, we want to watch warrior gameplay. Here's the video. Somebody linked me this warrior gameplay from our man Al-Kaiser. This is a very experienced player, guys. Playing warrior. This is what I played. Now let's jump a bit ahead. Warcry. I'm just not digging warrior.
Just wait.
All the footage from warrior I see looks underwhelming. Like, that's just my opinion. And I played it and it felt underwhelming. And I played the witch right after, it was like 10 times stronger. It wasn't even close. You playing more? Here. This is from our Kaiser.
They've all gone mad! Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we
It's very low level, no synergies yet. Okay, maybe.
have been sentenced to death. Great Wolf, take you, bastard! Just wait.
Okay, that's some cool stuff. Ooh, look at the life. Half life. Whoa, he gets one shot.
They've all gone mad! Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can...
That's slam. Yeah.
You have been sentenced to death. Great Wolf, take you, bastard!
The sound design is amazing. This is an old video. Every video is old. This is a video from Al-Qaeda. Like, no one is playing the game right now. You can't play it live. It's not out yet. Yeah, just before. Every video is old. If you want to call it old. Like, it's a video. It's been recorded like some time in the past. Unless it's live, it's old. Like, you on YouTube, you can only watch old videos. So stupid. Like, yes, it's an old video. The game isn't out. We can't play. Hello? Hey, sorry, Yuri. Maybe I could do it, but not now. You can just remove the population of the glyphs on the reverse flash build. You'll be fine. Yeah, every video is old. I'm not sure what I want to tell you. If old is somewhere in the past, then yes, every video. This is a video from Al-Qaeda. Okay, I can show you, like the timestamp. 8 months ago from Al-Qaeda. I'm still not impressed by this warrior though. Can we get some footage from next year? 2026 footage from 2 years.
Beat it now. Just wait.
Oh man. Is there any other warrior footage? I want to see warrior endgame.
Power we need. Kill him, and you shall have everything I promise.
They were logging in December
News
6th.
this time. I'll remove your head myself.
Okay, here he comes. The Iron Count.
For the first ones.
Gee man, that guy is DPS. This Bavarian is attacking like once every 5 seconds, man.
No escape. Great Wolf, take you.
Yeah, it's like way more strategic than Diablo 4. In these boss fights, at least. Like, look, he didn't dodge that, he lost like 80% of the power. He has so many like channeling spells. Look at this here. He needs to like channel his spells. He has like a channeling animation. Look at this.
Open. You manipulative whore! How dare you abandon me after all I've given you!
Dude, the guy is full HP again.
Two strikes. You'll see.
Quick Mephisto appearance, yeah. This is the dog. Mephisto and Path of Exile 2, guys. Here it is.
Two strikes. Just wait.
You did it.
Feast upon this tyrant's soul.
The sound design is pretty cool. Is there one more fight?
I've no more room.
Chaos Swap. Well, it does look slow, but it's at the start of the game, guys. This is from Al-Qaeda Senpai. Yo, I'm not subscribed to Al-Qaeda. How did that happen? Here's the video. Yeah, I wonder what people say here. Looks like the real evolution of Diablo 2. The animation, sound, and atmosphere are incredible. Definitely agree with that. Uncut gameplay. Fury 2 gives me Diablo 2 vibes. Sound, the music, the gameplay.
They are nomads, much like my end.
The beast is. Thank you.
Who goes there?
Oh, this is the entire. Okay, so this is the final fight of Act 1. This is early Act 2. So you uploaded the entire Act 1. Hey, look how many dogs there are. Get him. So he can leave to town in the middle of the boss fight. He doesn't reset. No, he did reset. He died. He was like a tough boss. But the more I watch, the less I'm impressed with Warrior. Like the playstyle just isn't so fun to me, the way it looks. I think I'd much rather play Witch or Sword. Or Monk. Monk looks cool. Can you show me an endgame? Do you have an endgame video, member shop by any chance? Yeah, I saw Monk. Can't spin to win. The Monk has spin to win. Slam looked impressive.
I should return to the caravan.
Let's see if I can find that.
I've no more room.
What time stamp was it? Yeah, I found it actually. Okay, wait, here all of them in a row. After this. You're right, that looks cooler. This is the start of Act 2.
They are nomads, much like my ancestors.
The beast is. Thank you.
Who goes?
I like it. I skip instantly. New cutscene skip. Monk or Xboxer? Yeah, we'll see. Okay, here's the endgame gameplay for Monk and Warrior.
Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class.
Here goes.
Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum.
He was cool.
Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
And to me, this looks cooler than the War.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many Monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes.
Oh, that's so cool.
The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down.
See, this looks a bit like
that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. If an enemy
this for a speed run
is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles.
Bro, that's a speed run.
There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from
so
pack
much
to pack,
faster than the other
spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo
spin
attacks.
And it shoots all this like storm things.
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground.
Like he says it, right? If you want a playstyle that is much slower but hits hard, then you're playing Warrior.
Combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills.
Not at all.
Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
It looks pretty cool, but it's just slow.
The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red
why
flash.
would you block?
If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way.
You need to attack.
Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems.
I wonder the variant.
Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat.
Monk looks much...
Bow skills...
I don't know if it's just me, guys, but for me, the monk looks way cooler melee playstyle than the warrior. The monk is faster, looks like it has more AoE, and just feels like looks a lot smoother.
Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also
flashier.
grow some
Punchier, they would say
interesting
in D4.
plants.
Punchier.
With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
Just play warrior with a staff.
The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills.
So this is like for all the like shooter enjoyers. You just play WASD and you snipe everything.
Like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and
this
even
one
grenade
even has a
launchers.
laser attack.
But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I can use Armor Piercing rounds to break their armor, and then High Velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive
only on
damage.
Twitch as far as I know. It's the full video.
If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery
It all
balls.
belongs to DGG.
These have a
anyways.
minimum range, so
It's
you'll
their
want to
game.
prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic, so make sure to check back off. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills.
It's on YouTube. There's gonna be a better player. Well, it should be.
Backseat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice.
Wait, where were we?
Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types.
YouTube has a better video player.
Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
Cool.
The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play
We already have been here. Sorry. I want to see the
sacrificial
witch.
magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic armor. All classes have a
Here you see all the classes, yes? So we have Witch, Sorcerer, Templar, Druid, Marauder, Warrior, Duelist, Mercenary, Ranger, Huntress, Shadow, and Monk. Wait, that's more than they said. That's more than 12. Well, is this some ascendencies?
variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic armor which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions.
Well, then this is all the classes. So then these are all the classes that are available. Yes, I'm going to take a screenshot like this.
A variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects,
Noble
like
Barrier.
Arctic armor which does cold damage to enemies that hit you,
Marauder,
or
yeah, I
Raging
hope so.
Spirits which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have
6
to worry
classes,
about
but
resummoning
12
them all the
at
time.
some point on launch.
Here I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsons.
Let's get the boys in.
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a
People
fearsome
said this
army of
for
the
1
dead,
year.
consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will,
Okay, here's
using them to
sorcerer.
unleash devastation on her foes.
So this might be my other class that I might want to play. Monk, Sword. This is what I would lean towards, like either Monk or Sorc right now. Let's see the Sword.
The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage.
That's cool.
It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems.
Wait, so you can assign a weapon to each skill, like the arsenal system on Barb, just on every class? Because that's what he said, right? I mean, I saw that you can even have different skill tree based on your weapon switches. But you can also assign the weapon to each skill.
Wall and fire lightning sparks through it.
That's
They'll
crazy.
gain extra
So basically, the arsenal system that Barb has is on every class in Path of Exile 2.
Fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this.
Wow.
The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access.
Dang.
But we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes.
Yeah.
For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet.
Yeah.
So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to
Didn't they say something? You can only have so many support gems?
dramatically change the way they
How many support gems can you have?
work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between.
So one for each skill? But like one support gem for each skill, and you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can have 8 skills.
For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally,
so one support gem for each skill. But how many skills is this? This is all skills, right? So you have left mouse button, middle mouse button, right mouse button, and QWERT.
when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this.
One more skill than Diablo.
But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill.
Wait, 5 support gems per skill. You have a 6 link.
Generally,
that's how it works in PoE 1, right? You have to have a 6 link, and then you can have 6 gems on one skill. Like you need to have 1 skill gem. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I'm like a very much Path of Exile noob, so is that the case? So you can have a 6 link, and then your skill is a gem, and then that gem can have 5 support gems linked to it. If you have a 6 link, like early on, you're not going to have that. Maybe you have a 2 link. It's the same thing basically. But then, can you really have 8 skills then instead of 6? Like down here, right? This says you can have 8 skills. Skill gem plus 4 support gems, so 5 link. You have 10. How do you have 10? Yeah, I don't know enough about PoE, man. Last time I played was like a year ago. 8 plus 5. Wow. For 13 active skills.
Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have 1 of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used.
Okay, 1 of each. Yeah, you guys are right. I misunderstood this. You can only have 1 support gem. 1 of each. So you need to make a choice. You can't have, I don't know, multi-shot support on like 2 of your skills.
You can only have 1 of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations,
Wait. Okay. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But there's a scroll bar. Yeah, but this only shows eight skills.
You should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that
Maybe
recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to
even they don't know, guys.
5 supports socketed into it. And
okay, guys, so how many skills can we have? I'm confused now. How many active skills can you have in Path of Exile 2? Because this menu here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe there's 10. 36 active skills? What? Up to 30. Okay, what the fuck? I made it the fuck. Yeah, Source, I made it the fuck up, or Reddit. Trust me, bro. How many skills? Yes. Yeah, I don't know, man. Nobody knows. You can have a second skill bar. I've never seen this. 10 or 13. Okay, current number of skills? Unknown. There's like 5 different answers.
Possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it. And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas.
If you're clever.
Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground.
Damn.
Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at
13,
least follow
8
someone's
plus
OP
5.
build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of
That
the most
seems to be the
iconic
most-
Path of Exile systems, the passive.
So 8 plus 5 seems to be the most common answer from veterans. Pin them to the ground. That's what she said. So 13 active skills. And then each of those skills has 5 support gems or 4. That's crazy amount. If you're clever, fuck, I'm done. 5 max. Okay, so skill gem plus 5 support gems. That's a 6 link. PoE 1 or 2. Yeah, 5 support gems max, and you can only have 1 support gem like on your entire character of the same type. It's like with the runes in D4. Like you can't have 2 lift runes on 2 trigger skills. Makes sense.
So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems.
Yo, guys, are you ready? Have you studied Path of Exile at the university? So this is 3 years of studying. You need your PhD, graduate, summa cum laude for Path of Exile. Look at all the skills. 1,500 passive points. Damn.
The passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge.
Yes.
There are over 1,500 nodes on there.
How many passives do you want?
Skill tree. Yes, it's
yes.
most iconic Path of Exile systems.
How many passives do you want?
The passive skill tree.
How many?
Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes
It's
on there.
huge.
Now, a lot
That's
of
what she
people open
said.
the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple.
500, bro.
Each level, you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around
man.
your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character.
Ta-da!
You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be
Okay, he says there are no wrong choices. I see 1,499 ways to go wrong.
You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way.
Almost no
But if you
wrong
do happen
choices.
to make a choice you
My character is bricked, and I don't have any gold to reset it. Thanks, Obama.
regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by
should be
spending a
safe.
little bit of gold.
Wait, how much gold does it
Regret,
cost?
you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit
Okay, 93 gold.
of gold.
That's fine.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster,
You
you will
can't
find
go wrong,
small
guys.
nodes that give
Basically
simple bonuses
impossible.
like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what
Alright.
skills you're using.
What are notables? Notables is the thing at the end of the skill tree. Like this is a passive and this is a what? A notable? I need to go back. Sorry, guys. I need to like understand this.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes.
So this would be a cluster, yes? We're just gonna dump it down a lot. That's a cluster. And then the notable is the thing in the dead end. Like you have to specifically like spec to it. It doesn't connect to anything. It's like a legendary node, whatever, right? If you take the Diablo 4 analogy, this is like a legendary Paragon node, let's say. You know, you have to spec into it. And then the sockets here are the glyphs. Like just to put it into Diablo 4 terms, for those players that are just like me and have not really played Path of Exile that much. Or like a rare node. Okay, I like a rare node.
In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables.
Okay.
Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses.
Yeah, look at this. 24% increased damage. So is this a multiplier in Path of Exile usually, or is this like additive to all your attack damage? 10% chance to blind enemies on hit with attacks. Yeah, that's pretty good. So it's an additive category as well. Like there's one big bucket, and all the increased attack damage is going into that big bucket. Mostly additive. Okay. More equals multiplicative. Does it have an X, or like how is it indicated? I mean, it looks like in game you can click attack and it defines it. Yeah, thanks for the help, guys. Much appreciated. I'm really like a Path of Exile beginner. I'm probably going to have the Path of Exile beginner tag for like the first half year I'm playing the game. It says percent more. Yeah, but like percent equal, like that would suggest it's a multiplier. We got you. Hey, thanks, guys. Let's go. We're going to learn this together. We're going to dump it down as easy as possible. We're in good company. Just make it as simple as possible.
And they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, this is like really powerful. That's basically a 20% DPS increase if you're using grenades. And this would be a multiplier, right? Like, in my mind, this is a multiplier because no matter how much you have, if you have 0% chance to activate them a second time, you get 20. That's flat out increasing your damage by 20% multiplicative. Like it's a total damage increase of 20%.
This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes. So there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
Yeah, you hit another time, so it's technically a multiplier. Yeah, exactly.
In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways.
Okay, this is a highway. A highway is not a socket slot. So this is like your glyph. And this is, okay, Diablo 4 analogy again. This would be your gates to the next Paragon board. And instead of giving all attributes...
So there are often reasons...
Instead of giving all attributes, you have to choose.
...to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters...
Okay, you need to select one. You need to make a choice. Like probably you're going to select your main stat, most likely. Your Barbarian or your Warrior, you select Strength. And wait, is there... Okay. Is there a main stat in Path of Exile? Like, let's say the Monk. Is there a main stat? Like Dexterity gives damage to Monk? Is that a thing? Or how does it work? Yeah, sorry, I don't know, man. Maybe somebody knows. Yes and no. Okay, so what does it do? Each class has 1 to 2 main stats. But there are only 3 stats, right? There's Intelligence, so this is probably like Witch, Sorcerer. Dexterity, this is probably Monk. And then, I don't know, Strength, this is probably Warrior and... Yeah, Warrior is Strength. Yeah, so what does it do? No stat gives damage based on class. Every class has a benefit from each stat. So yeah, that's very similar to Diablo 4. But what does it do if you have main stats? Like, what does it... Energy shield and mana. Strength gives physical damage and hit points. Okay. Yeah, so we don't really know this even, how it works in Path of Exile 2 yet. Okay, but anyways, let's say we are playing Monk. We would most likely take Dexterity. But then, okay, what is the benefit for a Monk taking Dex? Do you get any bonus to take your quote-unquote main stat or no? Because, like, you know, in Diablo 4, like, if you take your main stat, you get, like, additive damage or multiplicative damage. It's gear requirements. Okay, so you're saying Monk gear will mostly, like, let's say a quarterstaff is going to have a higher dex requirement. Okay, so, but you still want to have some strength as a Monk because you're, like, a melee character, so you want to have some hit points. Okay, thanks, yeah. We'll figure this out completely. But okay, so most likely you're a Monk, you want to select Dex, or even make these strengths to get some life.
So you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need.
So you can also like change your passive tree in order to meet the, I don't know, required dexterity on your gear, for example. Well, that's pretty cool.
You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor.
That's cool. So you
in
can
addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones.
Okay, the keystone, this is the legendary. Maximum life becomes 1. What? So this thing is reducing all your life to 1. Can you still have a barrier? This is for, okay, so you have 1 life, so you're gonna get 1 shot if you get hit. But like you need to have like a mana shield. And you're immune to chaos damage, whatever that is. So who is dealing chaos damage? Like bosses? Chaos damage, I mean, that doesn't seem to be like... So do we have the classic elements in Path of Exile? Do we have like fire, cold, lightning? And then 1 is chaos? How many elements there are? There's a node exactly like this in PoE for energy shield builds. Oh, chaos damage is the one that shoots through the barrier. Okay, so it makes a lot of sense. Chaos is poison. Fire, cold, lightning, physical, chaos. Okay, so fire, cold, lightning, physical, chaos. 5 damage types, is that correct? Chaos is shadow. Wait, people are saying chaos is shadow, chaos is poison. Okay, chaos damage is like damage over time. Yeah, shadow is also damage over time. So shadow and poison are both damage over time. Okay, so chaos damage bypasses shields. Well, I'm learning a lot. Thank you, my friends. I hope you are learning something too, because I have no idea. Okay, but it's basically poison, shadow, and then there's physical, fire, lightning, cold. That makes sense. Okay, so this is very strong if you're using like a barrier build. Please check the wiki. I think chat is a very reliable wiki. Thank you, my friends. We have the swarm intelligence of the community here. Most
Keystones
likely.
have both an upside and a downside.
You know, eventually we'll come to the right answer without Googling it.
And often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield 2-hand weapons in a single hand, but double.
What? You can wield 2-handed axes, maces, and swords in one hand. It requires double the attribute, so you're gonna need a lot of strength for this.
Doubles the attribute requirements of them.
So you can have like 2-handed maces. What the fuck?
You can use a 2-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Yeah, okay. Warriors log in.
Well, how about...
Dude, how is this guy gonna look with 2 shields, man? He's gonna like play like this with 2 shields. 2 grandpapas. Damn, that's crazy.
Well, how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build.
30% less critical damage bonus when on full life. 30% more critical bonus when on low life. Injured build. Yes.
Around. But if you're up for the
I'm slowly getting converted. We're gonna play both games, guys. It's gonna be fun.
Challenge, they can be very rewarding.
It's gonna be fun.
As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets.
This is so insane, man. This is so innovative, man. You switch the weapon, and it switches... I don't know, is there a limit to this? Can you switch your entire tree? Look at this. Look, let's keep watching, then you understand.
To take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization.
That's so crazy.
Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for max.
It's limited to 20 points. Yeah, I mean, there gotta be some limit, right? Else people are gonna do two entire skill trees on every class, depending on which weapon you attack with. So he's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points on this cluster. So one of his staffs has fire damage and a bunch of fire bonus, and then on his second hand he's using lightning skills and like lightning bonuses, and then you also like allocate different skills accordingly.
Tree. For the
see here, you have one weapon set, 2 weapon sets.
Sorceress, you might want to change.
Wait, it says 6.
Passive tree.
Okay, it looks like it's capped to 6 though. Look at the top here, guys. Maybe we can increase it, but look up here. It says 6 out of 6 when he's assigning them.
As you use certain skills.
Look.
One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization.
Yeah, look at this. So he's on this weapon, lightning is active. On the other weapon, fire is active.
Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like. But creative players will find plenty of
wait. What? I missed it. What did he say?
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like.
What? So you have 6 extra points if you're not switching.
But creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be more beneficial instead of getting those extra points to have the switch.
You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests.
Okay, how many can you get?
For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book.
Gains 2 weapon set passive skill points. Okay, so it's like in Diablo 2 where you have like a base, and then you do bonus like special quests to get even more. So probably it goes up to 20 or 25. Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much, but yeah, somewhere like that. That's cool.
Book.
Wait, PoE 1 doesn't have this, right? Wait. You say you can switch weapons in PoE 1 and assign different skills? That wasn't the case when I played the game. Maybe we're talking about different stuff. Yeah, no, you can't, right? Yeah, but somebody said here this is the same in PoE 1. No.
For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell,
look, it's only passive skill points for weapon sets. It's not generic skill points.
Get a weapon specialization book.
Yeah, it's new.
There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map, you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore.
Wait, so this is like a passive? Wait. This is something different.
Manage to defeat the Crowbell.
Sorry, I need to go back sometime. I need to understand this, guys.
Get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. Specialization book.
So this is.
There are lots of other
10% cold res. So you complete this quest, and then every character or that character permanently has 10% cold res. Oh man, like you gotta find all these quests that give you like a permanent boost to your character. Do we know if this is specifically for the character, or is this gonna be like, you know, account wide? I don't know if we have information on how that works. Maybe you have to do it with each character. Yeah, it's like altars, but I don't know if they are like account-wide. Like, let's say I do this on my witch, and then I play monk. Do I still have to do it again? Yeah, probably on every character. It's like side quests in a way. It's most likely going to be character bound. Okay, yeah, we don't know for sure, but that's most likely.
The permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map, you can see icons that indicate the many...
Wait, okay, 32 spirit. I mean, spirit is probably only the resource that the monk has, so the warrior will have something different. So yeah, I think it's going to be more likely to be specific to your character.
Optional encounters you can find.
But man, that's gonna be a grind.
Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have...
It's for Necro. Yeah, I don't know, Necro or Monk. Monk could also have Spirit. Yeah, Sorc has mana though, right? It's not generic. Is it called the same for all? Oh, Spirit is all classes. It's not a resource. Okay, what is Spirit? Oh, it's for the reservation. Okay, yeah, I remember them talking about this. It's not your primary resource. Okay, Spirit is for all, for the auras. Okay, sorry. Thanks.
Powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance.
Okay, grants 10% fire res. Yo, that sounds very strong. Yeah, we're slowly learning, guys. We're going slow. Thanks for all the support. I hope you learned something too. I mean, I think many of you are new to Path of Exile, so I am too. Trying to
one of the most important,
the most simplest way I can when I understand it.
Finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act.
Oh, they're talking about the spirit bonus now.
1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class
grant 30 maximum spirit
will find a use for them. So make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked.
Okay, so where do you see your spirit? So this is your mana or whatever. So where can I see my spirit? Is it like not a resource globe?
So make sure you hunt down these upgrades.
Where's spirit? Like this is life, and this is like whatever resources, mana. Around it? White bar. I don't see it. Oh, this thing? That's like very subtle. Wait, you mean this white thing? Yo, but I can barely see this. Okay, so this basically increases your spirit. And with your spirit, you can do like auras. Okay, it's empty. He has 0. Okay, I see.
There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important
okay, so spirit is very important.
Element of character progression. Items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups. Normal, magic, rare, and unique.
And they seem to all be useful because you can craft. Like you find like a base, I don't know, like a white item, and then you can, he's going to show this in a second, like, and then you can like basically put consumables into it and turn it into like a rare item. That's so cool. The game is going to be free next year. Early access is starting December 6th, and for that, the price is $30 for early access. Oh yeah, now you see spirit. Okay. So now he has like full spirit, I guess.
One of the things you're going to want to do is...
Oh yeah, okay, now it's not that subtle. Like now you can actually see the spirit. And so you reserve this spirit to do what? To get auras? 30 or 480 bucks. So you reserve it. This reminds me of like Torchlight. We had the same thing. Yeah, auras or minions. Okay. But spirit can only be used to reserve stuff. Cause mana, is it called mana on every class? First of all. The resource is just called mana. On every class. Okay, and it's called spirit on every class as well. And you need mana to cast your skills. And you need spirit to reserve. Can you also use spirit to cast your skills, or mana on all? Expect sorcerer, orange pool. Okay. You can use life to cast skills. Spirit, okay, spirit is just for reservation, and you can reserve your mana if you want to, but you need the mana to cast the skills. Okay. Makes sense.
As you play through the campaign is upgrade.
Let's talk about items. So four rarities, and you can upgrade the items.
And unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with one mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a
okay, so you can have 2 attributes, and then it's still magic. Once you have 3 attributes, it looks to be rare. Correct? So 2 magic, I mean like none, it had none.
You can then transmutation will the items
it has
you find,
1 FX, right?
and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation
Grenade skills fire an additional projectile. It already has 1 FX.
Mutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item.
Now it has, oh, that's the implicit.
Do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation.
Is this an implicit, or is this already like an effect? Grenade skills fire. Okay, that's the implicit. So white items have no FX apart from the implicit. Or can a white item have an FX? It's only the implicit. Okay.
Mutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation.
Okay, and then 2 affixes is still magic, and when it has 3, it becomes rare.
To add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
So this is the implicit, and then it has 6 affixes, and it's a rare thing. And you cannot make it unique. Unique is like a special item. So it has physical, elemental damage, crit chance, attacks per second, reload time. Oh yeah, you see the level requirements here. Strength and dex. That's cool.
One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item.
Wait, you put runes in there?
If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra...
Oh. What's the rune? Come on. Jesus, so many frames. Martial weapons, 6 cold damage, 6 to 10. And, okay, so in armor it gives res, in weapon it gives damage. So he's putting it in a helm, which is an armor, so he gets 12 cold res from the rune. Do they also have like normal gems? I mean, you have the skill gems, you have the support gems. But there's no like classic gems like a ruby or an amethyst. That doesn't exist. So the gems are skill support gems. This is like for your skills. And then runes is to put in your sockets if you don't have links. Jewels? No, it says rune. Wait. You can still have like the 6 link and stuff that you have in PoE 1. Like in your weapon, for example. Sockets are only for runes. Gems are separate. So you're putting... Wait, but he said sockets. In PoE 2, the skill gems are not in the gear anymore. Okay. Yeah, okay. The skill gems are in this menu that you can bring up. And the sockets, you just put the runes in. Okay. But how does it determine how many links you have then? Because in PoE 1, right, like the item, if it has 6 sockets and they are linked, you have like a link. But how does it determine how many skills you can put in? Is this based on your level? Links are on the gems itself. Okay, so you need to have like the base gem as a 6 link or whatever. Okay. Do you need to have links, or is the gem just having slots? Starts with 2 links when you upgrade. Okay. So how do you upgrade it? You need to, let's say we're using slam. You need to find the slam gem like multiple times, or what? With currency. Okay, yeah, this is gonna get a bit more complicated. But yeah, okay, you put runes into sockets, and that for now the gems are like separate. The skill gems don't go into items anymore. I actually like that. It's more like the classic socket system that we're used to. Yeah, how we upgrade skills, that's a different topic, I guess.
Extra cold resistance.
Okay, wait, so the stats, the cold rest doesn't go on the items. It goes like you hover it and then the rune is still separate. Okay.
This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items.
Oh, cool. This is Ramalala Ding Dong, guys.
Towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to...
You know this from Diablo 3, Ramalala Ding Dong, Ramalali's gift. Adds a socket to a weapon or armor. Well, okay, the gift you can only add to a weapon, but here you can socket it. You can socket anything. Ramalala Ding Dong.
Add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets.
Okay, yeah, the 6 sockets is gone, guys. 6 sockets is just in your skill tree now.
While the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket.
So it is very different from Path of Exile 1 then, right? Like this is a big change to the way it works in PoE 1. You don't have your like 6 links on your weapon and stuff. It's very, very different. But I like that. I think it simplifies it a lot. Because the system, it was cool in PoE 1, but it also like, for a new player, it's giga confusing. Like, then it doesn't have a link, and sometimes it has a link, and it was very confusing, I think. At least when I played it the first time, I remember. Yeah, I didn't even know that. You see, we're all learning something today.
Up to 2 sockets.
Yeah, it makes it easier, exactly. I'm just not quite sure how exactly you unlock the skill gems to have links, but that's a topic probably for another video.
While the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors.
Yo, these are expensive. 2,000 gold, you only has 4K.
And we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often.
Man, gold is gonna be very valuable. So you are trading items with gold or no? How, like, okay, you get gold, you pick it off the ground. Do you also get it from trading? Or what do you trade? Like, we don't know the currency for trading then. You can't trade gold. Wait, okay, but okay, you can trade the item and then sell the item for gold. Like, look, every item, wait. Every item you have has a gold value. So you can just trade 1,000 items and you can sell them for gold. No? Or can you not sell traded items? You can't trade gold directly, only indirectly. I guess people were not going to use gold. So the gold is account bound, essentially. You can't drop it, you can't trade it. No, they said you can sell the items for gold. Wait, let me go a bit back. I'm just trying to understand it.
If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold.
Yeah, if you don't want to disenchant them, you can sell them for gold. So you can trade items, and then you can sell them for gold. That will work, I guess. Probably you don't want to do that. So the gold's account bound, essentially. You can only trade items, then sell it for gold.
Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful.
I don't understand, like, why is gold not tradable, though?
Time you level up,
I mean, it's like indirectly tradable already. Didn't they say you can trade everything?
they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gap.
This makes sense that gold is currency, because, like, you can gamba with the gold. Gold is used for NPC trading. It's required for doing trades with the auction house. It's to prevent bots from being able to abuse the auction house. Okay, wait. Oh my, okay, that gets pretty complicated. So, in order to trade an item via the auction house, you need gold. But in order to get gold, you need to play the game, basically. You can't trade. That's a pretty good concept. Yeah. Well, that's like a 5-hand move, man. So you need to play the game no matter what. Like, even if you're only trading, doesn't work. Because if you're not playing the game, you don't have gold to trade or pay the fee. That's actually pretty smart. So you can't trade the gold directly. So you can't get gold unless you play the game. And you can't sell items unless you play the game. So traders will always run out of gold. That's pretty cool. Man, that's a 5-hand move right there.
Gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type.
Well, you can trade without gold? Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. So wait, you can't directly trade. You can only trade through the auction house? Like, can I invite you and we trade, like, without the auction house? Or does it have to go over the auction house? Person to person is still possible without gold. Okay. So it doesn't fully fix it. But at least a botter or armed tier can't automate it. It's way more annoying. Yeah. I mean, trading takes time. Time is opportunity cost. So most people will still use the auction house, even if you have to pay a small gold fee. That's cool.
This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky.
But we can still directly
Gold is
trade without the auction house, yeah.
Also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market.
Wait. So you exchange them. And gold is the fee or what?
In exchange for a small gold fee.
Okay.
Now all items in Path of Exile.
So you can't use gold to buy orbs. You need to, I don't know, use a different orb to get the orb and add a bit of gold.
Are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character except gold.
Wait. Okay, let me listen to this again.
Path of Exile are freely tradable. In exchange for a small gold fee.
That makes sense.
Now all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character except gold.
Okay, nothing is account bound but gold.
Now most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated.
Okay, that's I mean, it's a pretty straightforward system, but you have to understand it once.
But there's a
yeah, here this is a player-to-player trade, like face-to-face. Look, there's no gold fee. So only if you use the currency exchange or the auction house, you have to pay gold fee, and you can still directly trade. But is this only for currency, or can you also trade for items? Is there also an auction house, let's say, for uniques? Or is that face-to-face, player-to-player only? You can't trade items via the auction house. Item is only player-to-player. Okay, so it's only these like things you can stack. Like you can't trade like, you know, unique items or like items in general. It's done via a website. Are they not going to have item trading in the game? That's how it's going to be for the beta. You still need to go to third-party website. Oh, I thought they changed that. Okay, that to me is a little bit of an L. I don't want to use like, you know, a website for it, but okay. I think every time you have to you go out of the game, it's not very ideal. And they might have this for launch, right? Yeah, it's official website, okay. But you still have to leave the game. Yeah, but if it's already their website, they can long-term make it in-game. I don't see the advantage. Like, why is it not in the game? Like, they just didn't have time to make it yet? We have been doing this for many years and it works. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm not saying it doesn't work. But just because you have used it for years doesn't mean it would be better if it's in the game. Like I mean, it could literally be a similar overlay, right? Yeah, you have to have your browser. Well, like this is definitely not a great thing for new players. It gets more complicated, right? It would be best. So do they not want this in the game, or they just haven't developed it yet? This is way less accessible. You gotta go to some website, you gotta log into your account, you gotta click some things. Like, it would be way cooler to do it in the game. They don't want it? Okay, did they say a reason? Why would they not want it? I mean, of course, it's already better than before. I'm not like, I'm just not understanding like why it's not in the game. And I would understand if it's not ready, but like, why would they not want it in the game? Scams and bugs. I think it's going to be less scams and less bugs if it's right in the game. Okay, I mean, this is probably a topic for another video. We don't need to learn everything in one day. The auction house was released, but this is just a currency exchange. People said there is no item trading. Yeah, I don't see the advantage of having this on a third-party website or on a website, on a browser. Like, why not have it in-game? It's much better than you think. Okay, maybe it's cool. But I still don't understand the advantage of using a website compared to this right in the game. Let's say you're a new player. Like, why would you want to go to a website to trade rather than do it in the game? I understand if it was not ready or something, right? Auction house is new, it was a test. It's possible to implement it later. Okay, so they do maybe do this in the future. They don't want trading to be easy? Why the hell not? He just talked about how important the economy and trading is and how much focus they have on trading. Why would they not want trading in the game? There's a forum post. Trade manifesto. Oh man. Items matter. Trade is important. Consequences of easy trade. So given that we love trade and feel it's crucial to PoE, why is there so much debate around trading in-game? Most of it stems around whether trade should be easy or not. While easy trade sounds great on paper, there are some important considerations. Easy trade reduces the number of time character improves. Well, I guess, okay, they go from the angle where they don't want the most efficient way to play the game is trading rather than actually playing the game. Or I should phrase it differently. The most effective way of playing or of making your character stronger is trading, and they don't want that, so they make it not have that much quality of life. Is that what they're saying? Easy trade means reducing drop rates. Easy trade would make the disparity between different players too great. I see. Okay, I can see that argument for sure. Because that was one of the main points they removed the auction house. Because in Diablo 3, we had the auction house in game. It was very convenient. And the main reason they decided to, well, I mean, there was probably also legal reasons, but I think the main reason that they tried to get rid of it is because it was making your character progression so much, like it was basically worth it. Instead of playing the game, just trade. That was the most efficient way. That was the meta, if you will. You want to get character power, you trade. You don't play the game. You don't even log in. You just play the auction house. Okay, so this is probably never coming then. It was a trade. It was just an economy simulation, and they don't want PoE to be an economy simulation. Yeah, okay, I see that argument. Makes sense. I'm actually going to bookmark this. I'm going to read this. Not now, not today. It's going to be too long, but man. At least I understand the argument, yeah. This is 7 years back. Okay, maybe the stance has, I didn't even realize the date. Yeah, it's from 7 years ago. Wait, but this overlay macro is legit? In-game trade macro with overlay. But that sounds exactly what they don't want. That sounds like it's against terms of service. I mean, I don't know. It's legit? Or maybe their stance on this has changed. Everyone's using it. Fuck. Yeah, okay, but okay, if they have an overlay in-game trade macro, like then it could just be in the game again. Okay, this is a complicated topic. I'm just gonna keep going. For now, there's no item trading. You need to use a website for it or an overlay or something. Let's keep watching.
Old fee.
But for currency, you can easy trade. So this is a big W.
Now, all items
I opened the can of worms. Yeah, this is paid to win.
Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
We got PoE Ninja. I mean, I heard these wild stories about, I don't know if it's TFT or like some ninja, I don't know, about like some crazy like trading mafia and some RMT and the big drama and oh my god, man. This is the can of worms, man. So is there a trading mafia? Oh my god. And it's IRL all over again, dude. It's a IRL economy and stock market at small scale. There is insider trading mafia. Oh my god. TFT is the cancer of PoE? I don't know, man. I guess we'll have to deal with all that because I'm going to be trading a lot. I have no idea, though. I only read what chat is telling me right now. Price fixing group. Well, it's called insider trading. It's illegal in the real world, but in video games, you can probably do it. If you have big enough market makers and market movers, you can artificially influence the price of any currency, of any item. I mean, I did study like partially this, so yeah. I'm gonna love PoE, man. They still price fix? Well, we had the same in Diablo 3, and any economy is always gonna have this. Unless they make it against terms of service and ban for it. But that does, I mean, I haven't even read the terms of service. We probably should read them. Yeah, insider trading is illegal in the real world, yes. If you're doing insider trading, I mean, like, you can get a hefty fee. You can even go prison for this. if in severe cases. I went to prison for insider trading in Path of Exile or in any like video game. Oof. Yeah, it's not illegal in the real world. It's illegal in the real world, but probably not in the video games. We'll see how crazy this mafia is.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques.
There is probably a mafia in D4 as well. It's the Chinese dupe mafia. I have some contact to the Chinese dupe mafia. It's not really mafia, it's just like a bunch of people duping.
They are especially rare, each with a...
The rich get richer. No. Well, yeah, the rich, I mean, in a market like Path of Exile, depending on the current, on the final player count, there can definitely be a lot of market manipulation, right? They can just easily manipulate the prices because there's so many different currencies. It's like with cryptocurrencies right now. If you trade some altcoin and you have, I don't know, like Mr. Beast or Logan Paul or some of these crazy stories, like post a tweet and pump and dump like some meme coin. I mean, the market is small enough because they have like market capitalization of a couple $2 billion, maybe less, maybe $100 million. And then it's very easy to manipulate the market like that, right? And I mean, they can probably do that in Path of Exile too, if they would want to. Or like if some people want to, that have even less influence than, for example, in Mr. Beast or Logan Paul. Whatever streamer or content creator or, I don't know, market mafia. They ban anyone from the site who buys high, sells low. Other way around. There are about 4 groups that completely control the PoE1 economy. I'm going to make a video about that when I figure this out. I think this is a very interesting topic from an economic standpoint and stuff. Small price to pay. Now, I've not looked at Path of Building yet. I know that it exists, and it's a great way to theory craft. Is there Path of Building for PoE2 already? I remember there was some drama in the PoE mafia. Like I like read some Reddit topics. I talked to some people, but I don't know exactly what's what, but it's wild. You're gonna lose a lot of time in this game. Well, I really like trading and I really like economy. I did trade a lot in D3 auction house as well. And I did trade a lot on Diablo 2. Actually, when Diablo 2 Resurrected came out, like I mainly traded. I grinded to 99, and after that, I traded. PoE is gonna be wild, man. We'll see. So did they define this in their terms of service? Do we have Path of Exile terms of service for Path of Exile 2? I mean, it's a beta. In the beta, I guess it doesn't matter. Like in the beta, there's going to be many bugs and exploits anyways. It's beta. But when the game actually releases, there probably is going to be terms of service. Can I Google this? PoE2 TOS. Does this exist? Third-party software in terms of service. Nah. We need the lawyer to look into this. You can use a macro in PoE. I don't know. I mean, you definitely can't in Diablo 4. But I've heard a lot of people using Flask macro, Lockout macro in Path of Exile, especially hardcore players. So what's the stance on macros? I mean, scripts is different, but just a macro. Can you still have a Lockout macro? Lockout macro is not a macro? What does that mean? You call it a Lockout macro, but it's not a macro? Flask macro is against terms of service. What? Okay, this might be a couple years ago, but I remember a lot of people used Flask macro. Even on stream. Same rules as D4. Can you link the terms of service? I can't find them. You cannot use automation macro. Dude, I swear, I've seen many PoE races where they used a lockout macro to not die. Oh, wait, how does a lockout macro work then if it's not multiple actions? Yeah, we have to look at the terms of service, man. I don't know. Let me actually play some music. How do they find out if you're not streaming? Well, they probably have some ways to observe your game. It's not about you being streaming or not. I mean, how do they catch bots, right? They have some sort of security system that looks for suspicious user behavior. If you're doing like a script and you're doing the same actions in like, I don't know, a couple milliseconds every time, the same, with, I don't know, exactly the same milliseconds in between the actions and stuff. It's like very easy to, well, not very easy, but it's definitely possible to detect. Macro, like scripts, bots that follow the same patterns. Like there's some programs that can do that. In Diablo, it used to be called Warden. I'm not sure if they have something like that in Path of Exile, but I know that since it's a free-to-play game, I've heard a lot of stories about a ton of bots, and this is the same problem that almost any video game has in terms of ARPGs, especially if it's free-to-play. Do you guys remember all the Lost Ark bots? Like, that was crazy. I don't know how big the botting problem is in Path of Exile, but it'll definitely exist, and obviously there also exist countermeasures against that by GGG. I just don't know how severe it is. So how is the botting situation? Yeah, bots are in all the... I mean, it's always a fight, right? It's the developers that try to catch the bot makers, and the bot makers that make real money out of this. They always try new ways to avoid being detected. Yeah, Lost Ark had a lot of bots. In Diablo 4 right now, there's not really that many bots. There are some, like gold bots, like the gold is very cheap. Trade bots. Yeah, I didn't really like hear that many stories about PoE having lots of bots. Oh yeah, I remember the auction house bots in or scripts in Diablo 3. Like when they would like scan the entire auction house, and whenever an item with a certain filter had like these stats that was, I don't know, under 1 billion gold, they would instantly buy it. Like the second it goes on sale, they would instantly buy it. So there was like a lot of automation in the trade. Trade bots are benefiting everyone? No, how? Like they literally snipe the cheap items, and so you can never get a good deal. At least in Diablo 3, I don't really see a benefit on having the bots. Like, I think you were like a bit delusional if you're saying that botting is good for the game. Some people said in Diablo 4, duping of Duriel mats and the duping in general is good for the game because the duped materials are cheaper. It's such a bullshit argument, though. Nah, PoE already had dupes. We talked about that. We found like 5 different topics where people... Okay, I mean, I literally have one right here. I think I bookmarked it even. I mean, not right now, maybe. Oh, I didn't bookmark it. Wait, did I not? PoE dupe. Okay, I bookmarked it in the wrong folder. This was a couple years ago. You cannot... Like every game has dupes, guys. At least if it's an online game. Not recently. Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna mark this in the other folder. Don't know why I duped it here. Put the bookmark here. Yeah, I mean, there's dupes in Lost Ark, there's dupes in Last Epoch, there's many dupes in Diablo 4, there's dupes in Path of Exile. But it just depends on how fast they can fix those and how they track those down. There's always dupes, guys. Yeah, maybe the duping methods are not public because obviously this is the same in Diablo. There is a huge incentive to keep the duping methods not public, to keep them like within closed hands. At some point, like, you know, most of those duping methods, I know in Diablo 4, most of them become public because some guy is pissed. Usually some Chinese seller is pissed that some other Chinese RMT seller is undercutting their prices. And then he's leaking the dupe. This happened many times. I talked to a lot of people. And the only reason that the dupe got public is because one of those resellers got mad at the other guy for undercutting them prices and threatened to leak his duplication method to like completely tank the RMT market, and then he did. Oh man. Yeah, those are the crazy days. Shit. Accidentally hammered my keyboard. It happens every season, yeah. Like, they're just mad that they're undercutting each other, and then they make the duplication method public to just piss the other guy off even more. Duping in PoE happened only one time. Okay, it happened one time that you know of. I mean, that would be cool if it only happened one time. Yeah, GG acts very fast. Seems like they act a lot faster on this than Blizzard. Because we basically have a dupe every season that's ruining the market in Diablo 4, sadly. I really hope at some point it's gonna... Like, this season was actually the worst. The current season of Diablo 4 is the worst it has ever been with dupes. There's like... And it's like, they fix it, they fix something, but there's too many dupe methods. I just heard about it there. This is like something that the Chinese guy translated. I just heard about it. There's a big duper. He has 3 to 4 different methods to dupe everything that the game has. I'm trying to figure... Yeah, he just doesn't know. Let's see what forward is to me. Yeah, the items on Diablo trade are still duped, of course. But they did fix a couple methods, it seems like. At least this guy is telling me that. I don't know. A lot of them are on console. Console version. I don't know. So it might make PoE 2 vulnerable a bit more because they are launching with a console version. How is it right now, guys? Can you play PoE? You can play PoE 1 on console, right? Can you play? Is there crossplay? Can you play? Console player can play with PC player? You can. No crossplay, or is there? Because the crossplay is the biggest problem. Like, because the at least in Diablo, the way I understand it, the console version has a lot more security risks than the online PC version. Most of the dupes, I mean not all of them, but a lot of the dupes are on console. And since you have crossplay, you can get those duplicated items from the console to the PC version. It doesn't affect my gameplay that somebody duped something. Yeah, but that's still not an argument to justify there being dupes. Like, dupes need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed immediately. And if they're not fixed immediately, the entire economy is ruined. And Diablo doesn't really, like... I mean, I don't know, but they don't really seem to care about it that much. GGG seems to care about it a bit more. We'll see to what extent. But I'm just saying there is a higher risk, I think. Again, I don't know exactly, but I think there's a higher risk if you have console version for dupes. So it might increase the risk of there being dupes in Path of Exile 2 when there is crossplay with console. The economy will never be ruined. Look at the IRS. Yeah, I love the real... but the problem is, like, in the real stock market, you have a lot of rules. Against price fixing, against insider trading, it's actually illegal. I don't think it's illegal in video games. They still might ban you for it, but it's technically not illegal. C-Rob, economy and PoE, 30-minute try tech. Yeah, but economy is a big part. Yeah. That's very good, though. If they react fast, like let's say there's a dupe method, you see a lot of dupes, that they react fast. That's crucial. I'm not gonna play SSF. I don't like playing alone. I'm playing video games, online games, not single player games, online games to play together with you guys, together with my friends, and have a good time together. I don't like to play video games alone. It's just not my type. Like, if you wanna play a single player video game, like, you can. But I don't like that. I like the online video games. Well, that's what most people do in Diablo 4. They don't dupe on their main account. They dupe on some level 1 character. Like, every time I see a video of a dupe, it's like some guy on level 1 trading with his own account and duping the items. There's many videos, guys. Like, in most cases, it's a level 1 character. Fresh character, fresh account, random account, whatever. And I mean, with PoE being a free game, that risk is even higher, right? And this is also with botting from, for example, Lost Ark, where if it's a free-to-play game, like, people botting is way more frequent because there's no, I don't know, 50 euros cost to start with botting. You can just start because it's free-to-play. No risk. Like, there's a higher risk, like, okay, you get banned on your $50 license game, rather than being banned on a free-to-play game, you just download it again. Like, what the fuck? So, it helps a bit with the botting if the game has a price tag, rather than being free-to-play. Elon was actually asking on X. I saw him post, is Path of Exile actually good? I saw Elon Musk. I think he posted, like, did he comment on... I don't know if it was on one of my posts. I saw it somewhere on X that he was asking. He was actually asking me about Path of Exile some time ago already. So it's going to be cool. I think he might play it if he has time. He'll know all about the economy. Yeah, I think he's pretty big on trading in general. Okay, yeah, anyways, we got really sidetracked, guys. It's gonna be a fun game. Let's keep watching. The fact is that it looks like they're gonna be a bit more vigilant in terms of the economy, and that's a good thing. Yeah, this is a lot of new information. Guys, does anybody have Path of Exile 2 terms of service? Can you use a lockout macro? Lockout macro, yay or nay? Lockout macro in PoE 2, yay or nay? I swear I've seen this. Don't care, no. Not anymore. It pauses the game. I don't know exactly what it did. I mean, it's the macro. PoE 2 is crossplay. Okay, like nobody knows. Like the chat is like split. It might be against the terms of service or maybe not. The pots are already pressed automatically. You don't even need a macro. Yeah, okay, we don't know yet. There's no terms of service for Path of Exile 2 yet. I mean, the beta is the beta. Probably they're gonna come out when the game releases. Lockout does nothing. Okay, I don't know how it works. Why were people using lockout macros though? You got a green card, hey dude. Yeah, like the main thing, guys, we're playing video games. You just have fun. That's the most important thing. And don't harm any other people. Like, you know, Diablo 4, like, people are scamming other people. They're selling them duped items that go poof. So maybe they have fun, but like, if you're scamming other people in the process, that's not cool. Yeah, I saw plenty of people having a lockout macro in hardcore. People had this in Diablo 2 as well. Lockout macro. So all it would do, it presses escape, and then it moves the mouse, save and exit, and then it presses enter. And it does this in like 0.5 seconds. Maybe even faster. So that's a lockout macro in Diablo 2. You press one key, you're out of the game. I don't know if that's against TOS in Path of Exile. I don't know if it even works. They have a new tech in PoE 2. Well, I remember there was some hardcore player in D4 that bound, I'm not gonna say any names, but the player in question bound like a network Ethernet cable disconnect to his Stream Deck to instantly like simulate a disconnect in hardcore in Diablo and basically have a cheat death. If he was in a dangerous situation, he would just press, you know, fuck, it's too long. He would just basically press one of the buttons on his Stream Deck and it would lock him out. So I'm not sure. Would that be legit or no? Well, he basically had it bound to like unplug his Ethernet cable. Like it would like, I don't know, like open something. I don't know exactly how it worked. But basically just simulate a disconnect. They'll never find out. Yeah, they won't. I mean, unless you do it on stream, but still. Hopefully they can find it out though. Bro was 200 IQ. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how it works in PoE2. I'm just telling you like what I know some hardcore players did in Diablo. Basically, like you press one button on your Steam Deck and it deceives you. That's it. And then you can't die. Or at least you couldn't. Also, then it's the same rules as in Diablo. One action, one button, one action. I like that. It makes it very easy if the terms of service are the same in both games. At least on that part, right? That's pretty cool. 200 IQ move. Okay, let's continue though. We got very sidetracked. We're talking
Another
about
type that isn't. Uniques.
This is the fourth type, uniques.
They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can...
Okay, this is a unique. 40% increased movement speed at random when hit, until hit again. Okay, what makes this unique good? 40% movement speed? Evasion rating, dex, lightning res. I don't know. This unique looks like shit. No? Okay, I don't know. Maybe 40% movement speed is like huge. Is this the unique effect? Or am I thinking about this wrong? It's for leveling. So you can't have movement speed baseline or what? Okay, movement speed is big. So boots normally don't have movement speed in Path of Exile 2. That's crazy. Is there a cap of movement speed? Wait, 35 is max. This one gives you 40. What? Why would it give you 40 if 35 is the cap? I don't get it. There is no cap. How do you know level 16? Okay, 35 is a cap on the normal item, so this was 5% more. So there's no caps. You can, like, I mean, if you could have enough items, you could have 5,000% movement speed. Obviously you can't because the items don't exist. Okay. Interesting. Hey, XD. Thank you for 19 months, my friend. Much appreciated. Welcome in. That's cool. Okay, that's cool.
Can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpse...
Triggers decompose skill on step. Oh, now that's cool. Movement speed, grand skill, level 13 decompose. Okay, maybe that was a bad example that we looked at. This is a cool unique. I think it looks way cooler at least. It does something crazy. The other one just gives you movement speed. That's pretty lame. This one's cool.
As you run through, explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into
Grand's level 13 blink.
A blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. Yo. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow
those are
attacks
cool.
into full
The first one was just underwhelming, but
doubling your attack speed.
yeah, these are all cool.
Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can
So what's the use of those boots?
see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
Dang, custom art.
The last character progression system that you can
Per generic uniques and PoE. Yeah, I don't see how those 40 movement speed have a use in endgame, but maybe they do. I don't know what the endgame is gonna be exactly. The boots will be used? I mean, maybe. Maybe I'm just too narrow-minded to see. Because I don't even know. I have not even played the game, so... We'll see. Ascension.
do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so...
Okay. That's cool. So Sork, Witch, Ranger, Monk. Let's go. Warrior. I don't know what
Choose
the ascendancy classes are.
They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Storm Weaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill.
So basically a Lightning Sork is one of the ascendancies.
Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze.
Damn. Look at them. This is Dora 2 Void. Void Knight. Chronosphere.
Not only that, but she has many other time...
Wait, the range is like the entire screen? What?
Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time
cool.
itself. She literally has the ability...
Yeah, Faceless Void.
...to stop time with Time Freeze.
Dude, it's like the entire screen.
Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she...
I remember... Oh, this is Chronosphere. There was something in Last Epoch that was going back in time, like a Void Knight, I think. Was it Void Knight? I played that a bit in the beta. That was also cool. It was like going back in time or something. That's sick.
Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems.
That's your
With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock.
Hitting big.
With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease.
Okay, what is Crushing Blow in this game? Okay, we know crits. What is a Crushing Blow? Because I remember Crushing Blow from other games where it like executes the enemy or does a % of the enemy's health in damage. Stun? It stuns? That sounds horrible. It only stuns, it's execution? So which one is it? It executes, so can you Crushing Blow a boss? Or Wait, did they say what it does? Crushing blow reduces cooldown. Dude. So there's like 5 different definitions from you guys. Nice.
Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease.
They say it stuns them. I don't know if that's what it means. Yeah, we don't know. Like, it says stun. Like, the sentence says it stuns.
Breaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With crushing impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease.
Okay.
With surprising strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
Ooh, that's nice.
As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With endless munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With gathering winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack.
Oh, that's actually very strong.
She loses them when getting hit. With eagle eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become...
Wait, this is from the wiki? Wait a sec. Shit. Crushing blow grants an additional 20 damage. Is this from PoE 2 or PoE 1 wiki?
Become a Pathfinder, the master
we'll figure out what crushing blow does exactly.
of flasks and poison.
Not today.
She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage.
That I way
A
cooler.
bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the
There is the good boy. Hellhound.
damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With
Good
Pyromantic
boy.
Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon.
Dude. A succubus. There it is.
While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well.
Yo, this is gonna be like a glass cannon demon, dude.
So if you're planning on transforming into a
Yes,
demon,
mommy.
make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can
Ah, fuck, I just go one shot. Go full DPS.
also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability...
What was that? Trigger elemental expression on melee hit crit.
...of elemental power each time I'm an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a
So you just go 100% crit and you just do all the waves all the time.
choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield.
He's like in the middle of the battle, he just prays. He meditating.
Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning.
10% of damage as cold. 10% damage as lightning. Okay, cool. Just pray in the middle of the fight, man. That's the monk.
And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you...
Yo, where's the avatar? I want to see Aang.
And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the
Did he ever turn into the avatar in this footage? I don't see it.
Bound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
Is it the avatar or they just didn't show?
Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well.
Okay.
Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
Dang.
The Mercenary has a job to do.
Yo, what? You can recharge energy shield. Mana leech effects also recover energy shield. Mana leech is instant.
Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your...
Dude, that shield looks very cool. Looks like he's in a... How do you call it? Seifenblase. What the fuck is the English word? Oh, just in a bubble? Rainbow bubble? Soap bubble? Yeah, a little bit. I'll link the YouTube, yeah. This is the... Looks very cool. I'm actually gonna subscribe here too.
Hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
What? That's OP against the boss. Is it current life or max life?
The chance is doubled against demons and undead.
10% chance for enemies you kill to explode, dealing 100% of their maximum life as physical damage. What? Okay. How are they gonna balance this? This is gonna be like, no matter how much life the enemy have, if you kill one of them, you can kill all of them. But that sounds completely insane. Or at the very least, very hard to balance. What? And is the boss thing max life? Let's keep listening. This is insane.
With Judge, Jury, and Execution.
Especially if you can chain react it.
Your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
Yeah, it just 1/3. It's not even 1/3. Maybe. Is it current or max life? I mean, if it's max life, you just need to do 3 hits and boss is dead. They don't say.
Executioner. Your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
Oh, just the initial hit? So only the first hit. Okay, then it's balanced somehow.
This is great for hunting powerful bosses.
Okay, I missed that part, thanks.
And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may...
So they made this sound like this is a major challenge early on to even unlock your ascendancy class, right? So maybe in some minor way, like the capstone dungeons to unlock the difficulties. It's a major part of the game. Dang. But you definitely need this to quote-unquote like complete your character. I never played Path of Exile, but this showcase got me excited to try PoE 2. Hey, nice. Yeah, me too, man. I didn't play PoE 2, and this gets me very excited about the game. I don't know what is Sanctum. I don't know what is Ultimate. It's an Ultimate. But it gives you like an entire new skill tree, this Ultimate, this Ascendancy. What is next week? To double check for a sec. That looks sick. Slowly turning Rob. Slowly but surely, huh? Wow, this looks really cool. 26th.
May be placed in the relic altar to begin the trial.
Sorry.
In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room.
They really make it sound hard, huh?
Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room...
You want to be well prepared, man. This sounds like this is going to be quite some challenge, my friends. This is going to be no joke. Holy smokes, these are not gonna be any joke. It's pretty hard. How hard is it in PoE 1 to unlock these? I don't know which class, man. I'm like really not sure. Monk looks pretty pork. Initially I was thinking warrior, but when I got to play warrior, it didn't really feel that great. I played witch and sorg in comparison. It was way cooler on witch and sorg, but monk also looks pretty pork. So it's gonna be probably between those three classes for me. I don't really know which one, man. They all look amazing. What the fuck happened with my camera? Did I zoom out a bit? I don't know, whatever. Mercenary also looks cool, yeah. with that AoE explosion that does the % of their life and damage. That sounds completely busted. Time Traveler Sork, yeah. Faceless Void. The Monk is the Spiritborn. Yep. Wait, but you also have ascendancy classes in PoE 1, I remember. Whatever. It's probably just combined.
You will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim?
Yeah, I don't really feel like Ranger and Mercenary are a big difference, but I mean, I just don't know enough about it. But to me, those two playstyles, Ranger and Mercenary, look very similar. So I would personally always go Mercenary if I have to choose between the two, if I want the like playstyle. But yeah. No giveaways? I don't know. I don't even know what the terms of service are in Path of Exile 2. What do you mean no giveaways? I can't give away like a key for Path of Exile or what? I think that's not going to be likely because you literally get extra keys if you purchase their supporter pack. We can give away keys and I don't know, give away. I don't know. Giveaways are against terms of service. Wait, we can't give away a Path of Exile key? No, they have this in their supporter package. Keys, yes. Items, no. You can't give away items. Well, how does it work then? Well, we can't give away like a free Kapeleke? I mean, we'll have to see what it says in those terms of services. I mean, I don't know exactly how it works. I heard something about this, like you're not allowed to give, like, okay, you're playing with your friend. Like, you're playing with your friend. You find a GG item. You can't give it to your friend? Like, me and you, we play together. I get a good item. I can't give it to you? What? That sounds ridiculous. Wait, but okay, Plab is a viewer. Plab, like let's say we play together. We're both playing Monk. I find GG weapon, I already have one, and I'm gonna give it to you. It doesn't work because I'm streaming? Yeah, not to, okay, not to like 50 viewers, okay, but like to like one guy is fine. It sounds ridiculous though. Yeah, I'm playing with Elon. He's playing Druid. I find a good Druid ring. I can't give it to him. What? We're all friends here. Elon is in my friend list. Well, I don't have it on Steam. It doesn't matter. It can be any person. Yeah, okay. There seems to be... I don't know. I heard about this before, but I don't know what exactly it says. Yeah. I gotta be like, okay, you're gonna get me a trip to Mars, then it's fine. You can't pick a random person in chat. Okay, so you can't give it to random like, what exactly does it say in the rule? Well, that sounds like a little weird. I have like 200 people of my chat in my friend list, though. I think that's a very slippery slope, but yeah, we'll see. But okay, we can't. I get it. Like, you can't host a giveaway on stream. Like, you can't do this. What we did, or what? Like, for example, here I go on my dashboard. Yeah, Plab doesn't need it. Okay, I don't know why it's in German. We go here. So we can't use a bot to do a giveaway. Like what we did in Diablo 4. I mean, the community really liked this, right? Here. Like we had this, like a perfect Kepeleke giveaway for viewers. Like we can't do this or what? But it's because it's using a bot? Reddit, let me see this. Under no circumstances without the prior written approval. Okay, wait, I need to move. Fuck, where are we moving? We're moving somewhere here. Nah. Wait a second. I can't even zoom. What the fuck is this? We're just gonna go in the middle. Perform in-game services during use of the website, materials, or services for any form of compensation. Well, this is just an RMT rule. Perform in-game services during your use of the website. I don't even know what this means. Materials or services from any form of compensation. Okay, guys. Once the terms of service of Path of Exile 2 come out, we can look into it. But is there like a link for this? What is this? How giveaways work for stream. Giveaways in PoE is considered real money trading. Now, this is just some guy making a post. We have a good attorney. We can ask. What the fuck is this, man? What? Yeah, I don't know exactly what this means. They're just arguing back and forth, like this doesn't even say anything. We are happy for our player base to hold giveaways. We request that they contact support. What? Okay, this is completely different, guys. So we can't give away like a key, because it's considered pay to win. Let's say I have a PoE key. Like
giveaways are considered the same as RMT by GGG. If you're paying people to view your stream, then that could result in RL income.
Okay, so I buy $400 supporter pack. I get 4 PoE keys. I only need 1. I can't give 3 of them away to you guys because it's RMT. But then I'm just gonna go, I don't know, in another category. What? You can give away keys. No, any kind of giveaway. Look at this. Under no circumstances, without the prior written approval. Okay, I don't know, man. That sounds like a very slippery slope. In-game services. Dude. Anyone clarify how giveaways? I don't know, man. A key is fine, but you know, a key is paid for with real money. An item you just find on the ground. You don't make money unless the viewer subscribes to you. Yeah, I mean, okay, okay, but this is a Twitch terms of service. You can't make giveaways for subscribers only, because then you are basically hosting like an illegal lottery. This is what happened to Mr. Beast, by the way. That's his. Okay, it's definitely not even legal in Germany. Like, it's like against the law in Germany, unless you have like a lottery or like some gamble license or something. Yeah, we just wait until the terms of service for Path of Exile come out, guys. You're all talking about like, I don't know, 10 years ago in PoE 1, We'll see how Path of Exile 2 is going to do it. But yeah, I was planning a way on definitely giving away... If I end up buying the supporter pack, I was considering giving away some keys to you guys. Yeah, we'll have to just... Okay, this is... Is this for PoE? Okay, I'm going to bookmark this. Are we going to read this? Is this for PoE 1 or PoE 2? Or just for PoE in general? No. This is Path of Exile 1, guys. We would need to go to this link. Maybe it exists. It goes back to German. This is PoE 1. They have a separate website for PoE 2. Streamers can give away keys. Yeah, I think that's gonna be fine. I mean, I'm planning to give away keys, but like not necessarily items. We'll see. This is giving away keys right now. Okay, guys. Yeah, I also have a contact at GDG I can just ask. I met some people at Gamescom I can just ask as well. I mean, if they only need like a... Because it seems like you can do giveaways, you just need consent or something. GGG_Rob. Well, this is still going to be an interesting read, though. Oh my god, man. This is fucking a lot. Anyways, let's keep watching the video. Yeah, no problem, Zero. Like, this is gonna be... I didn't know. Well, I guess we still don't know the details, but let's keep watching this.
Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial.
This is giving away... Yeah, but he's not giving away items. Like, they are talking about items. Yeah, okay. I mean... You need to like the tweet, retweet. Yeah, giving away Path of Exile 2 keys, early access. Yeah, I mean, these giveaways are fine, guys. You just can't do it for subscribers only. Scamming for likes? How is it scamming? He's giving away free stuff. You don't have to pay any money to enter. This is completely legal. Wait, how does... Let's just not discuss this now. I don't know exactly what this means, but... Having keys for a giveaway is amazing, though.
To have 50% increased
Back
life.
to the video, guys.
You will want to take care
Likes equals
if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Marrakech.
Sacred Water.
Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
Okay, so what happens if you die? Like, you're at the end of this ascendancy trial, and then you die on the boss. You have to start over again, or can you just fight the boss again? Do it all again from the very beginning? The game uninstalled. You need to buy a new license, guys. Your PoE key is consumed and you cannot play anymore. You need to buy a new license. That's ultra hardcore, guys. When you die on your character, it's ultra hardcore. You just lose your game license, man. You not only do you lose your character, you also lose your license because you died, you idiot.
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used
It doesn't really say when you die.
to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor.
File for bankruptcy.
We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver
Wait, you say so much loot, it's literally one item, dude.
or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension.
So still, what happens when you die, guys? You just, like, jokes aside, you just need to restart the entire trial, or can you just fight the boss again if you die to it? Like, you do the trial, you spawn the boss is down to 10% HP, you die. Restart the entire thing. Ooh, okay, so that's gonna be very hard then. So you might lose like 15 minutes of progress. And you can start it again. Unless you're playing hardcore, then you make a new character out of it, of course. Okay, thanks.
Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a bit of a bottleneck for some players, especially if you have to restart all over again. But yeah, the game is hard, guys. Yes, this is a hard video game.
It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped
Trials
chaos.
are not that hard. They make it
This
sound very
ancient
hard.
trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Bam, dude. Good. I think they're both gonna be hard, huh? So is this the elevator they were talking about? Like somebody pushed, like ZGD pushed the boss on this elevator? Or something like that? That bugged him out?
After each room, you will need to make a choice.
That's funny.
Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase
There's some good exploits. Clever use of game mechanics, huh?
your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never
I don't know, man. The first trial looks a bit easier.
feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimas, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that.
Wait, what? So there's different stages to these trials? What do you say?
But you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimas, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your ascendancy class.
Also, you need to do both trials to get additional passive points, or what? So you do one of the trials, no matter which one. You unlock the ability to ascend, like unlock this thing. And then you do the other two to get more points. Damn. Or you just do the same trial. Okay, but you do the... Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. There's 3 different trials. There's going to be 2 on the early access. You do one of them, doesn't matter which one. You gain the right to ascend. And then what? Can you do the same one again to get the points, or do you have to do all of them? So I can just do the first one 3 times, and then I never have to do the other 2. Harder one of the same type. Ah, okay. Wait, I didn't even mention this.
Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now?
Yeah, okay, there's probably like... So you can do the same one, but harder difficulty. Just like the acts. Okay, I see. Thanks, Fearless. Okay, that sounds good.
So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas.
This is gonna be wild, man. Infinite Atlas. Mark's also a Giga Chat. Dude. This is looking wild. But I gotta go back for 1 second, guys. So how many hours before we go about endgame? So how many hours do you think it's gonna take the average player to get into the endgame? They said something like 25 hours just to do the first 3 acts. And then they said the second part, you go through all the acts again on like Torment, Cruel difficulty, whatever. And this is probably gonna take another 15 hours or so. Hey, Egan, cheers, man. No, 25 hours is just the first thing. Wait a sec. Look. 25 hours, just the first 3 acts. Yeah, obviously it's playtime. What else would it be? 25 hours of what? Sleeping? No, you gotta play the game, man. Okay, but then the next acts are gonna be a bit faster, I guess. He didn't say ultra casual, no. The website is down. Path of Exile is down. Wait, is all the websites down? This one too? RIP season. They're both down. Can I like it from here? Blizzard DDoS. Sure. Well, 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 boys. That sounds pretty good. The website is down anyways. So 25 hours, and these acts are probably another 20 hours. So it's gonna take you like a bit under, like between 40 and 50 hours to reach the end game. Man, 50 hours, that's gonna be like 5 days. Okay, I'm hoping we can do it in 1 day. $15 hours for a good player. Yeah, but that's only the first 3 acts. You gotta consider there's more acts. It's not only these, there's more. Well, that's cool. That's only early access. PoE 2 is gonna release in early access beta December 6th. Was it 6th? Yeah, December 6th of December. The 6th of December. So yeah, I think it's gonna be about like 30 hours or something. Maybe 20 hours to get through this. It's gonna be a lot to reach the end game. Yeah, and here guys, end game is where
only be gained from that content.
Like this is like all the leaks returning, and I haven't played any of those leaks.
We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame.
Wait, he said 7 systems?
Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions.
It's infinite. He just casually drops that it's infinite. Doesn't stop.
Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here,
I don't even understand what you have to do here.
We can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources.
So what if you go here? Like you're just entering a map or what?
In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to...
Yo man, this is an endgame build. Look at the speed here, Pork.
In the endgame feel distinct from the locations
Monk,
in the campaign,
by the way.
and we have dialed the random...
This is how the endgame
All
will
the
look.
areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the...
That's what we want to play, huh? That's Monk, boys. Here it is.
All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign.
Dude, this looks infinitely better than the fucking Druid, man.
And we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die...
So all of these are basically an area to clear. Okay, if you die...
Then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
What? So dying is like very bad.
There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you
Poor Druid is still getting bullied.
Play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts.
17
These
damage.
are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing...
But this is just like randomly in the maps, yes? These boxes. So everything here is like one area, one map to clear. And then these things can happen in those areas. But you could just skip the box if you want. Guarded by 14 packs of monsters. Contains 8. Okay, then you get loot. Okay, that's pretty cool. Correct. Okay.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
That's pretty cool for leveling. Upgrades a normal item to magic with 1 speed modifier. So it's basically guaranteed to give you movement speed.
Boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
And what we learned, 35 is the max roll you can get on this. Dang.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Okay, we don't know impurity.
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combine...
What does it say?
Power.
Greater essence.
This is
augments a magic item with a new random modifier.
incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying
Dang, okay.
items,
That's sick.
and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more
20% XP gain, okay. Monsters take 26 reduced damage from critical hits. Ooh, that's very bad modifier. Less crit damage? That's never good.
dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones...
Okay, you can also do rare maps. Area contains 3 additional packs. 12% XP, 16% pack size. Players are cursed with enfably, whatever that is. Players are cursed with eternal weakness, elemental weakness. Players gain 30% reduced fast charges. Damn! So the more negative modifiers you have, the more what you get? He said it, but what do you get?
Dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop.
Okay, the more dangerous, the more waystones. But waystones are just the key? Wait, what? Drop chance 80%. Okay, but what is the waystone? Yeah, 80%. And on this other one? 320. Okay, wait, what is a waystone? A waystone is a map. So you choose the maps to have a higher chance of dropping more maps. That about right? Okay. Enfeeble. I don't know how to fucking pronounce that. FMG terror. Including currency. Okay, yeah, maybe. He didn't say that, but maybe. Enfeeble. Whatever. I don't even know. What is that? Yeah, what is that? Okay, I don't know what that is. I didn't hear this word. Say it one more time. Okay, wait, what is it? Make weak.
Enfeeble. Enfeeble.
Enfeeble.
Enfeeble. Enfeeble.
Enfeeble, okay. So it just says make weak. But what does it mean? Players are cursed with enfeeble. So it makes the players weak. So what does it do? 10% more damage taken or 10% less damage done or something like that? How do we know? Curses all targets in an area, reducing their accuracy and making them deal less damage. Okay, can we turn like advanced tooltips on? How much less damage? Okay, we just don't know the okay, yeah. Makes sense. This is where the PhD comes in. That's where you need your Path of Exile diplomacy. Degree, whatever. Diploma. PoE diploma, man. I got it. We're gonna get it, guys. Next year, maybe. It's gonna take a couple hours. A couple thousand hours. Yes?
But it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider.
Yeah, guys, chat. So who here has the PoE PhD? Did you guys earn your Path of Exile PhD yet? Who has it, chat? Who can we ask? Any PhD-lers in the chat? Yup, got it. I graduated with summa cum laude last year. 2K hours, so no. Wait, 2K hours is not enough for a PhD? 8,000 hours. Okay, Papa John's got us, man. Carry. 8,000 hours. Okay, PhD approved. We need 10,000 hours, guys, for advanced PhD. I think at 5K hours, you say you earn your PhD. 10K is like, you're already a professor. You can teach others. 5K, you have your PhD. 10K, you are professor. Doctor Fearless. PhD. MD Fearless. Yeah, 5K is PhD level. 10K, you can like teach students, man. Yeah, 2K hours, you're still a noob in Path of Exile. What is the breakpoint? Nah, you're not 5K hours, you're not casual anymore. Come on. At 5K, you got your masters. I don't know if 2K is enough, guys. It depends. Yeah, so wait, can I see my playtime? Ah, it's gonna have to download something, guys. I think I have like 70 hours, guys. Maybe. Does it not load it? Oh, logging in. Games? View games library. I don't know, they don't load. No. Pause. Okay, how far am I? 34 hours. Am I gonna win? This is like dirty casual. Noob. Last time played, last year, guys. Oof. Yep. I'm a baby in this game, huh? Yeah, I'm at...
Enfeeble. Enfeeble.
Very enfeeble. 30 hours, man. How casual am I? Yes. Like, I don't know. Is the website up again? My account. Ah, what is this? Yeah, I'm level 90, guys. This is my highest character. I got to level 90. Rob was taken. That was my guy. I think I played another character. Oh man. You lose to the menu. I don't know. I'm in kindergarten. We're in kindergarten, yes? Special offer? Fuck you. This is kindergarten. Let's see your gear. Dude, I don't even remember, man. Wait, can I see this? That's what's pretty cool, though. I don't even know what my weapon is. Dude, I don't even know what my gear is, man. I don't remember, man. That was like 2 years ago, mate. I don't know what even this is, man. I don't even know why I don't have a weapon. Yeah, P-Conk, yeah, poison concoction. Two life flasks? I don't know what I did here. Like, okay, let's not look at this. But I bought some stash. Look at this. Yeah. I don't even know how to navigate this. Yeah, see, this is like a stash, man. And you can have like up to 60,000 stash tabs. Not like in Diablo where you can have 5, man. Or 6. Maybe it's 6. You need 2 life flasks. Okay, so I'm not a complete casual then. I am. Chef's kiss. Yeah, this is a stash tab, man. They also have this like dedicated things. I don't even know cards. No, where can I see the currency here? Essence. Okay, look at that stuff. Only 300,000 US dollars for all those stash tabs. Yeah. You can play PoE 1. Yeah, it's free to play. You can just play it right now. Just go on Steam, look for Path of Exile, and you can play for free. It's very easy. But yeah, guys, 30 hours played, huh? I thought I had 70. I was maybe a bit too optimistic. So no PhD here. I don't know where we were. Lost Ark? I barely played that game. 60 hours. I didn't play this much. Double, yeah, I have twice as many hours in Lost Ark than I have in PoE, guys. Easy. I think I played more hours in Wilson. Yeah, look, 80 hours, man. Wilson on launch was pork. We'll learn slowly. You guys remember Wilson on launch? That was cool. It was very buggy, but it was fun. Yeah, they had they had all the bugs, but it was fun. Yeah, how can we get accelerated PhD? Last epoch? I don't have many hours. 30. Less than in PoE, guys. Look, I have more hours in PoE than in last epoch. Easy. Easily. Wilson reminds me of COVID-19. Yo, I have more hours in Age of Empires, man, than I have in all of these games, huh? Dude, Age of Empires 2 is fucking amazing. You slept on last epoch? I don't think so. There was definitely some cool stuff, but wait. Last epoch Twitch. Oh man, okay, that's actually brutal. I didn't expect it to be that bad. There is 27 people watching. What? Okay, that is crazy. Holy shit. Holy. When do they have the next cycle? I think it's a cycle, right? No, last epoch had very cool, or has very cool solutions to, like the faction system was really cool. They had a lot of cool stuff. Okay, but yeah, 27, that's crazy. Anyways, 34 hours, guys. You don't have a second Diablo account. I don't have it installed. The weird thing is, I have Diablo 4 installed, but in order to play it on Steam, I have to install it again? I don't have space, bro. It's 120 GB. I don't have a billion gigabytes, man. Yeah, I never played it via Steam, not even a second, because it's stupid. You have to reinstall it again. What? I already have the game. Like, look here, I can play it right now. What? I never understood why you have to install it again. Doesn't make sense. But you do. Nah, my PhD is far. Wait, I can't play Vessel of Hatred? I have it. Here, Vessel of Hatred. I can play. Yeah, I think the entire Steam thing is super weird. But yeah, let's get the PhD in PoE, guys. It's gonna take a few hours. A few hours? It's gonna take a few years, man. You can't graduate your PhD in PoE in 1 year, guys. It's minimum 2 years, yes? No, I played a Counter-Strike 1.6. I don't think I played much here, yeah. 2 hours. What the fuck? I played like 1.6, but not via Steam. Was it 2015? Yeah. It was some time ago, huh? Yeah, I don't really play shooters. Yeah, 1.6 was great. Where's Dota? I played Dota 1 a lot. Last played 2017. Yeah, CS1 on local network, LAN parties. Yeah, but I never really got into Dota 2, but Dota 1 was way cooler than Dota 2, in my opinion anyway. Dota 1 was, I mean, Dota 2 is also sick, but Dota 1 was where it's at. Standard, Warcraft 3, Dota 1. Never came close to Dota 2, for me anyway. Yeah, Dota All-Stars. It's like 15 years ago, man. Last played, like, what is it, like 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Hey guys, so we're gonna like 10x these hours. Yeah, Dota All-Stars was crazy. Let's keep watching that video though. Full warrior. So we were at the end game, Infinite Atlas.
Your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good.
Dude, the blood, was it Blood Mage? Looks pretty sick.
If you want to maximize your returns.
This fire witch.
As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the...
So this is like completely different from your skill tree, right? The Atlas tree is like another passive tree.
Danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters.
Why is my stream lagging? It shouldn't be. It was the PoE stream, but it's not lagging right now. It should be you.
The number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops.
Wait, but you don't get any bonuses there for your character. You get, like the Atlas tree has bonuses to maps and stuff, right? Not to your character. It doesn't give you main stat. It doesn't give you crit chance, right? The Atlas tree is like juicing your end game farming or something, right? It's bonus loot. Yeah, it's not like a skill tree, guys. It's like a farming end game specialization or something, right? Unless this was at least in PoE 1 what I vaguely remember. This is basically like you can like specifically target farm a certain activity or focus on a certain activity and juice it, right? Like you can go, I don't know, I remember I went into heist or something in the PoE 1, for example. Did you see Rod's tweet? No, what did he tweet? I'm actually pretty tired though, guys. I'm gonna go like a few more minutes. I'm gonna go sleep. What did, like from Rod Ferguson? Hello, can I click it? Feels like the genre of ARPGs is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like Soul-like and Rogue-like. I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for RPGs that follow the Diablo formula. Huh. Yeah, they took some shots, man. They're all taking some shots, man. Diablo-like, huh? I'm all for it, man. I don't know who shot first. Tweet would have been meaningful 20 years ago. Well, I mean, they said it themselves, right? The developers. That they took a lot of inspiration from specifically Diablo 2. But that's not I mean, that's like completely fine, right? Like you don't have to like completely reinvent the wheel, right? Like you can look at what has been working in the past, what are other creators or game studios doing, and You take that and you make something cool out of it. Let's go. GG basically said PoE is what Diablo 3 could have been. Yeah, I'm not sure if they said that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, companies are doing this all the time. Like, look at the social networks, like all basically using shorts now because of TikTok, or Instagram doing stories. You know, like it always happens. You can't really like trademark this kind of stuff. I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for RPGs that follow the Diablo formula. Supermarket brands. Well, it happens all the time. Diablo 2-like for sure. I wish they would still do some patches to Diablo 2 Resurrected, like some real patches with content. I think Diablo 4 is very Diablo-like. Obviously, there are some things they could have done different, especially like around wound words and some of the endgame stuff, but Diablo 4 feels very Diablo-like to me. The game looks freaking gorgeous. Story is pretty pog, at least baseline. Even though I don't really mind about the story. Thing that they can improve on is itemization. They can take a page out of their own book from Diablo 2 in terms of itemization still in Diablo 4. Even after the improvements in Season 4. Yes, it's been a great improvement for the game, the Loot Reborn. But it's still not the level that Diablo 2 had, in my opinion. In terms of loot and also the runes and the rune words and the way that normal items, rare items and magic items are completely useless in Diablo 4. But 25 years ago, they found a great solution to make them all viable in Diablo 2. So in terms of like itemization, I think Diablo 4 has a lot to learn from Diablo 2, in my opinion. But yeah. But you could also say Diablo 2 didn't have an endgame. By nowadays standards, obviously people love Diablo 2. But if Diablo 2 came out like nowadays, people would complain that Diablo 2 doesn't have an endgame either. And you can see it with projects like Project Diablo 2 adding like endgame to the game. Because it's essentially Baal and Diablo runs. And Magic Find runs. And then maybe a bit of PvP. That's the endgame in Diablo 2. Yeah, the 2 wouldn't last in 2024. So you can't just say, oh, for Diablo 2, they could have just copied Diablo. For Diablo 4, they could have just copied Diablo 2. Like, that would not work. Right? Because by nowadays standards, Diablo 2 does not have an endgame. If you know what I mean. Endgame in D2 is to craft a perfect emerald and rings. Yeah, that is a lot of fun. But that is not what people would consider like real endgame. Should watch the history of GGG sometime on stream? Yeah, we might. PoE 2 is copying D2 on crack. Yeah, but is that even wrong? Like, they don't copy one-to-one anything. They just take some of the ideas that the players, the community loved in Diablo 2 as a baseline, and then they're adding their own touch to it and changing it, fitting it into their game. And I mean, that's how it works in business, man. You don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. Like, I took the social media giants like as an example earlier. Like, they all copied the stories. They all copied the shorts and like this kind of stuff. That's just how it goes. Don't need to reinvent the wheel every time. It's cool if you reinvent the wheel, but that's much harder to do than to be a good copycat. And it's completely fair use. Well, you have to check the individual case, but usually it's fair use. I hope both games do well. I think they will. It's going to be good for us as player. Yeah, totally. I don't really like the discussion like, you know, PoE versus Diablo 4. Like, which one's better? Like, or PoE versus Diablo in general. We can just be happy that we have 2 great games. And we can just choose which one we play. And competition is good for the market. It's going to make the product a lot better. That means that, you know, Blizzard as well as GGG can't get away, for example, with making the game pay to win, for example, right? Because there will be immediate backlash, and rightfully so. And people will just like not play this game as much, for example. Yeah, PoE is coming to PS5 as well. December 6th, early access, $30. You don't need to reinvent the wheel every time. Just copy D2. Well, it's not as easy as just copy it, right? But sometimes I wish for Diablo 4, they would have copied their own, you know, property a bit more. And we have come full way. I mean, the same goes, for example, with the armory, right? Like, we had an armory in Diablo 3 for like 5 years, and then Diablo 4 comes out and doesn't have this feature. And then people like it in Diablo 3, so they're gonna miss it in Diablo 4. So they could have just like, from the beginning, taken, for example, the armory system from Diablo 3, which was well received in the community, and put it into Diablo 4 right from the beginning. Instead, we have to wait 1.5 years to get the armory system to save our loadouts and builds. But yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed the season. Like, Diablo 4 is still a great game. Obviously, every game has flaws, right? But man, like, looking at the Spiritborn class and how well it's designed, even without the bugs, I'm really hyped to see Paladin in Diablo 4 in the future. That's gonna be sick next expansion. If we're gonna get like Paladin, Holy type, Sword and Board type of archetype. There's no leaderboards in Diablo 4. But for that matter, I don't think Path of Exile... Does Path of Exile 1 have leaderboards? I think there's something with Delve or something, right? Is there leaderboards in PoE? Yeah, what? Can you link me? Can you link me the leaderboards? Or is it only in game? What is leaderboard about? PoE leaderboards. Is it Delve or something? Settle letters. What the fuck is this? PoE has leaderboards. Like this thing? I don't even know what this is. PoE 1 Xbox server is restarting. 30 seconds. Gone. This is just level? Leaderboards are mostly cheaters. Yeah, this is any game. I have even Twitch links in the leaderboards. That's very cool. I don't know any of these people. Nick Elixir. What is this even about? Sadler League. PvP ladder. There's PvP leaderboard. What? Holy shit, there's player versus player leaderboard. I had no idea. What is this? PoE racing. But this is just fan leaderboard. Wait, why does it have a $4,000 to its name? The fuck is this? Why is this guy worth $4,400? Dude. Yeah, I don't know what that is about, man. That's pretty funny. Yo, hey, Ben. Dude, that was a killer announcement today. Yo. Welcome in, everybody. Well, I'm a PoE noob. We were just going over it. Look, this is my playtime, guys. I have not earned my PhD. Not yet. That's you? Dang, man. Yeah, guys, this is arguably, well, definitely one of the best PoE players. He's also the man, the myth, the legend who beat Lilith world first in Diablo 4 Hardcore. Ben, or also known as just Giga Chat. Oh, let's go, man. Yeah, we watched the announcement today and we were like trying to understand the game. I have not earned my PhD yet. 5,000 hours? Then I might not be considered a beginner anymore. Also known as his real name. Nah, it's just this, man. So how did we like the announcements today, my friends? PoE 2 is so different than PoE 1. So we're all noobs now. Okay, we can all be casual beginners together, guys. It's gonna be fun, man. I'm looking forward to that. We have early access to PoE University. I hope so, I hope so. Just wait till you get your hands to PoE 2. It's gonna be insane. Yeah, we were looking, going slowly through the entire announcement and dissecting it a little bit. Because a lot of the concepts are super new for me. Again, I have 30 hours, guys, in PoE 1. The highest I ever got was this here. Level 90, guys. That's the highest I ever got. Last time I played was last year. But dang, PoE 2 is looking fantastic. Yeah, I think Elon is going to play some Path of Exile. Elon Musk looks to play. We briefly talked about it in some of our Diablo 4 streams, and he recently posted on X that he's interested in Path of Exile 2. But you know, he's a busy man. 90 isn't bad. Yeah, like 35 hours. Have you guys seen the Ben _ statue at GGG? Wait, what? Is that a troll or is that real? Send me an image. There's no way. You know, what? IRL statue? Not real yet. Yeah, I don't even know, like, whenever I think of you, because I don't know how you look IRL, right? Whenever I think of you, I think you just look like this, Ben. Just like the Giga Chat emote. That's how I think he looks, man. Accurate, yeah. Look, this is also what XAI is thinking. Okay, I can't show it. Yo, thanks for the raid. I can't show it at all. Well, did you guys see this? I don't know if we discussed this yet. We were just having a big discussion about Rod Ferguson. Rod Ferguson, this is the GM of the general manager and lead of all Diablo franchises, tweeting out this. So there's been some shots fired from all the directions. Yes? Feels like the genre of ARPG is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like Souls-like and roguelike. I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula. Oh, dang. Well, they fired some shots in the stream as well. And I think it's no secret that a lot of the GGG devs were heavily inspired by Diablo 2, right? One of the OG games. Or basically genre defining for the ARPG market. Yeah, I think they commented this like Diablo 2 like, pretty much. How is PoE Diablo like? I think if you played Diablo 2, and also if you watch the history, which I personally don't know that much about of GGG, but I think they spoke very highly of Diablo 2, and I mean, like many people do speak very highly of Diablo 2. And I think many ARPGs do aspire to be, or to have some of the elements that made Diablo 2 such a phenomenon and a best-selling game. Yeah, they talk about Diablo 2 all the time, exactly. Chris Wilson personally loves D2. Yeah. Yeah, not only Chris. And I said this before, guys, so we're just gonna like repeat ourselves, but I don't think you have to necessarily completely reinvent the wheel with everything that you do. I think it is very much okay in business and in life in general to look at what works, you know, in other games or for other content creators or whatever, right? Like you can take some good inspiration from the systems that people did love so much in Diablo 2, right? Yeah, Project Diablo 2 did this as well. We were talking about this earlier that, you know, if Diablo 2 would release nowadays, it wouldn't work. It's a different time. And also people would just say Diablo 2 doesn't have any endgame. Because truly, there was not much endgame in Diablo 2 either. But what DGG is doing, it's expanding on this like crazy.
Rod is smoking all the coke.
And again, I don't think it has to be, you know, Diablo versus Path of Exile, and then you fight all the time, like the community is doing. I think it's okay to enjoy both games, and it's always good for us as the customer, as the consumer, as the gamers, if we have multiple good ARPGs. As ARPG enjoyers, if we have a choice of what we play, it's good for us. Competition is good for the market. That means Blizzard can't get away with everything that they want, and GGG can't get away with everything. And you know, like, there's a competition, and that's a healthy competition, and that just makes the product better for us. Now, I didn't watch the Frosty LaRue video yet. Not yet. Fighting is more entertaining. Yeah, I mean, people on the internet, like, they always love drama, right? Like, people always love drama. That's how it goes. PoE may have been worthy to follow up D2 as an awesome ARPG. So I might get a lot of hate, at least in this channel now for this. But as you can tell, I never really got into PoE 1. And I think there were quite some negative things that turned me like off PoE 1 personally. There was definitely a couple of things, because I never really, as you can see with 30 hours, I never really got into the game. And there definitely are a couple of reasons for it. You know, and I think, at least when I played Path of Exile 2, I already played Path of Exile 2 last year, and then this year again at Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. And I instantly felt way more, like the PoE 2 felt way better to me than PoE 1, like way better, like atmosphere-wise, the way your character moves, graphics-wise, and also it felt very hard, which was good, but it also felt like a bit more simplistic than PoE 1. When I first played PoE 1, there was already so much content in the game that it was very, very hard to even get into the game. And the graphics I didn't really like, the atmosphere in PoE 1 I didn't really like, the way your character moves, it just felt a bit more clunky. But PoE 2 does this extremely different. And there's not this, like, you know, there's a lot of content for sure, but it looks like more the game is feeding this to you gradually and not overwhelming you with, like, you know, throwing in, I don't know, like 20, 30 different leagues, like instantly, like when you're just starting out, you know? I didn't find anything like that. I never looted a mage blood or anything. Dude, I have 30 hours played in PoE 1. I'm definitely looking to, like, 10x that time. Maybe 100x that time with PoE 2. And yeah, I'm also gonna learn the game, guys. And so far, I've seen the community being like super supportive. We have gone over a lot of stuff here and a lot of stuff that I obviously don't know about. And yeah, I'm hoping also to, you know, bring some of my audience into the PoE community. And we're basically all gonna be starting fresh. Most of us haven't really played PoE 1 at all, coming from Diablo. And I'm definitely looking into, you know, just going on the journey with you guys and learning the game, man. We're all gonna be casuals together. There's definitely some veterans here that already have their PoE PhD, 5,000 to 10,000 hours. Well, I don't know if Ben is still here. Do you guys know, or Ben, if you're still here, how many hours do you have played? Like, is Ben at like 10k plus for sure, right? PoE community is awesome. I mean, you know, like there's these and these. 18,000 hours. Dang, man. Yo, that's a lot. This has 20. That's probably, okay, not in Diablo 4, but probably have like 6,000 hours in Diablo 4, but it only came out last year. Probably a bit less, actually. I played a ton. I played like almost 15 hours a day, Diablo 4. Yeah, Ben has his PhD. he has his diploma, man. Ben is a professor. Yeah, he's beyond PhD. He has the license to teach people. So Ben, when the game is coming out, are you gonna play hardcore? Hardcore SSF? You can have 1k hours still newbie. Yeah, I think like 5k hours, then you can say you know the game, huh? That's what I heard. That's what people told me earlier. Get like 5k hours-ish. And then you know what you're talking about. Yeah, we can just like play some gameplay in the background without sound. Actual launch, yes, 100%. On early access launch, I'm like 50-50 at the moment. Yeah, I think on early access launch, playing hardcore, like to me, also personally, would not make much sense, right? Because you want to test stuff, and hardcore is actively preventing you from testing stuff. You can basically simulate hardcore on softcore and still have a second chance if you die to some bug, some uninteracted mechanic, and then you're not losing all the progress. So I think to test the game, hardcore is not the ideal mode. But for stream and entertainment, yeah, hardcore, I mean, the entertainment value on hardcore, that's it. Did you beat the game yet? I have like my highest character in 30 hours is level 90. I did beat the game. Softcore already has a bunch of semi-hardcore mechanics. Okay. Yeah, I don't know exactly what that is yet, but I'm probably gonna learn this over the next couple of weeks, hopefully. Oh, you can't check your playtime. I only play via Steam. So for me, it's very easy to check my playtime, right? 30 hours, man. Yo, I'm as much as a beginning player as it gets, guys. I forgot everything because the last time I played was like sometime last year. Hardcore ruthless. Now I'm gonna play softcore, guys. I like to play together with other people. I like to play either with you guys, community, with friends, with fellow creators. I don't like to play solo. Like if I want to play solo, I would not play an online game, most likely, right? I like to play and communicate and engage with the community and with other people. I also never play hardcore in Diablo, no. I don't really see, for me personally, the enjoyment. Like I die, and then you have to restart over. I mean, we already have this IRL, guys. You die, you know, and that's it. It's over. So that's why I play video games, man. You die, and well, you can try again, you know? It's not over. You just click revive. Easy. Like what? Just click revive, man. What do you mean? Lucky Luciano? I haven't talked to him, but probably. 666 hours on Steam. Also, you can't see over the GGG launcher how many hours you played. So they tell you it's 10K. Yeah, maybe. I mean, in Diablo, you also can't really see your playtime. Die and try again. Man, that's wild. It's the same as IRL. RIP, go again. I don't know, man. That's your theory on life after death. I'm not so sure about that. If you can try again. Yeah, okay. And then, okay, Ben has like probably more than like 10K hours, what they told him. Like he probably has closer to 20K hours. And then theory crafting, just sitting in POB. That's probably another 4-digit 1,000 hours, right? Another 5K hours, just theory crafting in Path of Building. Rob, are you gonna try to cook your own builds? I mean, eventually, yes. But in the beginning, I'll definitely... I mean, as far as I understand, no one really had access to the endgame of Path of Exile 2, right? So there might be some League starter builds, some leveling builds, but there's not really a dedicated... Or anybody, apart from people that work at GGG, that really know the endgame, that could even write a build or make a build, right? Like everybody eventually, the first couple of days has to, you know, to some degree at least figure out, quote unquote, their own builds. Or do you guys think there's gonna be guides? Like real guides? I think you have to guess too much to make a guide. You know, Diablo 4 hits differently because usually the game is already figured out. Not on launch, but like big time because there is early access and test server and stuff. And this takes away, it has advantages, but it also has a lot of disadvantages. Like it takes away from the feeling that everything is new. If the game is already solved on launch, that's a way different situation than if nobody has any idea. I make guides, yeah. We know nothing. If they give us tree info plus gem info, there will be untested guides. But I don't think we're getting that info. Okay, so basically, everybody is gonna go in kind of blind. And that's gonna be amazing. That's gonna be so wild. No Wowhead data mining. I mean, if there is... Okay, there is going to be data mining if there is going to be early download. I don't know how that's going to work. I mean, it's a beta, right? It's an early access. So probably there's not going to be a pre-download for the early access. But did they talk about that? Because then people are going to data mine. And you can definitely find out that information with data mining. That's what happened on Diablo 4 stuff. Like you have a pre-download, like, I don't know, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days earlier before launch, and then people just data mine. 100 gigabyte download with my German internet connection. Oh man, that's rip. PoE 2 is not out yet. This is the trailer. This is Path of Exile 2, yes. They just revealed all this footage here. I'm gonna link you this. I'm gonna also link this in YouTube. I'm not getting paid. No. December 6th, guys, is the early access. It's $30 US to get the early access. But the game is going to be free to play on the official launch next year. He said 2025, right? I think Jonathan said it's going to be at least half year of early access. So I would expect the game at the earliest in summer of 2025. Probably more like fall. Or chat. Okay, chat. What do you think? When is the official release date? When is Path of Exile 2 officially releasing? I think the target goal was 2025. They didn't really say anything. Late 2025. And keep in mind, they already did delay the early access twice. It was supposed to come out in July. Then it was supposed to come out in November. Now it's coming out in December. That's completely normal though. Late 2025. 2030? Nah. At least 6 months confirmed. Yeah, minimum 6 months. Yeah. I would also think realistically is like fall next year. So in like 10 months or so. Mark my words, July. Yeah, it's going, it's going. Maxis, what's up? Stream is going well. We're just checking out Path of Exile 2 and we got a lot of support and a warm welcome from the community. We got a raid from GigaChat Ben and GigaChat Pillar Briller. But I gotta follow you, Pillar Briller. I've not checked out your content yet. But yeah, the announcement today... Okay, there was technical difficulties for a second. We're gonna follow this guy. Peter Briller, let's go. We had a little... I first thought it was German Internet. But we had a little bit of technical difficulties. It even created a meme. Check out Pillar Briller, my friends. I followed you. I'm looking forward to like meet all the guys, all of you here from Path of Exile. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, we... we made this earlier, guys. You guys remember all the buffering we had? We had technical difficulties. The meme was ready, dude. But you see how people fight all the time in the communities, man. What is this? Yeah, I don't know if Diablo is gonna be Mike Tyson and PoE is gonna be Jake Paul, but the stream was buffering, boys. Hey, thanks for the gifted subs, guys. Much appreciated. It's not a competition anymore. Well, Mike Tyson lost, didn't he? At least in this fight. If you're going with the metaphor. Yeah, we were like generating typical Diablo 4 gamer right here, guys. Brad Pitt is a father after all. Here, this is Ben Face ID. Yo, when is Ben streaming with webcam, guys? Hell yeah, man. This is the typical Diablo 4 gamer dad playing the game, man. We don't know what the typical Path of Exile player looks like. This is from XAI. A dad gamer playing Diablo 4. That could be you. Always feel free to come by and have a chat, Rob. German PoE Community. Oh, ey, Grüße gehen raus. Ja, cool. Danke fürs Angebot. Ja, wir schauen mal vorbei. A German stream, my friend. Let's go. Yeah, Brad Pitt is going. Blah, looks like this. I see. Oh, we're getting hyped up. Okay, should we finish this video? It's gonna be hard to finish, man. It's a long stream. No, PoE 2 is not playable. You can pre-purchase the game for early access. The early access launch is on December 6th. And this one is a paid early access. I think $30 is the cheapest pack. And after that, sometime in 2025, next year, guys, the game is gonna officially launch as free to play. There is an entire website. It was down for maintenance. Okay, it's actually up again. You can see all the information right here. It also talks about all the character classes. Okay, Brille or Ben, if you are still here, what class are you going to start with, my friends? Because I was kind of thinking, you know, I like Barbarian in Diablo 4. I was kind of thinking I'm going to play Warrior. But when I actually played Warrior, it didn't, in the early game, it didn't really feel that great to me. I played the Witch. Where's the Witch? I played the Witch right after I played Warrior. I went WASD movement, and the Witch was like 3 times stronger. Again, this was an early game snapshot that I played. But the Witch was like 3 times easier than the Warrior. I don't know, maybe I just suck on the Warrior. But dude, the Witch was so much better, man. Especially with WASD, you can move and shoot. Like, it was so crazy. That's some Diablo 4 small brain logic. Yeah, thanks for being so supportive. Yeah, because us Diablo players, we can only hit one button and kill everything. Yep. Oh, man. Yeah, it's that elite take, man. Let's go. That's PoE 1 players too. Yeah. One button build, guys. Yeah, we're just gonna right click and spin to win. Okay, you have no idea what to play. Yeah, all the classes are so cool. So right now, I'm leaning towards the Monk. The Monk looks really cool. Maybe in this order, one after another. I've had a chat with Ziz and Titan Killer. They kind of convinced me to log in softcore first. Yeah, I think softcore for early access is the play. Monk is so fun. It looks so fun. It's gonna die a lot. I definitely like melee. Like melee is cool. And I like the Monk's fast pace playstyle a bit more than the Warrior playstyle. The Warrior is like kind of slow, like Big Dam, but very slow. And the fact that it has a shield, ugh. I don't know. I was watching, maybe I still have it open. I was watching, oh, I have so many tabs open. I was watching some gameplay from, I need to change some stuff. I was watching some gameplay from Al-Kaiser, I think. I think I don't have it open anymore. But I saw Al-Kaiser play some Warrior. Maybe it's still open. Yeah, here, this one. We were watching this one here from Al-Kaiser from a couple of months ago. Why it did look cool, it feels very slow. But I've seen this critique before, even in just Diablo Diablo 4 early days. People had exactly the same critique about the game, where they were basically saying it's too slow.
I'm sorry, Lachlan. Your boys out.
Yeah, stop the music here for a sec. Do we have like a boss fight or something?
Just wait.
It definitely looks kind of slow, but you also got to consider it's early game. It's very early game. This is from Al-Kaiser. Like, he's a very good player for sure. And he's also a melee enjoyer as far as I know. Yeah, I know you can play without shield. Like, you can play a two-hand setup. You can even play two-handers with the ascendancy. Was it ascendancy or some passive or something? Yeah, it was very cool. I think he's fighting this boss, right? Yeah, here. This is the boss fight.
Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
Yeah, I know this is old gameplay. But this was the only real Warrior gameplay uncut that I could find. If you have other Warrior gameplay, please link it to me. I'm gonna take a look.
Just wait.
I couldn't really see any Warrior endgame, unless the things that they showed, but it was only like 1 minute today. DDG always makes their build look slow in trailers. But I felt Warrior was particularly slow. But look, he just gets one shot. Like an easy one shot on the Warrior.
Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
You have been sentenced to death.
Great Wolf, take you, bastard!
The sound design is awesome. Licker Strike. Man, the sound design, they really killed it. How about some nice movement speed skills? Maybe kind of scarce. The monk looked very fast paced in that regard, yeah. Lots of movement. This looks more like Diablo than Diablo. I just refer you to the Rod Ferguson tweet. Or post on X.
It's not revenge enough.
Licker Strike teleports you too for me. Is it what we watched? I think I bookmarked this. Yeah, so that is PoE, is early game, and this is what we saw, for example, MP do here in PoE 1 Endgame. Like, look at the difference. But this is also ridiculous, yes? Like, okay. This is the one button endgame build. Look, he's not pressing anything, just only one button. So I don't know what the fuck is this.
So, I have been notified of a build.
Yeah, Empy is great, man. Check out this video from Empy. This is amazing. But yeah, I can see why people say PoE 2 looks kind of slow, if this is your benchmark.